Chapter 481 Good Wine. All over the mountains and fields, various tropical fruits are planted. The sunlight shines on them, making the ripe fruits look bright red and attractive. The children carried a small fruit basket in one hand and gently stroked the ripe fruits with the other hand, their saliva almost dripping. Ling stood next to the little guys, her expression was exactly the same as theirs, they were all swallowing their saliva and thinking about these fruits. Finally, Xia couldn't help it anymore, and looked eagerly at the bosses behind him and asked, "Uncle, can we eat these fruits?" "Of course you can. Ladies, please help yourself, you can eat as much as you want." "Yes. You can pick as much as you want. If you can't take all of them by then, the uncles will find a car to take them back for you. As long as you are willing to come, you are welcome. We are very happy that you can come." The bosses quickly nodded in agreement and even came forward to help the children pick out some big ones. "Great. Thank you, uncles, we won't be shy then." After hearing what the bosses said, the children finally let go and started walking around the orchard, tasting all kinds of fruits. I have to say that the fruit trees here absorb sufficient nutrients from the soil. Coupled with the warm sunshine of the Maldives overhead, the fruits grown here can be said to be quite sweet. Each one of them is full and sweet, making the children enjoy eating it very much. Ling completely let himself go, opened his stomach and started to eat a lot of fruits, feeling more and more addicted to these fruits. Yi Xian and Wang Xinyo walked at the back, accompanied by the two bosses. Compared to the little ones and Ling, the picture looked much more harmonious. Yi Xian supported Wang Xinyo as they walked. Looking at the little ones and Ling walking in front of them, he suddenly felt angry and amused. These little guys become like this when they see food. And Ling is the same? I could have just ignored him, but he actually joined me. Hubby, let them do whatever they want today. We can have fun for the last 2 days. It's time for us to go back. Wang Xinyo said with a smile, although she also wanted to go through the orchard with the girls and Ling, her stomach would not allow it. Okay, then listen to my Xinyo. Let them do whatever they want today. Yi Xian shrugged helplessly, and continued to walk slowly with Wang Xinyo, selecting and picking the fruits slowly, and was more focused on feeling the beautiful scenery and fresh air of the orchard. But the little guys in front couldn't control themselves all of a sudden, their stomachs became bigger and bigger, but there wasn't much food in the fruit basket. Compared to them, Ling was in about the same condition and was a little greasy from eating. When she stopped, she also stopped a few little guys. "All right. We can't eat anymore. Otherwise we'll be full from eating the fruit later." "It seems so. We know about it, Sister Ling." The girls opened their mouths in sudden realization and rubbed their stomachs, only then did they realize that they had eaten a lot. Then, the girls stopped talking and started to concentrate on picking. Before long, the small fruit basket was filled with a lot of fruits. Finally, everyone walked around the orchard and reaped a great harvest. The children were very happy to see the fruits they picked by themselves. At this time, the boss who invited the children to the orchard came to Yi Xian and smiled and asked everyone to have dinner together. "Mr. Yi, please have lunch here. I'll open a jar of wine, and we can all have a taste." "Okay. That's troublesome." Yi Xian agreed with a faint smile, but when the other bosses heard this, they were suddenly cheered up. "Wait. Open a jar of wine?" In their minds, the words just now were like a shining meteor streaking through the dark night sky, and all their eyes turned to the boss who had spoken. "Isn't that what you want to open? Is that true? If it were true, I wouldn't be sleepy anymore. I thought you were going to keep this treasure forever, but now we can enjoy it too." The children carried their own small fruit baskets and were curious when they saw the other bosses suddenly become excited. "Uncle, why are you so happy all of a sudden?" Ladies, you don't know this." The bosses laughed and looked at the boss next to Yi Xian and said, "This is what we are talking about." "No. This is the good wine stored in this uncle's cellar. When this wine first came out, it was already considered the best wine in the world. And now that it has been stored for more than 10 years, it must be even more stunning now." As the bosses explained, their faces were filled with excitement, as if they had already opened a jar of wine and started drinking. "You guys? You're still thinking about my wine." The boss looked at them helplessly, then did what he said and led everyone to the wine cellar. When they reached the door of a small storage room at the innermost part of the wine cellar, the boss took out the key, carefully opened the door, and took out a jar of wine. "Okay. This is it." He brushed the dust off his hands, then excitedly opened the lid of the wine jar. The eyes of the other CEOs were wide open, and just when the jar of wine was opened, the room seemed to be cast with the aroma of wine. The aroma of this wine is very strong. It doesn't smell pungent like other wines, but rather has a mellow smell. Sure enough, it has to be this. What a great wine! I'm almost intoxicated just by smelling it. TSK, 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 TSK. I've been craving this bottle of wine for who knows how long. Today I can finally enjoy it. Oh. We have to thank Mr. Yi for this. If Mr. Yi hadn't come to the Maldives, this kid would be so stingy. I don't know when I can drink this wine. Several bosses closed their eyes and enjoyed the aroma of wine lingering around their noses, and their expressions became more and more intoxicated. This wine is quite old and can be considered a top-quality aged wine. It has been in the boss's wine cellar for some time. Now that it is opened, the aroma is even more rich and tempting. Yi Xian savored the aroma carefully, nodded continuously, and sighed with a smile. Not bad. This is really a jar of good wine. Of course, he had seen a lot of good wines, and the jar of wine that the boss took out was worthy of being called the best among them. No wonder the other bosses have been thinking about this jar of wine for so many years. It seems there is really a reason for this. Chapter 482 Praise. The boss, who had just opened the jar of wine, heard Yi Xian's praise and immediately patted his chest without thinking, indicating that he would give the wine directly to Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, do you like this jar of wine? If you like it, I will give it all to you. Thank you for your kindness, but that's not necessary. I don't usually drink. Yi Xian closed his eyes and shook his head. He really seldom drank alcohol. If he really took it back, he would just move it to another place. Okay, Mr. Yi, let's try some when we eat later. Seeing Yi Xian's refusal, the boss had to give up, and the other bosses finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now when they heard that they would give this jar of wine directly to Yi Xian, they almost cried. It's not that they are unwilling, but they have been drooling over this wine for who knows how long. If they really gave it to Yi Xian, they would definitely not be able to drink it. But now, this is the ending they most hope for. At least they can have a few sips, which is still good. Afterwards, everyone took a quick stroll in the wine cellar and then took the jar of wine and headed towards the club. After they sat down in the private room, everyone in the club knew the identities of these bosses and the dishes were served quickly. Seeing this, the boss opened the jar of wine and poured a glass for Yi Xian and the other bosses. As for the little ones, they definitely can't drink alcohol, and Wang Xinyo especially can't drink because of her stomach. Why isn't mine? Ling looked at the empty space in front of him and felt his appetite itch when he smelled the aroma of the wine. I'm sorry, Miss Long. This is my negligence. Seeing this, the boss smiled awkwardly, poured a glass for Ling, then picked up the glass, stood up and looked at Yi Xian. Mr. Yi. Welcome to the Maldives. I toast you. Mr. Yi. We didn't host a welcoming party for you before, so this can be considered as making up for it. As you wish, Mr. Yi, we'll get started. As they spoke, the bosses raised their glasses and happily drank this jar of premium wine that had been stored for more than 10 years. By now, the jar of wine is no longer in the state of water, but is more like a paste, and has a sticky feeling. Perhaps this is the reason why the ancients liked to use jade liquid and nectar to describe the finest wine. Yi Xian also drank a little. This was indeed a good wine, which became more fragrant as time went by and had a long aftertaste. But while everyone was enjoying the wine, the children were watching eagerly, wanting to taste what it tasted like. It smells so good. I want to have a taste. Look at Dad and Uncle, they drink it and it tastes really good. But we are still too young, and Mom and Dad will definitely not allow us to drink. The little ones spoke softly, somewhat afraid that their parents would hear them wanting to drink. This is something they themselves know. They are not suitable for drinking at their current age and cannot do this at all. But the boss's wine was so tempting that even they couldn't resist the urge to try it when they smelled the aroma. However, no matter how softly they spoke just now, they could not escape Yi Xian's ears. He looked at them with a smile. Dad, what's wrong with you? The little girls suddenly became panicked. Although Yi Xian hadn't said anything yet, their eyes had become evasive. Since you want to try it, that's no problem. Looking at the guilty expressions of the children, Yi Xian smiled happily, picked up the chopsticks, dipped them in some wine, and handed them to the little ones. Dad, can we really taste it? The girls were caught off guard by Yi Xian's sudden move and didn't quite believe it was true. It's okay, just try a little bit, it's no problem. Well, okay then. After Yi Xian said this, the girls no longer hesitated and gently licked the wine on the chopsticks. However, just a second ago, they were still imagining how delicious this wine must be, but the next second, when the girls actually tasted it, their faces suddenly turned bitter. Pa! It's so spicy. This doesn't taste good at all. Is this wine made from chili peppers? It's so unpalatable. So disappointing. So this is what it tastes like. My throat feels burning. Now that the little girls have tasted the sweetness, they have no interest in the wine anymore. What they really couldn't understand was that the aroma of the wine was so tempting just now, but why did it become something else when it entered their mouths? Ha ha ha, how is it? This wine tastes bad, doesn't it? Isn't it a bit different from what you imagined? Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud, and the others couldn't help it either, and a slight smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. Ladies, although my wine is good, you are still too young to drink it. Hey, you little girls are really interesting. Now you know what wine tastes like, right? You guys are so cute. Even if you are greedy in the future, you should know what you can and cannot be greedy for. The girls looked up at everyone with grievance, but there was still a faint smell of the pungent smell of alcohol in their mouths. We got it. We won't mess around again. As they spoke, the girls quickly picked up the drinks on the table and took a few gulps, which made the taste in their mouths a little lighter. After this little episode, even if the children smelled the aroma of wine again, they had no idea at all. They just ate other delicacies quietly. The signature dishes and special dishes of this restaurant were quite in line with their appetites. After a while, the children had almost finished eating, but they couldn't sit still and walked around in the private room. Seeing that the girls were busy, Yi Xian thought it was a good idea. At least they could digest their food after eating, which was better than sitting all the time. After making a lot of noise for a while, the girls felt a little tired and sat down to look at their phones. However, as he was watching, Yi Xian noticed a message push on his phone and his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly waved to the other little guys and said, "Hey! Look what this is!" This exclamation also attracted the attention of the other girls, who then came over to Yi Xian and looked at the screen with their eyes wide open. According to reliable information, tomorrow night, the above-mentioned areas will have the opportunity to see the lunar eclipse, and the Maldives is an excellent observation point. Chapter 483 Really? Really? The person who released the news seems to be a local astronomical meteorologist. This should be correct. He. It just so happens that we'll still be here tomorrow, so we must come out and see it for ourselves then. After seeing the news and the accompanying pictures, they suddenly became interested in the lunar eclipse and excitedly threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms. Dad, look at this, this is the news we just saw. Hey, Dad, we are so lucky. We can see the lunar eclipse here tomorrow. This is great, and it seems that our place is a good observation point. The girls looked at Yi Xian with a smile, and they had made it very clear that they all wanted to witness the grand spectacle of the lunar eclipse with their own eyes tomorrow. Yeah, we can go and see it, but do you all know what a lunar eclipse is? Yi Xian smiled and nodded in agreement, then asked the girls about their knowledge of the lunar eclipse. Dad, we all know this, it's the dog eclipsing the moon. I remember we read this in a fairy tale book. It said that a monster would swallow the moon. Dad, if the moon is really eaten by a monster, will we be unable to see anything at night? The girls only had a vague understanding of a lunar eclipse, so they subconsciously thought that the moon was really being swallowed. Ha, that's not what you meant. Yi Xian squatted down, rubbed the children's heads with a smile, and then began to explain to the children some information about the origin of this lunar eclipse. This lunar eclipse is a natural astronomical phenomenon, and has nothing to do with the heavenly dog you mentioned. The reason for the lunar eclipse is that it happens when the moon moves to the exact shadow position where we are. During this process, the entire sunlight in this area will be blocked by the Earth itself, which is why the moon looks like it is missing a small piece. So this is just a special phenomenon caused by covering it up. It has nothing to do with the rumors about the moon being eclipsed by a heavenly dog. Yi Xian explained the meaning of the lunar eclipse to the girls in detail and vividly, and the girls listened very carefully. However, regarding the rotation and revolution of the planets, they are still too small, so it is still a little difficult to understand. But at least they understood the general idea, and became more and more curious about the process and principle of the lunar eclipse, and looked at Yi Xian eagerly. Dad, we roughly understand, so can we go and have a look tomorrow? Yes, Dad. The news just said that this is very rare. We can't miss it. That's right. Dad, just take us there. Faced with the children's request, Yi Xian immediately agreed. Letting the girls see the lunar eclipse would also broaden their horizons. Okay, then wait until tomorrow night and Dad will take you to find a slightly more secluded place so that you can watch the entire process of the lunar eclipse. Yeah. Daddy is the best. The girls nodded excitedly, and their minds once again began to imagine the entire sky and the universe. Not long after, Yi Xian and his group finished their meal. Several bosses respectfully escorted them out of the restaurant and sent Yi Xian and his family to the car. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. You can contact us anytime if you need anything. Yes, Mr. Yi, you must not be polite to us. Ladies, take care. If you want to eat some fruit, just give me a call and I'll bring it to you. After seeing everyone off to the car, several CEOs still stood respectfully by, waving goodbye enthusiastically. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then closed the car window and took the children back to the hotel. However, after returning home, the girls were still thinking about the lunar eclipse the next night, and searched a lot of information and videos about it on the internet in advance. So this is how a lunar eclipse works. The universe is truly amazing. Yeah, compared to the moon and the sun, we are so tiny. No. I'm so excited. We can see the lunar eclipse with our own eyes tomorrow night. But seeing it online is not as shocking as seeing it with one's own eyes. They all wish they could go outside to see the lunar eclipse right now. Ling looked at their excited faces and felt helpless. But then he thought, maybe this is what every child has, the curiosity and desire to explore the world. The little girls were no exception, and were even more fascinated by it. Through this lunar eclipse, they were able to feel the vastness and mystery of the universe. There was also an inexplicable attraction that guided them to explore outside. For a moment, their watery eyes seemed to be filled with stars. That's great. That's the child. After quietly watching the children for a while, Ling took out his cell phone and began to prepare for watching the lunar eclipse the next day. As the saying goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. If you want to see the lunar eclipse more clearly, relying on your naked eyes is not enough. So Ling had to use some of her connections to temporarily arrange a set of the best stargazing equipment for the children. The boss on the other side who received the news did not dare to delay. He was about to take a break, but he quickly made arrangements. Finally, under the coordination of the boss, Ling was promised that the equipment would be delivered to the hotel the next morning. After doing all this, Ling smiled knowingly, walked to the window with ease, and began to look up at the sky above. But it would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. Once he looked at it, Ling suddenly discovered the problem and couldn't help but become worried. Although I had prepared the best stargazing equipment in advance, it would definitely not work in their place. This is the most luxurious island in the entire Maldives. It is brightly lit at night. How can you see the stars and the moon clearly? After thinking about it, Ling was out of ideas, so he had to tell Yi Xian about the problem, hoping that Yi Xian had a solution. Master, we can't do this here. It won't be a very good experience to watch the lunar eclipse here. Yes, that's true. Yi Xian nodded, and after just a moment's thought, he came up with an idea and said it calmly. Actually, this isn't a big problem. Let's find a place to set up the tent. What do you girls think? Putting up a tent? Sure, Dad. This is going to be fun. When the girls heard that they were going to set up a tent, their eyes immediately lit up, thinking that this would be a very interesting and fun thing to do. Chapter 484 Listening. After discussing for a while, it was getting late and everyone went to bed. When they woke up the next day, the stargazing equipment that Ling had contacted in advance was delivered to the hotel, and everyone began to prepare for watching the lunar eclipse at night. Ling took the little ones to tinker with the equipment that had just been delivered, while Yi Xian took Wang Xinyao to prepare some snacks and desserts for the children. After all, I will be back for a long time, so prepare some food and drinks, and feel more at ease. After making the snacks, Yi Xian went out alone to buy a few tents, and everything was ready. The girls were wandering around the hotel board, looking for various ways to kill time. After all, the lunar eclipse will be at night, so the earliest we can set off is in the afternoon. Finally, as the sun began to set and the temperature of the sunlight became warmer, time gradually shifted to the afternoon. Everyone put everything they had prepared in advance into the car and left the hotel amid the children's excited laughter. As for the location to watch the lunar eclipse, Yi Xian found a deserted beach and drove everyone here. The beach here is very clean and the seawater is very clear. Because few people come here, it seems very peaceful and quiet. Of course, the most important thing here is the view, which allows you to have a complete and unobstructed view of the entire starry sky. So this is undoubtedly a great place for stargazing, and the children are quite satisfied with it. Listening to the sound of waves and seagulls not far away, watching the setting sun gradually falling towards the horizon, time seems to freeze at this moment. The scene was so cozy and comfortable that the children almost forgot that they were here to see the lunar eclipse and were immediately immersed in the beautiful scenery. Girls, come and help Daddy set up the tent. At this moment, Yi Xian waved and called a few little guys over. Although there was still time, there was still a lot of preparation work to do. Okay, Dad. The children were very obedient. They put aside their reluctance to leave the scenery and came over to help Yi Xian set up the tent. Yi Xian, Wang Xinyao and Long Ling on the side were assembling the disassembled stargazing equipment, and soon they had finished everything neatly. Phew! Our tent is set up too. Here, a few little guys wiped their sweat, put their hands on their waists, looked at the tents in front of them, and immediately climbed in impatiently. I have to say that the tent prepared by Yi Xian was very comfortable. The children didn't even feel like they were on the beach when they stayed inside. They almost couldn't help but lie down comfortably. But at this time, Yi Xian didn't let them go in and lie down. Instead, he opened a few foldable portable chairs and pulled the children to sit next to him. Dad, it's still early. Are we just going to sit and wait like this? Yizi looked at the setting sun which had not yet set, and asked Yi Xian with a pouty mouth. How about this, you sit next to Dad and he will tell you some astronomy knowledge, do you want to listen? Yeah. I want to. As a result, the children suddenly became alert and looked at Yi Xian seriously, hoping to hear something that interested them. You girls are eager to learn. Then listen carefully and let Daddy explain it to you. First of all, let me ask you a small question. How do you think the universe was formed? Immediately, the children were stumped by Yi Xian's question. They bit their lips and thought for a long time before speaking unconfidently. Dad, was the universe created by aliens? This is such a difficult question. The universe is so huge. No, Dad, I can't think of any other possibility besides aliens. This question is indeed too difficult for the children, but what Yi Xian wants is not to get a satisfactory answer from them, but to induce them to think for themselves. In fact, it is very difficult for us to verify this question, but a scientist has previously made a guess about this issue. It's saying that the universe we live in was formed by a huge explosion countless trillions of years ago. After that explosion, many objects from the explosion were scattered all over the universe, and eventually formed our galaxy and countless other galaxies. And scientists have discovered that even now, the universe may still be expanding, and this is also because of a kind of energy called dark matter. This energy will generate a wonderful force that will be used to accelerate the continued expansion of the entire universe. Although this is just a guess, it is often the first step for us to think. Yi Xian was happily telling the children about the universe, which immediately stunned the children. They had never imagined and looked at the universe and galaxies in this way. At this moment, it seemed that they themselves and the entire Earth they were on had become much smaller. This undoubtedly aroused their endless curiosity to the greatest extent, and they listened more carefully to the knowledge Yi Xian said. Yi Xian was also not vague. He then talked about simple astronomical knowledge, then constellations, and then from constellations to the current human space exploration plan. Not to mention that the little guys were listening with fascination, even Wang Xinyao and Long Ling were sitting quietly by the side listening. Wow! Dad, you are so awesome. It turns out that astronomy is so interesting. The universe is so vast, there must be a lot of things worth exploring in the future. I want to grow up quickly. After listening to what my father said, I feel more and more interested in the sky. The girls all expressed that they had learned a lot. When they recalled the knowledge they had just heard from Yi Xian, they had even more fantasies about the universe and the starry sky. It seems as if at a certain moment, they themselves are in this vast universe, traveling through different galaxies, feeling the different beauty brought by different galaxies and planets. Afterwards, since they still had to wait for a while for the lunar eclipse, the children simply continued to listen to Yi Xian talk about more astronomical knowledge. Finally, before we knew it, the sunset in the sky finally sank below the sea level, and night gradually fell. Looking up at the sky at this time, you can already see some obvious stars, and the outline of the moon is gradually emerging. With the knowledge that Yi Xian had just told them, the little guy's feelings about the stars and the moon above the sky also underwent some subtle changes. Chapter 485 Sleep Well. Before, it seemed that the stars were just stars, they just shined, and the moon was just the moon, it just changed its shape. But now the children know that these stars are actually stars that are countless light years away from the Earth. And the moon, which seems small, is actually a huge monster. Ling, who was sitting nearby, saw how beautiful the quiet night sky was and began to use stargazing equipment to watch the sky above. As a top-notch astronomical telescope for stargazing, Ling feels that the stars seem to be different from usual. They appear to be brighter and more sparkling, with an indescribable sense of mystery. What's even more exaggerated is that while looking through the astronomical telescope, Ling actually saw many details on the surface of the moon. The mountains and the bumpy surface were much clearer. Come and see. You can see many beautiful stars now. The moon is beautiful too. The girls nearby heard it and hurried over, each using an astronomical telescope to observe the distant sky. Colorful, beautiful, majestic and magnificent, these are the best adjectives the girls can think of to describe the sky at this moment. Admiring the night sky on this quiet beach and observing the mystery and magnificence of the stars and the moon is definitely a romantic thing to the core. The place my father picked is so beautiful. It's such a treat to look at the sky from here. Hee. The equipment that Sister Ling got is also very good. I've never seen the sky so clearly before. These stars seem so far away from us. But they are so cute. Gazing at the sky, the girls couldn't help but open their mouths and sigh at the everlasting beauty. Perhaps all beauty is short-lived, but this starry sky is eternal. For thousands of years, ever since humans first looked up into the distance, they have been given many special meanings. Perhaps there is longing, perhaps there is love, or perhaps there is contemplation and yearning for the vast universe. Yishen looked at the girls with a smile, then looked up at the starry sky together. But suddenly he narrowed his eyes and reminded everyone. Look! There's a lunar eclipse coming. Really? The children were startled, their eyes fixed on the moon, looking forward to the next magical scene. Sure enough, not long after Yishen finished speaking, everyone saw the moon gradually disappearing from the left, as if it had been wiped out of thin air. You know what, the visual effect is just as the girls said, as if the moon was being eaten by a celestial dog, and was slowly getting smaller. Not long after, the moon, which was bright and round and emitting a faint white light, disappeared into the night. In an instant, it seemed as if the Earth had become much darker. Without the light of the moon, the other stars also became dim. At this moment in the sky, the shadow of the moon has completely disappeared, only some stars are still emitting faint light. However, this scene only lasted for less than a minute, and then the moon seemed to be slowly spit out by the heavenly dog, and the darkness receded like the tide. After a while, the moon appeared in front of everyone again, and everything seemed as if nothing had happened. The sky is still as peaceful, the moon is still as round, everything goes on, returning to its original state. The girls took turns using the astronomical telescope and saw the scene just now clearly. Wow! This is like magic. Could it be that the moon is playing hide and seek with us? It's really interesting. This is much better than the videos I found online. Yeah. We finally saw the lunar eclipse. And it's so clear. Seeing this, the girls couldn't control their excitement. The amazing sight of the lunar eclipse was deeply engraved in their memories. Although it all ended within just a few minutes, in the eyes of the children, it was as stunning as a meteor across the skyline. Even after all this was over, the children still didn't shift their gaze. It seems as if I want to continue observing the moon and the sky to see if there are any other changes due to the lunar eclipse. Yishen looked at the girls who were still looking at the sky, smiled and did not interrupt them, but took out the snacks and desserts he had prepared in the morning. Master! How do you know I'm hungry? When Ling saw the food, he swallowed his saliva and came over with a smile, and the little guys followed closely behind. Don't I know you guys? You're all greedy cats. Then I don't care. It's a waste if you don't eat it. In the following time, everyone ate something and gathered around the campfire to listen to Yishen talk about more strange stories about the universe. I don't know how much time has passed, whether it is Yishen or the children, they all feel more and more sleepy, so they all go back to the tent to sleep. The next morning, everyone woke up to the sounds of ocean waves and the cries of seagulls, and the morning sun generously shone its rays on the beach and the tents. Is it morning already? The girls muttered as they opened the tent and looked outside while rubbing their eyes. At this time, Yishen had already gotten up very early, rekindled a bonfire outside, and made himself a pot of hot tea. Haha, how was it? Did you sleep well in the tent? Holding a cup of hot tea, Yishen smiled and showed concern for the children's sleeping conditions. After all, this tent is not quite the same as a bed. Dad, we slept well and comfortably. Hee hee. I had a very beautiful dream last night. I love the feeling of sleeping in a tent. It's really cozy. The girls all nodded in unison, and all felt that they slept quite well. Then let's go back? We've been here for a long time. Yishan looked at the slowly rising sun, the sunlight shining warmly on his body. Although the scenery here was beautiful, it was time for them to go back. Yeah, okay, Dad. The girls nodded obediently and started to help clean up. Soon, the tent and the garbage were packed up. Yishan carried the tent on his back, while the children threw all the garbage into a trash can not far away. After finishing all this, some time has passed, and now we can set off back at any time. However, just when Yishan was arranging everyone to go back, a few little guys just stood there motionless, staring at the beach in front of them with stars in their eyes. What's wrong, girls? Why don't you leave? Seeing this, Yishan walked over puzzledly, and a few little guys then excitedly pointed at Yishan and looked at the beach, shouting excitedly. Chapter 486 Shell. Dad, look, there are so many shells on the beach. These shells are really beautiful. Dad, can we pick some before we go? Okay, Dad. We definitely won't waste much time. Seeing the little ones acting like spoiled brats to him, Yishan felt helpless, as he had no idea what to do with them. Okay. I'll help you pick them up over there. Yeah. Daddy is the best. Several little guys jumped 3 feet high in excitement and ran forward with their little feet spread out. Yishan could only follow behind and help the children collect these shells along the way. You know what, these shells are really pretty, no wonder they like them so much. Seeing this, Ling and Wang Xinyo had no choice but to step forward to help collect them. After a short while, they found a lot of nice ones. Wow! This is so beautiful. Was this pattern really there before? Nature is so amazing that it can make shells so beautiful. Hey! I like this. Look, isn't this color and pattern really cute? Looking at the bag full of shells, the girls couldn't help but squat on the ground and start picking them excitedly, and they almost forgot about going back. Okay girls, we should go back now, you can watch it slowly later. Seeing that if they were allowed to continue like this, not knowing how much time would be wasted, Yishan had no choice but to step forward and remind them. Okay, Dad. Let's go now. The girls blinked with guilt on their faces, packed up their beloved shells, and followed Yishan back to the hotel. Not long after returning to rest, everyone started to pack up their things. The girls sorted out their own little things and souvenirs, fearing that anything would be missed. Ling made a phone call to book a charter flight, and after everyone was ready, they set off for the airport. After a while, Yishan and others boarded the chartered plane, preparing to return to Huaxi. The girl leaned against the window, looking at the blue sky of Maldives, feeling a little reluctant to leave. This is indeed a beautiful place, so beautiful that it makes people linger and even want to live here forever. However, the girls still hope to return to China. After all, they still have their familiar home, school, and friends there. Just after the charter plane carrying Yishan and others took off, the bosses here learned the news that Yishan had returned. Several people stood together, looking in the direction of China. There seemed to be a white contrail faintly visible in the sky, left by an airplane flying by. Alas, Mr. Yi left so suddenly. We only had time to buy something and send him off. Yes. I really don't know when Mr. Yi will come over next time. It's still a bit regrettable that Mr. Yi didn't tell us this news. At this time, the bosses were all sighing. No one went to see Mr. Yi off, and Mr. Yi just went back like that. It's okay. Mr. Yi didn't tell us because he didn't want us to send him off. Another boss next to him smiled and shook his head, saying meaningfully, Mr. Yi probably wants to take his family back quietly and doesn't want too many of us to disturb him. Hearing this, the other CEOs nodded and agreed with the CEO's point of view. But for a long time afterwards, they were still staring at the horizon, until the sunlight became a little dazzling, and then they shifted their gaze. Here, a few little guys are sitting on the chartered plane, looking at the many specialties and souvenirs they have collected in the Maldives during this period. Add to that the photos and portraits that are full of memories, and the girls are really happy looking at them. These are the biggest proof that they have been to this beautiful place. It's great. I will always remember the Maldives. I will come back to visit again if I have the chance. Yeah. Let's come together, it's so beautiful here. Mom and Dad want to come with us, and so does Sister Ling. The girls looked at these things one by one and began to talk to themselves. The plane had just taken off not long ago, but they had already started planning the next trip. "Ah, you girls, we just left, you are too anxious." Long Ling covered her mouth and laughed secretly, while a few little guys stuck out their tongues at Long Ling in dissatisfaction. Sister Long Ling doesn't understand. The scenery here is really beautiful. That's right. This is a romantic place. Hee hee, after Sister Long Ling finds a lover, you can come here and play together. Suddenly, after hearing what the little guy said, Long Ling's cheeks turned a little red. Wang Xinyao, who was standing next to them, was feeling a little amused and helpless. She gently pinched the girl's ears and said, "Hey, you little guys, who taught you this? Mom, did we say something wrong?" The girls looked at Wang Xinyao with some grievance, as if they were afraid that they had really said something wrong just now. That's not wrong." Wang Xinyao hesitated for a while, but finally had to nod. "You girls are so naughty, you made your sister Long Ling blush." Yi Xian smiled happily, glanced at Long Ling, and then looked at the little guys. "Master, please stop talking." At this point, Long Ling couldn't help but wailing softly. The little ones had just said that it was okay, but after Yi Xian said this, her face became even redder. You're not a little girl anymore, why are you still being so shy?" Yi Xian complained helplessly and didn't say anything else. Instead, he spoke to the girls. "We have nothing to do now, so why don't we take out the shells and glue them together and make a handicraft? Anyway, it will take some time to arrive in China, so Yi Xian simply suggested using shells to pass the time." Hee hee. Daddy is the one with the idea. This will definitely be fun. The little ones became excited after hearing this, and nodded quickly. Then they took out shells and glue and started tinkering with them. What should I do? Looking at the shells and tools in front of them, the children didn't know what to do for a moment, so they had to look to Yi Xian for help. "It's okay, just use your imagination and do whatever you want. Daddy will be here to help you." Yi Xian did not choose to restrict the children's thinking. After all, children's imagination is the most unconstrained and should not be constrained. "Yeah, okay, Dad." Chapter 487, Not Bad. After hearing what Yi Xian said, the girls felt relieved and began to focus all their attention on creation. Although it is just glued together piece by piece, the process is relatively easy and simple. But the children are always paying attention to the overall shape and using their imagination as much as possible. Yi Xian also helped from time to time, pointing out the girls' mistakes and areas for improvement. This went on for a while, and the shape of a rock spreading its wings was finally created by the girls and Yi Xian working together. Wow! It's actually a big rock. So majestic. Did we really make this? It's so beautiful. Hee hee, it looks so lifelike, as if the rock is about to spread its wings and fly away. The girls were very satisfied with their works and enjoyed admiring them from all angles. Finally, they took out their paintbrushes and carefully painted a pair of eyes for Dolphin. You know what, it really looks like a rock spreading its wings and flying, and Long Ling on the side was amazed when he saw it. Amazing. I've seen this thing sold at tourist attractions before, but I didn't expect you guys to actually make it for yourself. In Long Ling's previous impression, this thing was placed at the highest position on the tourist attraction booth in the Maldives. I believe that if this is possible, the price of this thing will not drop at all. I just didn't expect that the master and a few little guys could actually restore an identical one, and no matter how you look at it, it's better looking than the one at that scenic spot. After finishing the handicrafts, the girls ate something and waited for Dolphin's glue to dry and stabilize before carefully putting it away. Half a day passed, and everyone felt the plane slowly descending to the airport, and they all suddenly woke up from their drowsiness. Dad, are we there yet? HAAA. How long have we been sleeping? I feel like we arrived faster than when we left. Great, we can go home now. A few little guys rubbed their sleepy eyes, looked at the familiar scenery outside the window excitedly, and couldn't help but feel a little excited. After all, China is their home. Even if the Maldives is good, it does not count as their belonging. Only home is their home. Carrying their luggage, Yi Xian and his group got off the chartered plane, then walked out of the airport. Tang Hao drove them back to the villa. After arriving home, everyone hurriedly packed their luggage and returned to their respective rooms to rest and adjust to the jet lag. After a day's interval, on the third morning, the children got up early, put on their school bags, and were sent back to school by Yi Xian. When I walked into the classroom, a few little ones had just arrived, and the other children came over. Ah! Yi Jing, you guys are back. That's great. We missed you so much, you are finally back. Where did you go? Was it fun? Suddenly, the other children in the class began to care about the girls, and during the few days they were away, they were looking forward to their return. Hey, we went to the Maldives. It was so much fun. The scenery there is really beautiful. Yi Jing shared with the children with a smile, and they were also very happy to meet their friends. Then, they took out some specialties and souvenirs they had bought in the Maldives and started distributing them to the children. Hee hee. By the way, we also brought a lot of souvenirs and specialties for everyone has a share. Really? Yi Jing, you guys are so nice. Thank you. This made the other children even happier, and they held the specialties and souvenirs in their hands with great joy. Although they were not worth much, they didn't care at all. They just thought that these things were brought by Yi Jing and his friends from thousands of miles away, and they were happy and touched at the same time. Jing, what fun things did you do in the Maldives? Can you share it with us? Zhou Xiaodan hugged Yi Jing with a smile and asked about interesting things about the Maldives. Yi Jing was happy to share them with everyone. Well, when we went to the Maldives this time, the first thing we talked about was the scenery there. The scenery there is very beautiful, with blue sea and blue sky. It is breathtaking. And Mom and Dad took us diving, had a seafood dinner, visited a sand sculpture exhibition, and made sand sculptures myself, but some of them didn't look very good. By the way, we also brought a lot of photos and portraits here, you can take a look. As they spoke, Yi Jing and a few other girls took out printed photos and albums to share with other children. Wow! Really? The scenery in Maldives is so beautiful. The sea and sky here are so beautiful. Yi Jing and Yi Xia, you look so good in the photos. After you put on your makeup and changed your clothes, you look just like the little princesses in the fairy tale book that my dad bought for me. I wish we could go take a photo shoot someday, and I also want to go to the Maldives. Suddenly, looking at these photos and portraits, the children couldn't help but feel envious. They don't have the opportunity to go to the Maldives for a good trip, and looking at these photos, they feel itchy in their hearts. Really, Yi Jing, I'm so envious of you. Your parents are so good to you. Yes. I will go and tell my parents about it. I want to study hard and ask them to take me to the Maldives in the future. Well, actually, we don't have to go to the Maldives. I also want to be like you, put on beautiful clothes and take these fairy-like photos. For a moment, the children were extremely envious, but they were also more curious about the experience of Yi Jing and the other little ones this time. Yi Jing, can you tell us more? Did you encounter any interesting things this time? Yeah, wait a minute, let me think about it. Yi Jing bit her fingers gently, and suddenly her eyes lit up, and she remembered the stranded dolphin she met on the beach before. Oh, right. I remember now. When we went to the food production area last time, we passed by a beach and encountered a little dolphin that was about to be stranded. We were not sure what it was at the time, so we had to get out of the car and walk over to it. We never expected it to be real. Hearing this, the other children couldn't help but sweat, and were very worried about what would happen to the little dolphin next. Jing, is little dolphin okay? Nothing happened, right? Chapter 488, Well Behaved. It's okay. Later, we worked together to lift the little dolphin up and carried it back into the sea. The little dolphin was still very lively and finally swam back into the sea. After hearing this, the other children felt relieved, but they started to ask Yi Jing about the origin of the ingredients. At this time, the teacher also came in. Seeing the children gathered together, he couldn't help but feel curious. Hey! Are these little guys having a story time here so early in the morning? The teacher muttered in confusion, and even though it was not yet time for class, he leaned forward to listen to what the children were saying. At this time, Yi Jing was talking about the delicious food she had eaten in the food-producing areas of the Maldives. Many of these things were things the other children didn't even know about, and they were very confused. What? A whole head of dried abalone. This is too much. But the teacher behind him knew about this thing. He was stunned when he heard it and was immediately envious. You know, although she knew this, she was also well aware of the luxury involved, but after listening to what these little guys said, it seemed as if it was not worth mentioning at all. But the most impressive thing for us was the lunar eclipse we saw earlier. Here, Yi Xia was talking to other children about the lunar eclipse they had seen before, which immediately attracted the attention of all the children. Xia, what is this lunar eclipse? It sounds amazing. Dad told us that a lunar eclipse is caused by the movement of the moon. It is a natural astronomical phenomenon. This is because the moon moves into the shadow of the Earth, and then a lunar eclipse will be seen in the area between the Earth and the moon. The reason is actually very simple. It's because at this time, the middle area will be blocked by the Earth because of the sunlight, so it looks like the moon is missing a piece. At this time, not only were the children listening with great interest and feeling that they had learned a lot, but even the teacher couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that staying with their father Yixian is much better than staying in school. This is the true meaning of reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles. The knowledge and experience of these children have far surpassed their peers. Ding ding ding. After a while, the class bell rang on time, and the teacher quickly reminded the students to return to their seats. Students, class is about to start. Everyone, please go back to your seats and take out your books. Okay, teacher. The children were well behaved and immediately returned to their seats, sitting upright and taking out their books to prepare for class. Here, the children started the class as usual. After a while, the head teacher walked in. In an instant, the attention of these little ones, who had originally been distracted, was instantly drawn to the teacher, and they all blinked their little eyes at him. Children, I may need your help to deal with the weeds on the playground. It rained not long ago, and now many weeds have grown. Let's get started. Now, teacher? The children were still a little confused, but the excitement in their eyes betrayed their inner feelings. After all, compared to attending classes, weeding on the playground is definitely more fun. This is the nature of children. Yes, right now, everyone hurry out, we have to hurry. The head teacher smiled and nodded. For a moment, the children in the classroom almost jumped up and ran outside excitedly. They waved their little hands and babbled all the way, making the teachers and the head teacher burst into laughter. Great! I don't have to go to class anymore. Hee hee. What we like most is working. Yi Jing, Yi Xia, let's go. Do we need to bring some gadgets? However, for children at this stage, imparting knowledge in cultural subjects is certainly important, but labor education is also indispensable. In less than a moment, all the children had run out of the classroom. The head teacher hurriedly caught up and stopped the children who were running around. Wait, kids. We still have to get the tools. Oh. I almost forgot. As a result, the children stopped and followed the class teacher obediently, and went to the utility room to find some suitable tools. Ha! What is this? Yishi squatted in the corner of the utility room, rummaging around, and suddenly found a small hoe. Hey, this must be suitable for weeding. After seeing clearly what it was, Yishi wiped the dust off it with great joy and felt it was very comfortable in her hand. After a while, the other little ones also found suitable tools for their own use, and followed the main group to the playground. Children, let's gather together first. The teacher will say a few words to you first. But before officially starting to weed, the class teacher gathered all the children together. After all, they were still very young and needed to be reminded about safety issues. Well, today, teacher, I am very happy to see that all the students are very active, and I am very proud of you. But before you start weeding, the teacher still wants to give you a few words of advice. No matter whether we can complete the work today or not, safety comes first. Students cannot pull weeds with their hands. You must use the small tools you have, because some weeds are very sharp and can hurt you if you are not careful. And students should also pay attention to whether there are other students around when using tools, and make sure not to hurt other students. Do you understand? Teacher, we got it. The children answered in loud voices, and now they couldn't wait any longer, rubbing their hands and getting ready to do something big. Okay. Let's get started. Yeah. We can finally start. Then, all the children rushed to move, waving the tools in their hands, and began to clear the weeds in the entire playground. Yi Yun and Yi Zi were clearing the weeds around the playground together. They were searching with great energy and muttering to themselves while doing so. Little grass, little grass. Although you are very cute, for the cleanliness of our campus, we must eradicate you all. Don't be angry. Yes. We will definitely be very gentle and try not to make you feel any pain. You have to cooperate with us too. The head teacher was observing the children everywhere to ensure their safety, but as he was walking, he happened to come across the two of them. Chapter 489 Underestimation. When the head teacher heard the two little guys, Yi Yun and Yi Zi, whispering to the weeds, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking how could this be so cute? As expected, children are children. These inconspicuous weeds may not be worth mentioning in the eyes of adults. But in the eyes of children, they are also part of this world and are living beings with flesh and blood. They long to talk to them, as if they believed they could understand them. Although they received no response in the end, they still firmly believed it. After looking at it for a few times with a smile, the head teacher saw that there was nothing wrong here and went to observe other children. Speaking of these children, they are very enthusiastic right now. They are working hard and don't feel tired at all. However, after a while, many children still felt sore hands and waists, and their movements were much smaller than before. There were even a few children who were sitting by the flower bed and starting to be lazy, drinking water with gulps, their heads covered with sweat. There is no way, they are still children after all. Even if their energy is unlimited, their physical strength is not. But these are not the things that the class teacher is most worried about. What she is most worried about are Yi Jing and the other little ones. Talking about their academic studies, I have never been worried about them at all. Every day in the office, I can hear teachers of various subjects, even teachers who have only seen a few of the little ones, praising them. Their homework is always the cleanest, their handwriting is the neatest, they are 100% focused in class, and they are also able to actively answer questions. When they meet teachers on campus, no matter whether they are their teachers or not, they will always greet them politely and cutely, and give them a sweet smile. Just imagine, there is no teacher who doesn't like these little cuties who are good at studying, polite and sensible. When they are mentioned, their lips will be full of smiles. But after all, these are all about learning or etiquette, but today is different, this is labor. Not only is the class teacher aware of the family conditions of Yi Jing and the other little ones, everyone in their school, from the faculty and staff to the principal, knows it very well. She can no longer be called a lady from a noble family, she is simply a little princess who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. The class teacher is always worried about whether they will do such labor, whether they will feel bored, or simply don't like to participate. Given their family background, they don't need to do these chores at all. Isn't this a bit difficult for them? Come on, little guys. The teacher believes you can do it. However, the head teacher still cheered them on in his heart and focused more attention on them. But not long after, the head teacher discovered that something was not right, as if his previous thoughts were just groundless worries. Yi Jing and the other little ones not only use these tools skillfully to weed, but they do it more easily than other children. This kind of work seemed to be just to warm up for them. After a long while, they still didn't get red in the face or out of breath, and even looked very relaxed. But compared to the other children, many were already exhausted and out of breath, some were drinking water, some were resting. These little guys are really unexpected. The head teacher stared at it blankly, with a smile murmured at the corner of his mouth. That's right, this is exactly what she wanted to see. It seems that she had indeed underestimated them in this place. What she didn't expect was that this was not the end. Yi Jing actually started to organize the classmates to divide the work and cooperate. Because many students had already rested on the side, the weeds they had dealt with were gathered together, and the scene looked a bit messy. So Yi Jing simply thought of dividing the students into different groups and making them responsible for different tasks. In this way, both efficiency and other aspects would be greatly improved. Xiaoxi and Xiaoxia, you can form a group with students who are a little tired. You don't have to be responsible for weeding. Just clean up the weeds that have been uprooted. Xiaozi, Xiaoyun, you and I will form a team with other students, and we will be responsible for the main weeding work. Yi Jing was like a little adult at this moment, directing everyone in an orderly manner. They were quickly divided into two groups, responsible for different tasks. Okay. We'll listen to squad leader Yi Jing. The classmates were all very convinced by Yi Jing, and they all tacitly carried out the plan proposed by Yi Jing. As a result, the efficiency and speed of the entire weeding work have been qualitatively improved. Even the weeds that have been cleared by special students. And it must be said that no matter what the Yi Jing girls are responsible for, they work much harder than other students. Yi Jing, who was in the lead, was now covered in sweat, but he still insisted on staying at his post, not daring to stop for a moment. She knew that she was the class monitor and played a leading role, so no matter what, she had to do her best so that she could lead others. The other little ones have the same temperament as their sister Yi Jing. If they are going to do something, they must do it to the best of their ability. No one is lazy or slacking off. The sun began to rise gradually and the weather became much hotter, but the children were still full of energy and put all their energy into weeding the school playground. The other children were also unknowingly inspired by the atmosphere created by Yi Jing and the other girls. It seemed as if they had endless energy. No matter who they were, they worked harder. The head teacher was filled with emotion when he saw this scene. He could hardly believe that these half-grown children had such execution and cohesion. Of course, she also knew that all this was thanks to Yi Jing and the other girls. It was because of their leadership that the students were so motivated. Alas, it seems that I have underestimated these children. The head teacher couldn't help but feel ashamed. Thinking about his previous worries, he found them a bit ridiculous. He couldn't help but look at Yi Jing and the other little guys in a different light. With such a family and such a background, they can still achieve such excellence in all aspects. This is definitely not something that can be shaped by just school education. This is definitely mostly due to their family education. It seems that Mr. Yi has devoted a lot of effort to their education. As their class teacher, she just felt that these little ones had far surpassed other children of their age in terms of learning ability and knowledge reserves. Chapter 490 Active. But judging from the current situation, they cannot be compared with children of the same age even in terms of organizational and labor abilities. What kind of horrible family education can shape such a child? Even I, a frontline class teacher who has been engaged in education for many years, have to reflect on it. While the head teacher was still sighing and thinking in his heart, all the children were still weeding in full swing as usual. Captain Yi Jing, we have already dealt with all the weeds here, let us help you. Yes, no problem. Other students who are responsible for cleaning the floor, please pay attention and make sure to clean it up thoroughly, just like we clean the classroom. Don't worry, squad leader Yi Jing, we will definitely clean it well and make sure it is spotless. Here, the students have become more and more skilled. Those in charge of weeding no longer take half a day to remove a single weed. Instead, they remove every weed they see. The students who were cleaning up the weeds that had been dug out were also sweeping up the dust with brooms, and throwing all the dirt and debris into the garbage recycling area on the side. Some students completed the work at hand and went back to see if other places needed help. No one was idle. However, at this moment, a little boy who was in charge of weeding on Yi Jing's side was about to pick up a hoe to remove a lush weed under his feet, but Yi Jing suddenly shouted to stop. Wait a minute. There's a little flower here. Following Yi Jing's voice, the little boy stopped what he was doing, and then he discovered that there was a small yellow flower blooming next to the weed. Yi Jing hurriedly walked forward and looked at the flowers at her feet with fondness, with starlight twinkling in her eyes, as if she had glimpsed the beauty of the whole world from the small flower. The little flower is innocent. I'll pluck it first. This way, at least it can bring its beauty to more people instead of being chopped into pieces by the hoe. Yi Jing gently picked the small yellow flower, put it to her nose and smelled it gently, and immediately felt a burst of floral fragrance blooming. Seeing this, the little boy smiled and nodded, then continued with the weeding work at hand. Yi Jing admired the flowers in her hand for a while, and then she realized that these brightly colored flowers were blooming in many places where weeds were growing around them. Yi Xia, Yi Shi, and Yi Yun, Yi Zi, please pay attention to the small flowers under your feet. We can collect them and they will definitely look beautiful. Without thinking twice, Yi Jing quickly told her other sisters that they could collect these beautiful flowers while weeding. Yes, we got it. Don't worry, Sister Yi Jing. The other little guys nodded when they heard this and began to pay attention to these flowers. When clearing the weeds, they also consciously paid attention to picking and collecting them. Let us help you collect them. Yes, we must unite. As long as squad leader Yi Jing says so, we will help together. These little flowers are really beautiful. If we collect them into a small bouquet, they will be even more beautiful. Similarly, the other children also started to collect together, but they did not slack off on the main task of weeding. Just like that, after a short while, with a shovel from Yi Jing's side, the last weed broke through the soil. In this way, the entire weeding task was successfully completed, and the little guys also collected a few handfuls of brightly colored flowers. Yeah! We finally did it! Now the playground is clean again. Did we really do this together? I can't believe it. It turns out that labor is such a fulfilling thing. I want to work more often in the future. The children happily raised their tools and danced to celebrate the complete success. The head teacher at the side also walked towards them with a smile. You guys are awesome. You're such a proud teacher. Every child deserves to perform today. The head teacher immediately gave a thumbs up to all the children, and the children who received the praise were even more excited. Afterwards, the head teacher looked at Yi Jing and the other little ones, his face filled with deep affection, and said sweetly. But today the teacher still wants to praise Yi Jing and the others. They were the most focused and hard-working during the entire labor process. And their organizational skills are also seen by everyone. Not only did they lead the students to clear the weeds here, but they also cleaned the playground so cleanly. This is the credit of Yi Jing and her classmates, and also the credit of every student. Let's give a round of applause to yourselves and Yi Jing and her classmates. As soon as the head teacher finished speaking, there was warm applause at the scene. The children's faces were filled with relaxation and joy, and they were proud of themselves and Yi Jing and the other girls. Team leader Yi Jing, you guys are the best. You guys have made a lot of contributions today. Yes. Yi Jing and Yi Xia, you are so amazing. I admire you so much. I am so happy today. We have done something very meaningful together. For a moment, the children kept praising Yi Jing and the other little ones, and felt unforgettable for everything their group had accomplished today. However, when the children were dancing and celebrating, the head teacher did not forget to remind the children. Ahem. Okay, classmates, we have almost finished celebrating. Now put your tools back, wash your hands, and go to the classroom to rest for a while. We still have classes to attend later. Okay, teacher. Let's go right away. The children nodded obediently in unison, then held hands, hummed little songs and ran towards the utility room where the tools were stored. After putting their things away and washing their hands, the children returned to the classroom immediately, took out the textbooks for the next class, and sat in their seats with peace of mind. The head teacher watched quietly outside the classroom with a smile on his face. These children are so sensible. In the following time, the children focused their attention on the classroom again. I don't know if it was because of the motivation of labor, but the children in the classroom today were also unusually active. Both their concentration and enthusiasm in answering questions gave teachers of various subjects a big surprise. Since students love to listen, teachers are naturally happy to teach. The atmosphere of today's class makes both children and teachers feel at ease. As time passed, it was soon time to go home from school. The crisp bell rang and the teacher on the stage stopped his lecture. Chapter 491 Goodbye. Kids, it's time to go home from school. See you tomorrow. Goodbye, teacher. On this sunny and comfortable afternoon, Yi Jing and other little ones quickly packed their school bags, hurried out of the classroom and came outside the school. They were holding several bouquets of flowers that they had collected earlier and were looking for Yi Xian everywhere. Daddy's there. I see Daddy. Soon, Yi Xi excitedly pointed to the other side, where Yi Xian was leaning against the extended custom version of the Rolls-Royce, waving at the children lovingly. Dad! We're here! All of a sudden, several little ones ran out and came to Yi Xian one by one, which made the parents around them couldn't help but laugh. Oh my! Whose cute baby is this? It's so adorable. Yeah, I don't know about that dad. He is so lucky to have a few cute little ones like him. Hey! These kids look so familiar. I can't remember them, but they are so cute and pretty. For a moment, as many parents' attention was focused on the little ones, they were smiling and handing the flowers in their hands to Yi Xian. Dad, this is for you. These are the flowers we picked at the school playground. Dad, these flowers smell so good, do you want to smell them? Hee hee. It's great to see Daddy as soon as I go out. The children handed the flowers to Yi Xian, and then rushed into Yi Xian's arms, making the parents around them envious. Ah, you girls. Let's go home. Yeah. I want Daddy to carry me in the car. Okay. Then today Daddy will hug you one by one. Dad, we love you. You're the best dad in the world. After playing for a while, Yi Xian carried the little guys one by one into the car and took them back home. Mom. Sister Long Ling. We have prepared a surprise for you. As soon as I walked into the house, a few little ones called Wang Xinyao and Long Ling in their baby voices and handed the remaining flowers to them. Thank you, my baby. Mommy loves it. Ha, follow Sister Long Ling, I'll help you deal with these flowers. Wang Xinyao took the flowers with a smile, and Long Ling beside her was also very happy. Then, like a child, she led the little ones to find a vase to put the flowers in. In the evening, after the children finished their dinner, they were whispering about something. When they finished their discussion, Yi Jing took the lead and came to Long Ling. Hey, good evening, Sister Long Ling. A few little guys winked at Long Ling, but Long Ling's face was full of questions. He wondered if these little guys were up to something bad again. You little guys, what are you going to do now? Sister Long Ling, we need your help. The girls acted coquettishly and snuggled into Long Ling's arms, blinking their little eyes and saying with a smile. Sister Long Ling, we are about to take the exam, can you help us review math? This. The corner of Long Ling's mouth twitched, and he looked at the little guys helplessly, wailing softly in his heart. Oh my god. I am a super business genius girl with an IQ of 180, but now I have fallen to the point of teaching elementary school mathematics? Sister Long Ling, why don't you say anything? Could it be that Sister Long Ling doesn't know our math problems? That's impossible. Then we can only go find Dad. Seeing that Long Ling didn't speak for a long time, the little ones looked at her with some confusion, and even worried that this request was too difficult for Sister Long Ling. Hearing what the kids said, Long Ling couldn't sit still any longer. My goodness, even if he was underestimated, it shouldn't be like this, right? Ahem. What are you thinking about, little guys? Your sister Long Ling is very powerful, okay? Come on. Great. I told you Sister Long Ling is okay. The children nodded happily, and quickly found some questions and knowledge points that they didn't know how to answer from their school bags, and placed them all in front of Long Ling. Long Ling was not vague at all. She explained it to the children one by one and also taught them some special methods. See? This type of question can be calculated this way. Isn't it less complicated? Yeah. Sister Long Ling is so amazing. Our teacher hasn't even told us this method. The children tried the method Long Ling mentioned and got the answer easily. They all found it magical. So afterwards, the children listened much more attentively. In just 1 hour, they felt that they had learned a lot and had a thorough understanding of the previous knowledge. You little guys are quite smart. Not bad, not bad. Long Ling, who was speaking till his mouth was dry, drank some water and gave the children a thumbs up. She really is worthy of being the master's daughter. She is so talented and can basically learn anything she is told. Sister Long Ling is also very good. We will need Sister Long Ling to teach us in the future. The children also recognized Long Ling, and hurriedly digested the new things they had just learned. After that, the children rested for a while, and then went to exercise with Yi Xian and learn other things as usual. Today's subject of study is music. Sitting in the living room, Long Ling couldn't help but sigh as she listened to the melodious piano music coming from the open study room nearby. Given the learning abilities of these little guys, and the all-around master teaching them with all his might, how terrifying will things be in the future? Moreover, it is really rare for a child to have such enthusiasm for learning and self-discipline at such a stage when he is already very playful. But in fact, Long Ling also knew that these little ones didn't dislike playing, it's just that the things they liked to play were different. Learning music and playing the piano was very fun for them, and listening to Yi Xian telling some unheard-of knowledge is also very fun. Combining education with entertainment is perhaps the best way of education. It is obvious that these little guys are enjoying it. Thinking of this, accompanied by the pleasant piano sound, Long Ling unconsciously closed his eyes and listened attentively. Here, Yi Xian was letting the children take turns playing the songs they had learned before, and he was very satisfied. The children's piano skills have improved 1,000 times compared to when they first started learning, and now they can be said to have achieved some success. Chapter 492, Vastness. That's right. Astronomy. Suddenly, Yi Xian suddenly remembered the night when the children were on the island in Maldives. That time, they showed a strong interest in astronomy, and he saw it too. Yi Xian thought about it and felt that if this was the case, he should do something. Girls, practice on yourselves first. Daddy is going to make a phone call. Yeah, okay, Dad. After giving instructions, Yi Xian walked out of the study and went to the slightly more secluded balcony on the other side. He took out his cell phone and made a call. The next morning, the children all went to class, and several light trucks also arrived at the gate of the villa in a mighty manner. Hearing the noise outside, Yi Xian smiled slightly, knowing that the things he had ordered had arrived, and walked out leisurely. The man in the lead was holding an acceptance form in his hand. When he saw Yi Xian coming out, he quickly came up to greet him warmly. You are Mr. Yi, right? Has the equipment you ordered arrived? Please sign for it. The other party respectfully handed over the form and pen. Yi Xian smiled, nodded, and signed his name. Undoubtedly, according to the records on the list, these are all high-precision stargazing instruments. And these are not ordinary instruments, they are extremely professional equipment and their value is quite high. Okay, Mr. Yi, we can install it for you anytime. The man took back the acceptance form signed by Yi Xian and nodded slightly, but out of curiosity, he still chose to ask one more question. By the way, Mr. Yi, excuse me for asking, what kind of research do you want to do with these instruments? Looking at Yi Xian's decent attire and elegant temperament, coupled with such a luxurious and quiet villa, the man had already preconceived that Yi Xian was an astronomer. And if it weren't for this, they wouldn't have ordered such high-end and expensive equipment. If it were a laboratory with less funds, it would probably be difficult to order one or two of them. Even Yi Xian rarely sees someone like him, and he is even more curious about what it is used for. It's not really for research, it's mainly for the kids. Children are quite interested in astronomy, so I thought that using these devices could help them see farther. Forehead. Unexpectedly, after hearing what Yi Xian said, the other party was stunned. He stood there with the signature pen and acceptance form in his hands, and he didn't know how long he had been standing there. Oh my god. I bought so many things just to show them to my kids. This is too cruel. He is the one who is in charge of the sales and transportation this time. No one knows the value of these things better than him. This includes not only some top-level high-frequency astronomical telescopes, but also NASA-specific radiation receivers, planetariums, GPS systems. A complete set of equipment like this can be directly equipped into a large astronomical station. But Yi Xian, who was standing in front of him, bought these things not for research, but just because the children were interested in astronomy. The man was completely dumbfounded, and couldn't help thinking to himself that it was a good thing that he was just interested in astronomy. He was 200% sure that if the children were interested in weapons, Yi Xian would even get them an arsenal. This is no longer something that can be described as heroic, it is simply outrageous. Okay, Mr. Yi. We will install it for you right away. I hope you and your children will like it. After a long time, the man finally reacted with a trembling voice, and quickly asked the installers to remove the equipment and install it. Because they all knew that this was an important customer, the installers and men did not dare to neglect it. They carefully unloaded the equipment and then assembled and installed it meticulously. When it was night, Yi Xian went to pick up the little ones from school. Along the way, the little ones were very impatient. Because I had told them there was a little surprise before they got on the bus, and then the children started to act coquettishly and ask about it. But no matter what, Yi Xian just smiled and didn't say anything, so the children's appetite was really whetted. We're finally home. Where's the surprise you mentioned, Dad? As soon as they got off the bus, the children started searching all the way with their small school bags on their backs, their bright eyes wide open, not wanting to miss a single corner. Okay, follow me. Yi Xian rubbed the children's heads lovingly, and then took them directly to a large room on the top floor of the villa. It's right here. Come in and take a look. Aha! The children were so excited that they were speechless. They quickly pushed the door open and saw that the room was filled with stargazing equipment. Wow! What a big telescope! I think I can even see the small hill on the moon. Dad! Why does this place look like a research institute? So interesting and cool. Hee. These are used to look at the stars, right? They must be very interesting. Looking at the room full of instruments, the children's faces were all flushed with excitement, and they looked here and touched there. Girls, come here, Daddy will show you the stars with this. Yi Xian waved his hand and asked the children to come to the astronomical telescope. He adjusted the equipment casually and let the children watch it one by one. Oh my god! What a beautiful starry sky! Suddenly, the children saw a beautiful starry sky beyond words. Countless stars were emitting light of varying intensities, as if they were blinking at them. Girls, we are standing on the Earth, but we can see no less than 6,000 or 7,000 stars. And do you know? Maybe at this very moment when we are talking, a star will be destroyed, and another star will be born. The universe has evolved through extinction and rebirth. You still have a lot to learn. While the children were looking at the stars, Yi Xian also explained the corresponding knowledge. They were all listening attentively. At this moment, it was as if they were in the Milky Way, feeling the mystery of the starry sky and the vastness of the universe. Finally, as time passed, it was time to go to bed, but the girls' thoughts were still lingering on the starry sky. Their eyes, as bright as starlight, are full of curiosity and desire to explore everything in the sky above their heads, and they record every star observed with instruments. Chapter 493 Long Ling is gone. Yi Xian was very pleased to see the children so serious. Although these little guys are young, their desire for knowledge is quite strong. Okay girls, it's almost time for today, it's time for you to go to bed and rest. After looking at the current time, Yi Xian did not let the girls continue and reminded them that it was time to go to bed. This couldn't help but make their faces look disappointed, as they all felt they hadn't seen enough and wanted to continue appreciating the charm of the endless starry sky. Yi Shi looked at Yi Xian eagerly. Although she wanted to continue watching the stars, she knew that it was time to rest, so she could only speak in a low voice timidly. Dad, how about we go camping in the yard? Camping? Why would we want to camp out of nowhere? Although Yi Xian was confused, he still squatted down and asked patiently. Dad, if we sleep in the yard, won't we be able to see the sky all night long? The other girls also became interested. Knowing that it was useless for Sissi to say it alone, they had to act coquettishly to Yi Xian together and gently shook Yi Xian's arm. Dad, Sissi's idea is very good. Just think about it, it must be very romantic for us to fall asleep under the starry sky. We can just cover ourselves thicker then, and we won't get sick. Dad, just agree to our request. Otherwise, we won't be able to sleep well in the house. Looking at these little guys with rosy faces and shining eyes, Yi Xian's mouth twitched, thinking that these little guys are getting better and better at this. Ahem, no, you guys should stay in your room and sleep well today. But he still didn't agree to them. If they got a taste of the sweetness, they would be in for even greater trouble in the future. Besides, it's quite cool outside at night, and it would be bad if you catch a cold. No, Dad. Just think about it, okay? But the girls were still unwilling to go into the house and sleep, and continued to pout and beg Yi Xian. There's nothing to think about. It's too cold outside. Just stay in the house and sleep. Be obedient. After refusing again, Yi Xian saw that the girls were still motionless, smiled bitterly and shook his head, then reached out to grab them and take them back to the house to sleep. Run! Dad is going to catch us. Unexpectedly, as soon as Yi Xian stretched out his hand, Yi Jing led her sisters to run out. Yi Xian stood there with empty hands, looking at the girls' backs as they trotted out, feeling so embarrassed that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But it seems that if they don't go out for a walk tonight, they really won't be able to sleep. Thinking about this, Yi Xian did not continue to chase them. He could only catch them back after they ran for a while. About 15 minutes later, Yi Xian led Wang Xinyao and Long Ling to the yard and asked them to help catch the little guys. Dad brought Mom and sister Long Ling to catch us. Run! Dad is bullying people, how can he ask for help? Hee. This is so fun. However, these girls thought it was very fun and they spread out their little feet and ran around in the courtyard, giving Yi Xian and his friends a headache just watching them. However, Yi Xian couldn't bear to beat or scold these little ones, and the same went for Wang Xinyao. Long Ling even treated them as her own sisters. So everyone had no choice but to bite the bullet and catch them one by one, and it took a while before they were able to catch them back to the room. After the farce died down, the children lay in bed under the quilt, still giggling. Even though they were caught, they still had a lot of fun. Okay, I'm really impressed by you little guys. You should go to sleep now. All of you stop giggling and cover yourself with the quilt quickly. Don't kick it off. Yi Xian sat next to the girls, tidied their quilts and coaxed them to go to sleep quickly. Dad, tell us a good story. I don't know why, but the little girls are so energetic today. They toss and turn and can't fall asleep, and they keep asking Yi Xian to tell them stories. Okay, as long as you listen, Daddy can tell you as many stories as you want. Yi Xian smiled dotingly, rubbed the girls' playful faces, and softly told them their favorite fairy tales. Time ticked by slowly, and under the hypnosis of Yi Xian's story, the girls gradually closed their eyes and heard soft breathing sounds. After seeing that all the girls were sleeping soundly, Yi Xian felt relieved. He tidied up the quilts that had been kicked over a little for them again, then closed the door and walked out. These little guys are finally asleep. Walking out of the door, Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Although he looked a little tired, there was more happiness on his face. With a smile, Yi Xian was about to go back to his room to rest, but suddenly he saw that the light in Long Ling's room was still on. This girl, why isn't she sleeping yet? Seeing this, Yi Xian walked to the door of Long Ling's room and knocked gently. Long Ling, can I come in? Yeah, master, I haven't slept yet. After getting permission, Yi Xian pushed the door open. Long Ling was still on the phone. She spoke a few words hurriedly and then hung up. What's wrong, Long Ling? What are you doing? Yi Xian glanced at Long Ling, who had just hung up the phone in a hurry, and asked with some confusion. Master, I was just dealing with something. There are some things in the team here that require me to go overseas to handle. Long Ling sighed and continued. Well, so I have to leave tomorrow morning, and I've already booked my flight. I see.
Yi Xian nodded, thinking that it wasn't long until morning. He felt a little sorry for Long Ling and sat on a chair beside her.
Why are you leaving in such a hurry? Is the situation over there so urgent? That's not the case, Master. I just think it's better not to let the little ones know. They still have to go to school. If they know I'm gone, they won't know how to cry and make a fuss.
Long Ling smiled gently, which was very different from her usual non-serious self. She talked about the little ones and felt very reluctant to leave. During this period of time, the little ones have already regarded her as an older sister with whom they can talk about anything, and she likes these little ones very much. Now that I am about to leave, besides being reluctant to leave Yi Xian and Wang Xiniao, what I am most worried about are the little ones. She was worried that if she left too late, she might really cry when they got up.
Chapter 494 Young People. I see.
Yi Xian nodded, knowing that Long Ling had to leave now.
Since the matter that required her to deal with must be quite important. Then you go there by yourself. Be careful in everything you do. If you have any questions, contact Master. Don't feel embarrassed. When you have time, come to Master again. Those girls must miss you all the time. Anyway, I won't say any more. You are no longer the crybaby you used to be.
I believe you will make your own decisions when you encounter problems.
Before leaving, Yi Xian gave a few more instructions.
Long Ling was also one of his favorite disciples among all his disciples. Although his temper was a little cold in the past, at least Yi Xian never hesitated to show his concern for Long Ling and the others.
Maybe it's just a different approach, or maybe he's just not good at saying overly sentimental things. Yes. I understand, Master. You and your wife and sisters are doing well. I will come to see you when I have time.
Long Ling's nose felt sore and he felt warm in his heart.
He nodded solemnly.
After all, in the past, the master would never say such caring words. This feeling is very strange, but it is also really touching. In the past, I felt that Master's care and concern were always hidden in strictness and coldness. Even if I was ignorant before, I could still feel it a lot. But compared to that kind of concern, the warm and direct words like the spring breeze at this moment also made her feel more comfortable.
Okay, have a good rest. I won't disturb you anymore. Yeah, good night, Master. Then, Yi Xian stood up and walked out of the room, quietly closing the door. The next morning, Long Ling got up early to pack her things. In addition to a few pieces of clothing and some personal belongings, she also packed some photos from that period. When she came downstairs with her suitcase, she found Yi Xian was already waiting there. Have you packed it up yet? Then I'll take you there. Seeing that his master had specially stood up to see him off, Long Ling's eyes flashed with a trace of burning emotion, and then he walked lightly to Yi Xian with his luggage. When walking out of the villa gate in the manner, the driver arranged by Yi Xian for Long Ling had been waiting for a while. Get in the car, give me your luggage. After taking Long Ling's luggage, Yi Xian personally helped Long Ling stuff it into the trunk, then opened the car door and handed Long Ling a lunchbox. This is the breakfast prepared for you, take it and eat it on the way. Master, I. Seeing everything Yi Xian did for her silently, Long Ling's eyes sparkled with crystal tears. She wanted to say something, but her throat choked. Okay, you're a grown-up girl now, stop crying. Be safe on the road. Yi Xian smiled, closed the car door casually, and stood aside. Well. Take care, Master. After so many words, the only thing left was to take care. The companion in Long Ling's hand was warm, just like her heart at the moment. After watching Long Ling leave, Yi Xian returned to the house and began to prepare breakfast for the girls. But just when breakfast was ready and Yi Xian was about to wake up the maids, he saw Yi Jing running out in a hurry. Dad! Dad! Yi Jing's face was full of anxiety. When she saw Yi Xian coming over, she threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. What's wrong, Jingjing? What happened? Seeing this, Yi Xian frowned, and while comforting Yi Jing, he asked about what happened. Dad, Sissi seems to have a fever. Her head is so hot. You should go and check it out. Fever? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat and he quickly pulled Yi Jing into the room. In the room, the remaining girls had already put on their clothes, only Sissi was still lying on the bed. The other girls were also taking care of Xiaoxi, but she was still young after all, and there was nothing they could do, they could only stand by and worry. Xiaoxi. Daddy is here. You don't feel well, do you?
Seeing this scene, Yixian quickly stood up and came to Sissi, stroking Sissi's forehead anxiously.
Dad, I feel dizzy and my body is hot. It's really uncomfortable.
Yishi opened her eyes and looked at Yixian weakly, even her voice became much softer at this moment.
Alas! It is indeed a fever.
Relying on Yixian's experience, he only took a quick look at the situation and then tested the temperature on Sissi's forehead and came to this conclusion.
I told you not to run around last night. Now you know you were wrong. Dad, we know we were wrong.
Hearing this, the other girls also lowered their heads, especially Yijing, the elder sister, who felt so guilty that she almost cried.
Okay, this is a lesson for you.
You must remember it in the future.
It's just that Sissi can't go to school today. Dad will call the teacher later.
Yijing, take your sisters to wash up. Yixian sighed, but did not continue to blame the girls. He just arranged for Yijing and the others to wash up, have breakfast, and get ready to go to school.
Okay, Dad. We know we were wrong.
The girls nodded, and Yijing led them out first, while Yixian stayed in the room to take care of Yishi. Afterwards, after Yixian sent the children to school, he hurried to a nearby Chinese medicine shop to get some medicine for Yishi.
Because it was morning, there was not much business. The middle-aged shopkeeper was tidying up the cabinet at the counter.
It was not until Yixian walked up to him that he realized someone had come.
Sorry. I didn't notice it just now. What disease are you seeing? What are the symptoms?
Looking up at Yixian, the shopkeeper smiled awkwardly and asked for information about the disease as usual.
Nothing serious, just a cold and a fever. Oh, wait a moment.
The shopkeeper nodded, then took out a pen and paper to write a prescription, but just as he was ready, Yixian suddenly spoke. Shopkeeper, just give me a prescription of 6G honeysuckle, 6G burdock seeds, 3G cicada shells, 15G Isatis leaf, 6G scutularia root, 6G bamboo leaf, 5G gypsum, 8G licorice, 6G siler, and 6G astragalus.
Pack 10 servings for me according to this recipe. It's better to keep a few at home for future use.
By the way, please give me half a pound of antelope horn powder.
That's all.
For a moment, the shopkeeper was stunned holding the paper and pen, thinking carefully about the prescription, and suddenly his eyes lit up.
This person is definitely an expert among experts.
He can actually dictate the Chinese medicine and dosage so quickly. Since the opening of this pharmacy, I have never seen a customer with such strong professional abilities, but I didn't expect it to be such a young man in front of me.
Chapter 495 Visit. Okay, wait a moment.
The shopkeeper agreed without hesitation. He quickly packaged the Chinese medicine according to Yixian's instructions and handed it to Yixian.
My dear friend, are you studying Chinese medicine? The prescription you just gave is too professional. To be honest, I can't be so accurate.
After delivering the medicinal materials and settling the bill, the shopkeeper couldn't help but give Yixian a thumbs up.
This was indeed not something that ordinary people could do. Shopkeeper, you are overpraising me. I only know a little bit about it.
Yixian smiled slightly, didn't say anything more, put away the herbs and turned around and left. The owner of the drugstore secretly wrote down the prescription that Yixian had dictated before on a piece of paper, and when he had nothing to do in the store, he would take it and read it. He had only listened briefly before and thought there was nothing wrong with it, but now that he was examining it more carefully, the shopkeeper couldn't help but be more shocked. This is definitely a prescription that only true experts would use, as it perfectly neutralizes the medicinal properties of various medicines. And the antelope horn powder that is needed last but not least, if used together with this medicine, it will have a miraculous effect.
Now this young man.
After looking for a long time, the shopkeeper finally sighed, took off his glasses, and stared silently in the direction of the drugstore entrance. Here, as soon as Yixian got the medicine, he went back home immediately and started to make medicine for Yishi. After it was cooked, Yixian put it in a small bowl and handed it to Yijing, who was resting in the room. In order to ensure that it does not taste bitter, Yixian also added licorice to the recipe, and of course also used other medicinal herbs to neutralize it. Therefore, this bowl of Chinese medicine, while removing the bitterness, can also ensure the mildness of the medicinal effect and reduce the physical burden on Yishi after drinking it.
Xiaoxi, Daddy made some medicine for you, come and drink it while it's hot.
Sitting at the head of Yishi's bed, Yixian gently blew on the medicine soup in the spoon to cool it down, and then put it into Yishi's mouth.
Dad, this bowl of medicine soup looks black. Will it be bitter?
But Yishi was a little worried that the Chinese medicine would taste bitter, so she asked Yixian first. Don't worry, Xiaoxi, this medicine is not bitter at all. Yi Xian smiled gently and shook his head. Worried that Xiaoxi wouldn't believe it, he took a sip himself.
Look, Xiaoxi, Daddy drank it all, it's not bitter at all.
Yeah.
Then Xiaoxi will be fine too.
Yi Xian's action undoubtedly gave Yi Xi a great sense of security, so she drank it down boldly.
It's delicious.
After drinking, Yi Xi licked her tongue, as if she was still unsatisfied, and looked at Yi Xian eagerly. Dad, this Chinese medicine tastes so good.
Can I drink it again later? Silly girl, this must depend on whether your illness can be cured. As long as you are cured, you don't need to drink anymore.
Yi Xian was amused by Yi Xi. He didn't know what to say, but judging from Xiaoxi's mental state, it seemed that she had indeed improved a lot.
It's so nice to have Dad around.
Just when Yi Xian was distracted, Yi Xi giggled and kissed Yi Xian on the face. But for some reason, Yi Xi actually scared herself, which made Yi Xian a little confused, and he asked with concern.
Xiaoxi, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere else? Without Dad, I made a mistake again.
Unexpectedly, Yi Xi suddenly hung her head, her voice became much softer, and she looked at Yi Xian with guilt.
Xiaoxi, isn't everything fine? What happened? Tell Daddy.
The more this happened, the more worried Yi Xian became, and he asked again.
Daddy, I shouldn't have kissed you just now.
Xiaoxi is already sick, and she still kisses Dad like this.
What if Dad gets infected and becomes sick too? Xiaoxi will be very distressed.
I'm sorry, Dad.
I wasn't paying attention just now. I don't know what to do.
Having said that, the self-blame on Yi Xi's face became more intense, and Yi Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Xiaoxi, so this is what you're worried about? Don't worry, Dad will be fine.
Looking at the panic-stricken look on the little girl's face, Yi Xian thought to himself that this was simply too adorable. And just based on this point alone, it is enough to show Xiaoxi's concern for me. So he felt warm in his heart, and he lowered his head and gave Yi Xi a gentle kiss on the face.
Look, Daddy also kissed Xiaoxi, there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah.
Then I feel relieved.
Yi Xi smiled awkwardly. At this time, she was already a little sleepy due to the effect of the medicine. Under Yi Xian's care, she fell asleep again. On the other side, Yi Jing and the others arrived at school and walked into their classroom as usual.
Yi Jing. You're here.
Seeing this, the other children greeted them enthusiastically, but suddenly they discovered that Yi Xi seemed to be missing.
That's weird. Why didn't Yi Xi come?
No way, Xiaoxi usually comes with squad leader Yi Jing and the others.
1, 2, 3, 4. There really is one Yi Xi missing.
The rest of the children checked again and found that Yi Xi had indeed not come, so they hurried forward to ask.
Team leader Yi Jing, why didn't Yi Xi come with you today?
Yes.
Xiaoxi was always with you guys before.
Is Xiaoxi okay? At this moment, the children were all very concerned about Xiaoxi's problem. Yi Jing put down her school bag and told them about the situation.
Everyone, don't worry. Xiaoxi is just feeling a little uncomfortable today. Maybe she can come tomorrow. Yesterday, because we went out to play in the yard at night, Xiaoxi caught a cold. When she woke up in the morning, she had a fever.
What?
Yi Xi has a fever?
Hearing this, the other children were also stunned, and then they all started to show concern.
Team leader Yi Jing, you must tell Yi Xi to take medicine well. She must get better soon.
Yeah. I hope Yi Xi recovers soon, so she can come back and play with us sooner. Yi Jing and Yi Xia, you should take care of your health too.
My parents said that this season is the most prone to illness. Hearing her classmates' concern, Yi Jing smiled and nodded, saying that she would definitely keep it in mind. By the way, how about we go see Yi Xi together after school today? At this time, a little girl came up with an idea.
If she had nothing to do after school, she would go visit Yi Xi.
Chapter 496 Get well soon.
That's a good idea. Maybe if we go see Xiaoxi, she will get better soon.
Then let's go together after school.
I'm so worried about Yi Xi's situation now.
That's great. If everyone goes, Yi Xi will definitely be very happy.
As soon as this idea came out, the children all agreed immediately. After all, they were all worried about Yi Xi's condition and hoped that she would get better soon.
Okay, it would be great if everyone could go. Xiaoxi would definitely be very happy.
When Yi Jing and the others saw that their classmates cared about Yi Xi, they were very touched and nodded in agreement.
Children, hurry back to your seats, we are about to start class.
While the children were still discussing, the teacher walked into the classroom with a textbook in hand and a smile on his face, and kindly asked the students to return to their seats.
Okay, teacher.
Because they were only paying attention to Yishi's health, none of the children in the classroom noticed that it was already time for class, and they returned to their seats obediently. However, because they were always worried about Yishi at home, Yi Jing and the others found it difficult to concentrate in class, and they kept looking at the clock on the wall. Especially as the eldest sister, Yi Jing felt very guilty. After all, it was she who took her younger sisters out last night, otherwise Yishi would not have fallen ill.
Get out of class is over, kids, take a break.
After spending a difficult class like this, Yi Jing led a few sisters to catch up with the teacher who was about to leave the classroom, and said somewhat embarrassedly,
Teacher, can you lend us your phone? Sissi is sick and didn't come to school. We are very worried, so we want to call her dad. That is how it is.
The teacher felt somewhat worried upon hearing this, and seeing that these girls looked extremely worried, he quickly took out his cell phone and handed it to them.
It's okay, call home right away and don't delay the class later. Yeah. Thank you, teacher.
After taking the phone and thanking the teacher, Yi Jing quickly dialed Yi Xian's number.
After a few beeps, Yi Xian's voice came from the other end. Hello, teacher. What can I do for you? Dad, it's us. We borrowed the teacher's cell phone to call you.
When the call was connected, the girls excitedly called Daddy, and then quickly asked about Yishi's situation.
Dad, how is Sissi now? Is she feeling better?
Hearing the familiar voices of several girls, Yi Xian was stunned at first, then he smiled and talked about Yishi's current situation. He knew clearly that these little girls couldn't live without each other, so they must be thinking about Yishi all the time.
If they are not given a reassuring answer, they probably won't be able to concentrate on the class.
Don't worry, Sissi's fever has gone down and she's sleeping now.
Just go to class and you'll be fine. It's not a big problem. Dad has already made some medicine for Sissi. She will be fine in no time. You guys, just study hard. Maybe by the time you come back, Sissi will have fully recovered.
When Yi Jing and the other girls heard that Yishi was fine, they felt relieved. After talking to Yi Xian for a few more words, they returned the phone to the teacher.
Okay, take a break and get ready for the next class.
The teacher took the phone and rubbed the girls' little faces one by one, thinking that their chubby looks are so adorable.
Thank you, teacher. Goodbye, teacher.
The girls smiled with red faces, then turned around and returned to the classroom hand in hand.
Oh, this is so cute, I'm so envious.
The teacher just kept watching the girls leave until they all entered the classroom, then she turned around and walked towards her office.
Ding ding ding. Kids, that's all for today, everyone go home early. Goodbye, teacher.
Time flies quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it is time to go home from school in the evening. However, Yi Jing and the other girls felt that today was much longer, mainly because they were still thinking about Yishi.
Yi Jing, let's go quickly. I can't wait to see how Sissi is doing. Yeah, Yishi must be waiting for you too, let's pack up and go. Hey, it's finally time to get out of school. We'll be able to see Yishi soon.
The children packed their school bags much faster than before and soon left the classroom together. However, they did not rush to the manor immediately, but went to a nearby store to buy some delicious food, preparing to take it to see Yishi. Because Yishi was sick, the children didn't quite know what they could eat and what they couldn't eat, so they were quite cautious when choosing. After buying everything, the children watched the sunset becoming more and more red and setting faster, knowing that it was getting late. So, this large group of children, carrying snacks and small school bags, set off with Yi Jing and a few other girls. At the same time, since drinking the Chinese medicine brewed by Yi Xian, Yishi in the manor can be said to have slept for almost the whole day. At sunset in the evening, Yishi slowly opened her eyes. Wang Xinyao and Yi Xian were looking at her with a smile.
Mom and Dad, how long have I slept?
Although Yishi woke up at this moment and felt much better, her body was still very weak, and even her voice was stiff.
Little lazy bastard, you've been sleeping for almost a whole day.
Yi Xian smiled dotingly and gently stroked Yishi's messy hair.
How are you now? Are you still feeling uncomfortable?
Dad, I'm not feeling sick now, I just don't have much strength. Xiaoxi smiled and shook her head, even feeling that it was difficult for her to get up.
This is normal. Dad will make you some delicious food tonight. Just eat a little bit. Yeah, thanks, Dad. Dad is the best.
Yishi smiled sweetly. At this moment, she was lying in a warm bed with her beloved parents beside her.
She felt like she was completely wrapped in happiness.
Xiaoxi, sit up slowly.
Mommy has poured you a glass of water. Drink it slowly.
Here, Wang Xinyao came to the bow with a cup of warm water with a pink straw stuck in it. After all, Yishi slept for so long and didn't wake up in the middle, so now she must replenish some water properly.
Chapter 497 Tempting. Okay, Mom.
Yishi nodded in a baby voice, slowly moved and sat up, only then did she feel the dry mouth.
Slow down, Xiaoxi, don't choke.
With the care of Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao, Xiaoxi felt quite comfortable even though her body had not fully recovered yet. However, after being awake for a while, Yishi began to worry about her sisters. Today, her father had no time to pick them up because he had to take care of himself.
Dad, when will Sister Yijing and the others come back? It seems to be very late now.
It's okay, Xiaoxi. Uncle Tang Hao will pick them up today.
Xiaoxi, just take a good rest. They should be here soon.
Yi Xian comforted Yishi, raised his watch to check the current time, and thought that it should be about time. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of an engine and a car door opening outside the villa. Yi Xian asked Wang Xinyao to take care of Yishi first and got up and walked out. Why are there 4 cars? But as soon as he opened the door, even Yi Xian was a little stunned. There were actually 4 cars parked in front of the gate of the manor. In addition to the extended customized version of Rolls-Royce that he usually drives to pick up and drop off the children, there are also 3 luxury cars of different specifications.
Dad. We're back. Here, Yi Jing and a few girls just got off the car and ran towards Yi Xian excitedly, with no less than a dozen children behind them.
Why are all your friends here? Yi Xian looked at this large group of children. Although he was a little caught off guard, he really liked seeing these cute children.
Dad, they are all here to see Xiaoxi.
Yi Jing and several girls crowded in Yi Xian's arms, looked up and blinked at Yi Xian. The children standing at the back couldn't help but feel a little restrained when they got here. Some of them had been here before, while others were here for the first time, but they were all shocked by the luxury of this manor.
Wow!
Class leader Yi Jing and the others are living so comfortably next to each other.
It's so beautiful here. It's like a castle in a fairy tale. I'm so envious of Yi Shi and the others. The place they live in is so beautiful.
The children didn't know what this manor meant, they just simply liked this place, but the one they were thinking about in their hearts was still Yi Shi. Here, after Yi Xian and Yi Jing had been intimate with a few girls, they walked up to them with a smile and greeted them kindly.
Thank you, kids. I'm glad Xiaoxi has good friends like you. Come in. Yeah. Okay, Uncle Yi. Sorry to bother you, Uncle Yi, let's go in and see Yishi. Yishi doesn't know we're here yet, let's go give her a big surprise.
Seeing Yi Xian being so kind, the children relaxed a lot. After greeting Yi Xian politely, they walked into the villa carrying the snacks they had prepared.
Led by Yi Jing and a few maids, they walked into the room in no time. Sister Jingjing, you're back.
Yi Shi, who was sitting on the bed, saw her sisters coming and waved excitedly, but suddenly found that a group of classmates had also come behind her.
Everybody is here.
This time, Yi Shi was surprised and happy, her eyes widened a lot, and she became energetic instantly.
Yeah, we're all here to see you, Xiaoxi.
The children smiled innocently, swarmed around Yi Shi, and asked about Yi Shi's current situation with concern.
Xiaoxi, are you feeling better now? Do you still have a fever?
If that doesn't work, Yi Shi, you can just take another day off. Your grades are so good, it won't hurt to take one more day off.
Sissi, these are the snacks we brought for you. They are all your favorites. You have to get better soon. Hey, our class can't do without you. The teacher is worried about you too.
Yi Shi was lying on the bed, listening to her friends carrying words and looking at the pile of snacks beside her.
Her eyes became red. Thank you everyone. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Dad said I just need to rest for a while.
I will be back soon to study and play with you all.
I miss you all at home today. Undoubtedly, seeing such a scene, Yi Shi was almost moved to tears.
Her heart was warm and she even felt stronger. Yi Xian leaned against the door and watched this loving scene, a smile on his face, and spoke gently to the children.
Kids, thank you for coming to visit Xiaoxi today. I'll go cook for you now. Let's all eat here today. Don't be polite. Well, thank you for your help, Uncle. The children nodded and continued chatting with Yishi. At night, the darkness had enveloped the entire earth, but the manor was brightly lit. With the company of her sisters and classmates, Yishi recovered quickly and was able to get out of bed and move around. Just when Yishi, Yijing, and a few other girls were preparing to take their friends on a thorough tour of the manor, Wang Xinyao walked out of the kitchen. "Children, go wash your hands and get ready. We'll be eating soon." "Okay, Auntie." "Mom, let's go now." When the children heard that it was time for dinner, their stomachs started to growl, so they quickly washed their hands and sat at the long table in the restaurant waiting. Some of the children who had been to the manor before knew that Yi Xian's cooking was delicious, and they also told other children who had not been there about it. So now they were all looking forward to it, but they were still waiting politely and obediently. "All right, kids. Let's eat." Within a few minutes, Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao brought up the food one by one. Because many children came today, and Yi Xian also promised Yi Shi to make more delicious food, the total amount is a lot more than usual. The dishes on the table are so diverse and there is everything, even some of them that you can't usually eat. No matter it is flying in the sky, running on the ground, or swimming in the water, all are presented with perfect color, aroma, and taste under Yi Xian's superb cooking skills. Wow! Uncle Yi is so awesome. He's even better than the chef at the restaurant. It smells so good. This is so rich. Uncle Yi is so kind. Team leader Yi Jing and the others eat these every day. They are so happy. The children were drooling at the sight of the delicious food covering the entire long table. The smell alone was tempting enough. Chapter 498. You're welcome. You're welcome, kids. Just treat it like you're at home and eat more. Yi Xian warmly and kindly invited the children to start eating, but he also brought a bowl of Gastrodia elata pigeon soup specifically for Yi Shi. "Xiao Shi, this bowl of soup is specially made for you. It's very nutritious. This is also to take care of Yi Shi's health. Yi Xian has been simmering this bowl of soup on low heat since noon." "Thank you, Dad." "Okay, drink it. After dinner, Xiaoxi can play with her friends." "Yeah. I'm so happy today." Yi Shi grinned, but didn't care about eating herself. She called on other friends to start eating like an adult. "Everyone, just relax, let's eat together." "Hee hee. My dad's cooking skills are very good, everyone should eat more. I really appreciate everyone coming to visit me today. I feel like I'm getting better faster." The other children were all looking at Yi Shi at this moment. Seeing that Yi Shi's complexion and health had improved a lot, they were happy for her. These kids are so nice. Yi Xian stood aside with his arms around Wang Xinyao, looking at this group of cute children. He felt that the villa was even more lively than usual. "Xinyao, let's go inside to eat. If we stay here, these kids might become more reserved." After sighing for a while, Yi Xian whispered in Wang Xinyao's ear that he had also prepared some food in another restaurant. "Well, let's go, husband." Wang Xinyao nodded, and the two of them left together, leaving the space entirely to the children. Here, the children were also eating a lot. Yi Xian's food was excellent and they liked every dish very much. Uncle Yi's cooking skills are amazing. Yi Jing and Yi Shi, you are so lucky. This is definitely the best meal I've ever had. It smells so good. My dad took me to a Michelin-starred restaurant before, and we made a reservation. The food was delicious, but it was still far inferior to Uncle Yi's. Just when the children were eating, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared on the road far away from the villa. She was looking at the location of her mobile phone and walking towards the villa step by step, pulling a small suitcase with one hand. Slowly walking to the place where the moonlight was bright, the girl's face was fully revealed. In an instant, the girl's beautiful and flawless angelic face made the stars dim a lot. She was wearing casual clothes, a pair of Bluetooth headphones on her ears, and her petite and perfect cherry lips were biting a lollipop. As she walked, the girl was muttering to herself, with a hint of doubt in her gentle and melodious voice. "This is really strange. How could junior sister Long Ling mysteriously give me the location of this place? That's not right. Why is Master living here now? The point is, what exactly did this guy mean by his last sentence?" The girl broke the lollipop into pieces in one bite, stopped, took out another one from her pocket and bit it, then pouted and shook her head helplessly but cutely. "There's no other way, I'll just have to go over there first." As she said that, she continued to walk forward, but in her heart she was confused about Long Ling's words that Master is completely different now. At that moment she shuddered. After all, her master used to be like an iceberg. How different was he now?
It's not like I haven't asked Ling before, but I don't know what is wrong with this guy.
He just refuses to explain clearly and insists that I come here in person.
But she had no idea what was going on, so she had no choice but to keep going forward. Inside the manor, the children finished their meal. Because their friends came today, Yi Xian didn't let them continue studying. So they took their friends to stroll around this huge villa and enthusiastically introduced their beloved home.
Everyone, look here. This is our usual study room. Dad will teach us many things here. They are all very interesting.
Yi Xi led everyone to the study room, which was where they usually studied. Whether they were learning history or ancient Chinese literature with Yi Xian, or learning music, they all did it here.
Wow! There's a piano here. It looks so nice.
As soon as the other children walked into the study, they were undoubtedly attracted by the piano next to the floor-to-ceiling window.
Xiaoxi, can I give it a try? A little girl looked at Yi Xi timidly, wanting to try this piano. Of course. We are good friends.
Yi Xi readily agreed, and several children took turns sitting on the piano chair and carefully tried the piano. This piano was specially prepared by Yi Xian for those girls.
It is a piano of very high quality. Even the one in the Vienna concert hall can't compare to it.
So even if these children just pressed the buttons a few times casually, the sound quality produced was as beautiful as the sound of nature.
What a nice voice.
Several children couldn't help but be intoxicated by the sound of the strings, but they still felt that the rhythm they played was very messy.
Yi Jing and Yi Xi, you must be able to play the piano, right? We don't play well at all, Xiaoxi, you guys should do it.
Yi Xi, I heard from Xiao Dan before that you are very good at playing the piano.
Can you come and demonstrate it to us?
Seeing the invitation from several friends, Yi Xi gladly walked forward and nodded slightly.
Okay, then I'll show off my ugliness.
As she spoke, Yi Xi sat down in front of the piano skillfully, rolled up her sleeves gracefully and naturally, and began to play. Suddenly, a light and pleasant piano sound was played by Yi Xi's fingertips, and the other friends opened their mouths wide.
However, they did not exclaim or applaud, but listened quietly to Yi Xi's performance.
Closing their eyes, they seemed to see a beautiful picture in front of their eyes, which slowly constructed itself before their eyes along with the beautiful piano music. For a moment, they seemed to be unaware of the slow passage of time, and were still immersed in the beauty of the instrument. Finally, when Yi Xi finished playing a song, they slowly opened their eyes and burst into thunderous applause.
Xiaoxi, you are so amazing. You will definitely become an excellent musician in the future. Ah! Yi Xi, you are my idol. The song just now was so beautiful. Where did you learn this, Yi Xi? You must have had a very good teacher teach you, right? Chapter 499 Someone is coming. But besides being surprised, the children were also very curious about where Yi Xi and her friends learned piano. After all, I usually only saw Yi Xian taking them home, and I never saw them going to any learning institution. Hey, this is what our dad taught us.
Yi Xi scratched his head and said with a smile, and the other little girls also nodded.
Uncle Yi taught me? This is too powerful.
I didn't expect Uncle Yi is not only good at cooking, but also knows so many other things.
Oh, right. It seems that your history and astronomy knowledge were all taught to you by Uncle Yi.
At this moment, the children admired Yi Xian even more and felt that he knew everything. Afterwards, Yi Xi and several mates took them to continue walking around the study for a while, and then went to the room full of astronomical observation equipment. As soon as the children followed in, they were stunned. Looking at the various observation equipment inside, their young hearts were shocked.
No way. Yi Xi Yijing, is Uncle Yi also a scientist?
Yes. These instruments look so professional, just like what I saw on TV before. I only know the astronomical telescope, I don't know what the others are. Their first thought was that Yi Xian was a scientist and this place was specifically used for research and experiments.
That's not true.
These are actually instruments that Dad bought for us to observe the sky.
They are for us to learn from.
Yi Jing smiled and shook her head, then walked to the largest astronomical telescope, ready to teach the other children how to use these devices.
So that's how it is, this is so interesting.
Yeah. If I had a little room like this, I wouldn't feel tired even if I stayed here all day.
I envy you guys, Uncle Yi is so good to you. The children all like these instruments very much, and they were very envious of Yi Jing and the others, and envious of Yi Xian for being able to carefully prepare so many fun things for them.
He.
It doesn't matter. We are all good friends. You can come over whenever you want. That's right. As long as you are willing to come over, we will definitely be very happy. We can also let Dad teach us to play the piano and learn astronomy together. She comforted her friends with a smile, and also welcomed them to come over anytime. Yeah, thank you, Sissi. The children were very moved, and then began to learn how to use these devices to observe the sky outside. It just so happened that tonight, the sky outside was cloudless. In addition to the bright moon hanging in the sky, there were also many twinkling stars. Through the astronomical telescope, the children looked at the stars and the moon in the sky with great interest. This is a completely different experience from what they see with their naked eyes. So this is what the stars and the moon look like when you magnify them. How magical. It's so beautiful. I'm so envious of those astronaut uncles that the teacher talked about. I also want to study hard and explore space in the future. Through the tiny telescope, the children's hearts were filled with an endless desire to explore, and they were full of longing for the sky and the universe above their heads. Immersed in using various devices to observe the sky, the children almost forgot everything around them, and time passed by every second. Thanks to the company of her friends, Yishi's physical and mental state is now completely different from before, and she has almost recovered the vitality before she got sick. After a long while, when they were tired of playing, the children went to the living room downstairs, sat on the sofa to rest, ate snacks and watched TV. But at this moment, they heard a sudden knock on the door outside. Ha! Someone's knocking on the door. Yi Jing and others looked towards the door in confusion, wondering who could be knocking on the door at this time. Wait! Could it be that Sister Long Ling is back? Yishi's eyes suddenly lit up, and she remembered Long Ling who left without saying goodbye this morning. Because Long Ling had come back at this time many times before, so when Yishi said this, the other girls also thought of the same thing. Yes. Maybe it's really Sister Long Ling who has returned. Hee. That's great. I said Sister Long Ling still can't leave us. Then let's go open the door for Sister Long Ling. As they spoke, the little guys hurriedly trotted towards the door, ready to open the door for Long Ling together. The other children were also busy, following behind the little guys happily. But just when Yishi and the others opened the door happily, they suddenly found that the person standing outside the door was a strange sister. The person who came was none other than Longshire, who had come all the way to this manor exhausted. She had just knocked on the door carefully, and was feeling extremely nervous standing outside the door. But when she saw this group of children, she was stunned. Sister, what can I do for you? When the little guys saw that it wasn't Long Ling, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but they still greeted him politely. This. But Longshire was confused. He picked up his phone and confirmed the address again and again. However, no matter how he looked at it, there was only this one manor around. But what about these children? Could it be that Master's retirement life was too boring, so he opened a private nursery? Come in, are you back from Antarctica? But just when Longshire was confused, Yixian also came out and saw Longshire with a confused look on his face. Master? Seeing Yixian, Longshire's mind became even more confused. She looked at the children in front of her and asked quickly. Master, who are these children? Why do you guys always react like this no matter who comes over? Yixian shook his head in a helpless manner and began to introduce. These little girls in front of you are my daughters. They are Yi Jing, Yi Xia, Yi Yun, Yi Zi, and Yi Shi. The other children are their classmates. They came to play at home today. Yes, that's it. Longshire's head was buzzing and it was about to crash. He felt a little overwhelmed looking at these kids. Her master, who used to be as cold as an iceberg, not only looked at her with a smile, but also suddenly had these cute little daughters. Jingjing, you should entertain this sister Longshire well. She can be considered as the senior sister of your sister Long Ling. Yi Xian smiled and gave some instructions to Yi Jing and the other girls. Yes. Sister Longshire, please come in. Chapter 500 Penguin. The maids then knew Longshire's identity. They enthusiastically pulled her in and sat her down, looking at her with excitement and confusion. Sister Longshire. Why does our father have so many students? Sister. Where on earth did Sister Long Ling go? She was so mean this morning. She left without even saying goodbye to us. Then Sister Longshire, please don't leave. Stay and play with us, okay? We will definitely listen to you.
Looking at these cute and pretty girls, and also because they are his master's daughters, Longshore instantly felt a lot closer to them. Besides, these little girls were lovable, so I just played with them for a while. At first, she was a little reluctant, but as she played, she completely integrated into the game and became close friends. Afterwards, it was almost time, and because Yi Jing and several other girls' classmates had to go home, Yi Xian arranged for people to send them back one by one. While the girls were sending their friends off, Longshore quickly took out his cell phone and sent a message to Long Ling to ask.
Long Ling. You are going too far.
You didn't even inform me of such a big thing earlier.
I was not prepared at all. Do you know that when I opened the door just now, a group of children looked at me curiously?
It made me feel like Master opened a nursery. Why didn't you tell me before that I not only have a wife, but also these little sisters? As Longshore asked, he felt more and more uneasy. Although she had only spoken a few words to her master just now, she clearly felt that this master was very unfamiliar to her. Not only does he look very kind with his smile, but even his tone of voice is very gentle, as if he is always smiling. The master in her previous impression was stern and cold, but now he suddenly became as warm as the sun.
She couldn't accept it at all. And the most important thing is, when did the master have a daughter? I didn't even know about it before.
Not to mention, the girls are already so grown up, how on earth did they do it? Seeing Longshore's complaints and inquiries, Long Ling on the other side chuckled and replied with a few words.
Hey, senior sister. Calm down.
I didn't tell you in detail before because I wanted to give you a surprise. You also know that although our previous master was very kind and caring to us, he was always cold and indifferent. But I tell you, you will feel the difference of master more and more in the future. This is something I cannot explain to you clearly with words. I remember when I left in the morning, master not only said many warm words to me before leaving, but also got up in the morning to see me off and prepared breakfast for me.
Alas!
I have to say, the current master is really too warm, you will slowly feel it in the future.
This is too exaggerated.
Looking at Long Ling's words, Longshore's mouth twitched. My goodness, master has really changed so much now. Afterwards, a few little girls sent their friends away and came back to Longshore, asking curiously.
Sister Longshore, Dad said before that you came back from Antarctica? Is this true? Antarctica is so cold and so far away. Did Sister Longshore really go there? Sister Longshore, you are not lying to us, are you? Did you go there?
Seeing the little guys looking incredulous, Longshore also found them cute and smiled.
What? You don't believe it? As he spoke, Longshore took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and found the photos of himself in Antarctica.
Everything about the icebergs and snow above is incredibly real. In addition to the selfie of Longshore fully armed with winter clothes, there are also some photos of penguins.
Wow! Really? My sister really came back from Antarctica. Sister Longshore is so amazing. Antarctica is very cold. These penguins are so cute. That little penguin is still eating fish. Now the little girls completely believed it.
Looking at the photos one by one, they were immediately filled with admiration for Longshore. In addition to admiration, the little girls also began to yearn for the distant Antarctic and looked at Longshore with great interest.
Sister Longshore, can you take us to Antarctica in the future? We haven't been there yet. Don't worry, sister. Dad bought us a lot of thick clothes. They are very warm to wear. Sister Longshore, you are so pretty and beautiful. So you will definitely agree to us, right?
Thinking of the ice and snow, the place completely covered by ice and snow, the children did not feel cold, but simply thought it was very interesting.
Okay. Sister promises you.
Longshore smiled charmingly. Seeing that these little guys were not only cute but also good at talking, she agreed without even thinking.
Great. We can go to Antarctica. Let's go and ask Mom and Dad to get ready.
Seeing that Longshore agreed immediately, the maids became extremely excited and shouted that they were going to tell Yi Xian.
Wait. My dear sisters. Why are you so anxious?
Seeing this, Longshore became anxious and quickly stopped the little girls, looking at them with a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. If my master knew that I had just arrived and was planning to abduct those little girls to Antarctica, he would not know how to deal with me.
What's wrong, Sister Longshore, can't we set off now?
Several girls blinked their innocent big eyes and looked at Longshore. Longshore was slightly stunned and explained with a wry smile.
Oh, you are too impatient.
Although we can go to Antarctica, we will definitely have to wait for a while.
Just be good and be patient. If you continue to behave like this, I won't take you with me. Ah. Sister Longshore, we were wrong.
The little girls were no longer willing to do this and threw themselves into Longshore's arms, raising their heads aggressively, indicating that they would be obedient.
Isn't that right?
You just need to wait patiently.
Yes, okay, Sister Longshore, you were so nice to us.
Although we can't go recently, which makes the girls a little disappointed, we are still looking forward to it. After a while, Yi Xian had packed up everything and came over to ask Longshore about the situation in Antarctica.
Longshore, is the situation over there okay now? Have you encountered any difficult problems?
Fortunately, Master, the tribes or other forces over there have also surrendered.
It's a little troublesome, but it's not a big problem. Chapter 501. Don't worry. Don't worry, the follow-up work is now proceeding in an orderly manner. I just saw that there was nothing else to do, so I slipped back over there.
Longshore briefly reported the situation, and judging from his relaxed expression, things were going well.
Well, that's good.
Since we're here this time, let's play for a while longer before leaving. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, then said another sentence.
Okay, Master.
Longshore was stunned when he saw this. Indeed, he could see the changes in his master from his gestures and words.
Master, before I came here, I really didn't expect that you would.
As he spoke, Longshore looked at the little girls beside him.
They still hadn't fully accepted this reality. Alas, it really came too fast.
Yi Xian nodded, somewhat helplessly, and then continued.
How about this, the girls have a day off tomorrow, so you can take them out to play.
As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, before Longshore could answer, several little girls cheered excitedly and curled up around Longshore affectionately.
That's great. Sister Longshore will take us out to play as soon as she comes back.
Dad, Sister Longshore is a very nice person.
We will definitely have a lot of fun. Hee hee.
Although Sister Ling left, fortunately Sister Longshore is here. This time, Longshore was a little caught off guard, and looked at Yi Xian with embarrassment.
Master, can I take good care of these girls? Don't worry, they are all very obedient.
Yi Xian smiled and winked at the girls.
Yes, Sister Longshore, we will listen to you in everything outside.
The little girls were also smart and followed Longshore to make assurances, which made Longshore feel much more relieved. Judging from my interactions with the little girls, they are indeed quite well behaved. When it was time to go to bed at night, Wang Xinyo had cleaned up the room for Longshore in advance and changed the bedding into clean, new ones.
Longshore, this is your room from now on. If you need anything, just tell me. We are all family, so don't be polite.
Wang Xinyo enthusiastically took Longshore to the room to have a look.
It was spotlessly clean and had many daily necessities prepared. The overall look was very warm. Yes, thank you, Master's wife. This is good enough.
Looking at Wang Xinyao's careful preparations, Longshore was deeply moved and quickly thanked Wang Xinyo.
It's okay. I'm glad you came over. We're not strangers. From now on, I'll have someone to talk to. We can also go shopping while the kids are in class. Then I won't bother you now.
You must be very tired after traveling all the way here today.
Go to bed early.
Wang Xinyo is also very close to Longshore. Firstly, she is Ling's senior sister, and secondly, she is also Yi Xian's student.
Yes, okay, Master's wife. Then you should also go to bed early. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two went back to their rooms to rest.
Longshore lay on the spacious and comfortable big bed, but she tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep.
There was no way. Even what happened tonight was enough for her to digest for a while. At first I thought Ling was exaggerating, but now it seems.
Longshore muttered to himself, recalling his previous master and current master, and couldn't help but sigh deeply.
The next morning, Longshore got up very early.
Seeing that everyone was still asleep, she spontaneously went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After she had been busy for a while, she finally prepared breakfast for the whole family.
Yi Xian, Wang Xinyao, and the maids also got up. Is it Sister Longshore who makes breakfast today? Hee hee, Sister Longshore is much more diligent than Sister Ling. Sister Ling rarely cooks. Actually, I think this is probably because Sister Ling herself can't eat what she made. These little guys were talking about breakfast at the moment, and they didn't forget to mention Ling. After all, the food Ling made left a very deep impression on them. You guys, you were talking about your sister Ling before, but now you're saying bad things about her?
Yi Xian and others were also amused by the innocent words of the little girls, and Longshore was also laughing secretly on the side.
Dad, we are just telling the truth.
The food that Sister Ling cooked is not tasty to begin with. But the girls were not convinced and didn't think there was anything wrong with what they said. After mumbling a few words, they quickly moved to the dining table.
Wow!
Sister Longshore's cooking skills look great.
It must be delicious.
I can't wait to try it. Mom and Dad, come try it too.
Then let's get started.
Looking at the dazzling array of sumptuous breakfasts on the table, the little ones were drooling and their appetites were whetted.
They couldn't wait to taste them. How is it? Is it delicious?
While eating, Longshore also asked the girls how they felt, thinking that this would definitely make them very satisfied. After all, she was quite confident in her cooking skills. When Ling lived with her before, she always cooked for herself.
It's delicious.
Sister Longshore is great, it's really delicious.
It's still not as delicious as what Dad makes, but it's pretty good.
Listening to the girls' comments, Longshore was still smiling at first, but when she heard the latter part, her smile froze instantly.
Masters.
Of course, this was not because the girl said that what they cooked was not as good as what Yi Xian cooked, but because she didn't know that her master could actually cook. I had lived with my master for a long time before, but I had never seen him do this. And from what the maid said, the food cooked by the master is absolutely first class, and I can't compare with it at all. It seems that master has really changed a lot since having a child.
Now even I feel a little strange about him.
After dinner, Longshore dressed the children as agreed last night and went out to play. Tang Hao drove them out and they soon arrived in the city and got off in front of a shopping mall.
Goodbye, Uncle Tang Hao. We'll call you when we come back.
The girls got out of the car, waved goodbye to Tang Hao obediently, and then held Longshore's hand and skipped towards the front.
Sister Longshore, where should we go first? Should we go shopping in the mall, or find some other place to play?
Well, of course it's up to you. Wherever you want to go, I'll take you there.
Chapter 502. Don't worry.
Longshore smiled and thought that these girls were really obedient, so she gave them the right to choose. Then let's go shopping in the supermarket.
We haven't been to a supermarket for a long time.
The little girls discussed for a while and decided to go shopping in the supermarket first. Although they didn't know what to buy, they just thought the dazzling array of things in the supermarket was very interesting.
Okay. Then let's go to the supermarket over there.
Longshore nodded and happened to see a large chain supermarket on this side of the shopping mall. Then she led the children towards the supermarket entrance and met many passers-by, but they were all attracted by Longshore and the girls.
This is so cute. Whose little angel has come down to earth? Wow!
They are quintuplets, and they are all so beautiful.
We are so lucky.
Sure enough, these beautiful and cute children are all from other people's families. Passers-by were instantly attracted by the cuteness and beauty of Yi Jing and the other little girls. Just one glance made them feel like their hearts were melted by their cuteness.
Is this how you usually go out?
Longshore looked at the reactions of passers-by and asked the little girls. This was the first time she experienced such a high rate of turning heads. Yes, Sister Longshore, I don't know why these uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters all seem to like us very much.
Many of them even wanted to take photos with us.
This.
Longshore's eyelids twitched as he listened, thinking this was too invincible. Sure enough, in front of cuteness, everything else is not worth mentioning.
These little girls are really amazing. Judging from the reactions of the passers-by just now, they are simply born darlings. But after she thought about it for a moment, she didn't think it was so strange. After all, her master and mistress were both extremely beautiful.
Besides, these little girls are quintuplets, which attracts the attention of passers-by.
If they were to play a child star,
it will be popular all over China, or even the whole world. Thinking of this, Longshore's thoughts instantly came out. Sister Longshore, what were you talking about just now? Is there a fire somewhere?
When they heard Longshore muttering to himself just now, several little guys looked over in confusion.
Nothing, I was just distracted.
Longshore finally came back to her senses from her reverie, smiled awkwardly, and continued walking towards the supermarket with the children.
After a while, they took the elevator to a large chain supermarket on the basement floor.
The girls walked in front holding hands, and Longshore helped them push the shopping cart behind.
Just take whatever you want, I'll buy it for you.
When bringing the children out, Longshore was quite generous and let the children choose for themselves.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Longshore. The girls nodded happily and picked out goods in the supermarket as they pleased.
But they were indeed very sensible. Even though Longshore asked them to choose freely, they did not act recklessly and just picked out some things that they could use. Longshore followed them with a smile, watching them slowly choose, and suddenly she felt a sense of leisure and happiness. Feeling the change in his mood, Longshore couldn't help but sigh, and also thought of his master Yi Xian. Perhaps it is because of the arrival of these cute little guys that the iceberg has melted, giving rise to the spring flowers of today. Of course, she was also happier to see Master's current appearance, a master whose smile could make people feel warm. Although it feels quite abrupt most of the time, it's not a bad thing. At least from her eyes, Master is happy now and not as lonely as before. Just as Longshore was daydreaming, the little ones were strolling around and came to the milk powder section of the supermarket, and they all stopped. When they saw these various kinds of milk powder, the first thing they thought of was the unborn babies in their mother's bellies. As the eldest sister, Yi Jing looked at the milk powder and spoke seriously to her younger sisters. Our mother is about to give birth to a baby.
I will be a big sister then. I need to prepare some food for her in advance. Otherwise, it would be very pitiful for the baby to have nothing to eat after it is born. How about we pool our pocket money together and buy milk powder for our brother or sister first?
Yi Jing thought about using their own pocket money to buy milk powder for their unborn brothers and sisters, and discussed it with her sisters.
Sister Yi Jing is right.
She will be a sister in the future, but there are so many milk powders here.
What should we choose? It's indeed a lot. I don't know if my baby will like to eat it when I buy it back.
I seem to have forgotten what kind of milk powder we were eating before.
I should have asked Mom before.
Although the younger sisters also thought so, they didn't know how to choose from the shelves filled with milk powder. Just then, a salesperson came over and saw these cute little girls whispering while looking at the milk powder, and asked curiously,
My little cuties, what do you need? There are no snacks here. Sister, we are here to buy milk powder. Do you know which kind of milk powder tastes good?
The saleswoman was stumped by the questions of these girls, but these milk powders were all of different types and she herself had never drunk them. Besides, she is only in her 20s and doesn't have any children of her own, so she knows nothing about these milk powders.
But why are you here to buy milk powder? You probably don't drink this stuff anymore, right?
That's right, sister. We bought this for our unborn brother or sister, but we don't know which one he will like. Yi Jing told the salesperson everything and pointed to a brand of milk powder that had pretty good packaging and asked,
Sister, have you tried this? Is it delicious? The packaging looks so pretty.
Faced with Yi Jing's question, the salesperson stood there in a daze for a long time, not knowing how to answer. She had never expected that the questions from these little guys would be so shocking.
But I really don't know, why don't you go ask Mom and Dad?
The salesperson wiped his sweat off his forehead, smiled and shook his head, thinking, isn't it the kids who should be worrying about such things?
Chapter 503, A Few Circles. But it's also really enviable. Their parents are so lucky.
Not only do they have these cute little girls, but now they're pregnant with a baby.
And a family that can raise children in this way must be either rich or noble. Sister, actually, we want to give the baby a surprise, so we can't tell Mom and Dad.
She said a little embarrassedly, and the other little girls also nodded.
Is that so?
You guys are so cute. The salesperson covered her mouth and was becoming more and more fond of the little girls. The baby hasn't even been born yet, but they already have the awareness of becoming a big sister. Why are you girls here? Just at this moment, Longshore hurried over pushing a shopping cart, and was relieved when she saw the girls. Just now, she wasn't paying attention and a few little guys came here. She had been looking for them at the snack bar for a long time.
No, why are you here to buy milk powder? This is not what you should drink at your age, right? Sister Ling, this is not what we want to drink, it's what the baby wants to drink. Little baby? What little baby?
Longshore blinked, her mind working rapidly.
From last night till now, she hadn't seen any other children in the villa? We almost forgot, Sister Longshore doesn't know yet.
The girls then realized that they had not yet told Longshore that their mother was pregnant, so they told him the truth.
No wonder you've been wandering around here for so long.
Longshore nodded in sudden realization. She never expected that the master's wife was still pregnant. It seems that Master S's job now has become being a wholehearted super dad. These few girls are not enough, and there will be another one soon. But for now, Longshore had no choice but to put this matter aside and squatted down to comfort the little girls. Okay, sister knows what you are thinking, but it is too early to buy these milk powders now. Your parents will buy them when the time comes. And think about it, if you buy it now, by the time your baby is born, the milk powder may not be fresh anymore. Would you still dare to feed it to your baby? Just go buy the things you like today. We'll talk about the baby's things later, okay? The girls nodded obediently when they heard that the milk powder might become stale, and they gave up the idea. Then we should listen to Sister Longshore and not feed the baby stale milk powder. Yes, that's what a good kid should be. Go buy your snacks. Aha! Afterwards, the girls stopped thinking about the milk powder and wandered over to the snack area, picking out their favorite snacks. Soon, the shopping cart was filled with a lot of snacks that the girls liked, and they happily followed Longshore to line up to pay. Afterwards, the children came out of the supermarket carrying shopping bags and followed Longshore obediently. Just when they were about to go somewhere else for a walk, they suddenly discovered a blue billboard standing nearby. Yi Xia took a curious look at the billboard, but suddenly stopped and shouted to the other girls in surprise. Look! There's an ocean world exhibit in here. Huh? What exhibition? Wow! It says there's an ocean world exhibit in this mall. It's right in the center of the basement level too. Sister Longshore, shall we go take a look? It must be a very interesting place. The other little girls also saw it. It was clearly written that a central column-type ocean world exhibition was recently built on the second floor below ground in this shopping mall. Okay, let's go. Seeing that the children were very interested, Longshore agreed without thinking and took them into the mall. When we reached the central location on the second underground floor, quite a few children had already gathered there, admiring a huge glass column in the center. Inside was a scene simulating the marine ecology. Not only was it filled with seawater, but it was also laid out according to the real ocean. There are also various fish and other creatures in the sea swimming happily in it, including clownfish, flounder, and even eels and small sharks. An ocean exhibition like this is a scenic spot built by the shopping mall to increase its popularity, and the effect is outstanding. As long as this shopping mall is open, you can always see a lot of children gathering here, and there are also some adults among them. A few little girls walked over with full of curiosity, and were instantly attracted to the glass, with their eyes almost glued to the glass. Wow! This is simply a small ocean world. So interesting. So this is actually possible. Sister Longshore, look, there's a little shark inside. What kind of shark is this? It doesn't look like it would eat small fish. It looks like it has a good temper. The thing that attracted the girls' attention the most was the little shark. It swam slowly like that, and didn't look as ferocious as other sharks. Instead, it looked somewhat adorable. Upon hearing this, Longshore walked over to take a look, then smiled and began to explain some basic knowledge to the little ones. Ha, you don't know, this kind of shark, the scientific name is the nurse shark, commonly known as the nurse shark, and it is indeed gentler in character than other sharks. But this guy doesn't refuse to eat small fish as you think. It's just that according to its habits, it only forages for food at night. It also eats small fish and shrimp, as well as some other algae, usually by sucking them up. The girls listened carefully to Longshore's science explanation and finally understood why the shark didn't seem to be aggressive at all. So that's how it is. Sister Longshore is amazing. It seems like she knows a lot. It's called a nurse shark, so is there also a doctor shark? That's a strange name. Do animals in the sea also have hospitals? However, while the girls admired Longshore, they were more curious about the name of the shark. In their little heads, they imagined a group of sharks opening their mouths wide to heal other small fish and shrimps. Children are children, their imagination is amazing. Longshore smiled helplessly, thinking that he didn't know how to explain this. But the girls didn't pay much attention to it. They walked around the glass column of the exhibition several times, looking at it from top to bottom and left to right. Longshore took a quick look and felt that there was nothing new, so she took the snack spot by the girls and sat in the rest area nearby to wait. Chapter 504 Eating Hot Pot. She knew very well that these girls would not leave here for a long time. After all, this is the curiosity and desire to explore of children, especially in a scene like the ocean. Sure enough, after a long time, the little ones were still watching the marine life inside and naming them with great interest. Finally, it was because these little guys were thirsty that they returned to Longshore, otherwise they would have had to play for a long time.
Come on, sister will treat you to milk tea.
Longshore stood up and stretched, then led a few little ones to find a random milk tea shop in the mall.
Look for yourself what you want, and then tell the brothers and sisters inside.
Yes, okay, Sister Longshore. The little girls nodded, then bit their fingers while looking at the price list, thinking about what they should drink. Sister, I want to drink taro ball bubble milk tea, but it has to be sugar-free. Well, sister, I want kiwi matcha milk cap, and it has to be sugar-free. Then I want rock sugar in snow pear water. Sister, just give me half sugar. Afterwards, several little girls ordered their favorite things one after another, but without exception they all chose sugar-free or half sugar. This made Longshore a little strange. Logically speaking, children all like sweeter things, so why are these girls so particular?
Ha? You guys don't like sweet things? Hee hee, it's like this, Sister Ling. If we take in too much sugar, we'll get fat. If that happens, we won't be beautiful anymore.
Longshore's head started buzzing after hearing this, and he fell silent immediately.
Is it already so curly now? Some little girls are actually starting to have body anxiety.
Okay, but I think you guys will still look good even if you get fat.
You'll be so cute when you're chubby.
Sister Longshore, this won't do. If we get fat, we won't be able to wear pretty little skirts. But no matter what, the little ones still insisted on their own opinions and were very afraid that they would gain weight.
You guys? You're not that old, but why are you so conceited?
Longshore was completely helpless. It seemed that these little girls knew that they were very beautiful.
But I have to say, this habit is still very good.
In comparison, Longshore, who ordered full sugar, felt a little embarrassed. The staff in the milk tea shop were also very happy to see these little girls. They were very fond of them. While preparing food for them, they also teased them from time to time. Afterwards, Longshore drank a cup of milk tea and walked out of the mall with a few little girls. Walking on the street and looking at this bustling city, it seems that nothing has changed, and yet it seems that everything has changed. Longshore couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He had been away from the city for too long, and now he still felt a little strange.
This feeling is very strange.
I once belonged here, but now I can't find the same sense of belonging as before. This made her feel a little disappointed and her mood was a little complicated. On the contrary, she had never felt so confused in Antarctica, which was far away from human habitation. After walking for a while, it was almost noon and time to eat something. After all, after strolling around for the whole morning, not only the girls, but even Longshore herself was a little hungry.
Girls, where are we going to eat? Wherever Sister Longshore goes, we'll go.
A few little girls laughed and said playfully.
We decided where to go in the morning. Now it's Sister Longshore's turn.
Okay, let me see. Longshore nodded happily, took out his mobile phone and searched for some nearby food rankings, and found a newly opened hot pot restaurant that seemed pretty good. Although it is a new store, it has a high rating, and the environment and consumption are also medium to high level.
By the way, can you girls eat spicy food?
Although Longshore really wanted to give it a try, he still asked a few little girls first. Because according to the reviews, the clear soup base of this hot pot restaurant is average, but the spicy base is widely praised.
Yeah. We can eat spicy food.
The girls nodded, all looking very confident.
Okay then, let's go eat spicy hot pot, let's go.
Yeah. Having made up her mind, Longshore brought the children to this hot pot restaurant. As soon as they walked into the store, the waiters inside came to greet them. Welcome to our hot pot restaurant.
Miss, would you like a private room or the lobby?
It's okay, just have a meal, the hall will be fine.
Okay miss, please follow me.
Afterwards, the waiter took Longshore and the children into the hall, found a clean seat, and handed them the menu.
Girls, take a look at the menu. Order whatever you want. Sister Longshore is treating us today.
Yeah, thank you, sister. The girls thanked Longshore and gathered their little heads together to look at the menu. After ordering the dishes, the girls remembered that they had not ordered the soup base yet, so they turned the menu back to the first page. This hot pot restaurant has a wide variety of soup bases. Even the spicy soup base is divided into several types, from the most basic slightly spicy to spicy, super spicy, and even super spicy. As for super spicy and super spicy, they felt palpitations when looking at the pictures above, and finally chose to challenge a moderate spicy hot pot.
Okay, wait a moment.
The waiter nodded and smiled. After entering the menu, he served tea and appetizers to Longshore and the others. The girls were all looking forward to the spicy hot pot base. They rubbed their hands together and waited impatiently, showing off to Longshore how much they could eat spicy food. However, at this moment, a woman with a little boy walked into the hall and sat in a seat not far from Longshore and others. Originally, these were just two ordinary guests and no one paid any attention to them. However, as soon as the little boy sat down and before anyone ordered his food, he started to act up. "Hey, hot pot! Hot pot! I want to eat hot pot." The little boy was seen making loud noises as if no one was around, and that was not enough as he was climbing up and down the chair with his shoes on. "Little boy, be careful." "We are." "Mind your own business. Just wait for your order." "Why are you talking so much?" The young waiter who was serving the mother and son was about to give a reminder when he was stopped by the boy's mother, whose voice was no louder than that of the boy. "Sorry, I won't say any more." The young waiter had never seen such a rude and unreasonable customer before, and he didn't dare to say anything more for a moment. He just stood aside and entered the menu for the woman. Chapter 505, Naughty Child. This sudden shout attracted a lot of attention from the people around, but they just glanced at it and didn't continue looking. But the little boy seemed to become even more presumptuous because he saw his mother's support. Not only did he crawl around on the chair, he even stepped on it with his shoes on, looking at the diners who were eating at the table behind him. "Hey, what kind of soup base are you eating? Is it delicious?" He then let out a strange laugh and rudely disturbed the diners at the table behind him. Those people were originally eating their food, but they were all startled by the little boy who suddenly jumped out. A diner who had his back to the little boy was chewing and swallowing. The strange laugh almost made him choke. He started coughing violently with a red face. "Little boy, you scared us. Can you keep your voice down?" When they saw that it was a child, they didn't say anything harsh, but just whispered to remind the little boy to be quieter. "Ha ha! Coward! You're scared by this. I'm ignoring you." However, the little boy didn't listen at all. Instead, he laughed at the diners who were scared by him just now, and turned around to look at the menu. "Ah, is this the legendary naughty child?" The diners were in good tempers and shook their heads helplessly. Since the little boy didn't bother them anymore, they continued to eat their food. But just when they thought they could calm down, what happened next gave them a hard slap in the face. "You! Remember this. I want a plate of fresh-cut lamb. And this, I want one serving of the shrimp paste too. Did you hear that? Write it down for me." The little boy looked at the menu and shouted loudly to the waiter. What is incredible is that although this is still a naive little boy, his eyes are full of disdain for the young waiter. "Little friend, I've got it in mind." The young waiter was a little irritated by the little boy's gaze and wanted to express his dissatisfaction. But thinking of the little boy's even more rude mother, she gritted her teeth and swallowed what she wanted to say. But the little boy looked at the waiter with even more rude eyes this time, just because the waiter was a little too rude just now. "Keep your voice down. Mom said that you waiters are the lowest of the low. Speak with more respect." What's outrageous is that even though the little boy said this, his utterly terrible mother next to him just pretended not to see it. Not only did she ignore it and didn't say a word to her son, she even had a strong sense of mockery on her face. The little boy's arrogant words made the young waiter suddenly stunned. The grievance in his heart gradually spread, and his eyes suddenly turned red. But she still didn't dare to say anything. After all, the salary of this restaurant was already very good among waiters, and she had finally gotten this job. She could definitely imagine that if she said anything that the little boy or his mother didn't like, they would definitely make a big fuss here. "I'm just a waiter, but the customers here are all wealthy. If I'm not careful, I might lose my job." So she didn't dare to say anything and could only record the menu silently, tears of grievance and anger quietly rolling in her eyes. However, this also once again attracted the attention of many diners around, and they were all disgusted with the little boy and his mother. Some men couldn't stand the boy's rude behavior anymore and stood up and shouted at him. "That brat! Speak properly to me, what's wrong with the waiter? Why don't you respect him? That's right, they work with their own hands, do you have any tutors? Also, you've seriously disturbed others, so be quiet and listen carefully." It can be said that this little boy is a real acting genius. He was making faces at the guests just now, but when they finished talking, he immediately crawled into his mother's arms with a wronged look. "Look, Mom.
These adults are bullying a child like me. Don't cry, baby. Ignore them.
The little boy's mother whispered a few words of comfort, but although the little boy was crying, there was only thunder but no rain, and not a single tear could be seen. If you look closely, you can even catch a glimpse of a sneer on the little boy's lips, as if he knows what his mother is about to do.
Hey! You adults are so shameless. Why are you arguing with a child? What's wrong? My son told some truths, and they hurt the fragile hearts of some of you? If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. I'm just wondering, you guys are so tall and strong, weren't you a half-grown child before?
Sure enough, the little boy's mother comforted him for a few words, then immediately stood up and started arguing with him. Not only did she not care about her own child at all, her attitude was also very arrogant. The little boy stopped crying hypocritically at this moment, and continued to crawl around on the chair, shouting loudly.
Ha ha ha. I have mom to protect me. What can you do to me? I'm just playing. I'm just making trouble. Why don't you come and beat me up? I'm just a child. You dare not do anything to me. You are a bunch of cowards.
The little boy continued to make faces at the diner smugly, and anyone who saw this would want to go up and give him a good beating. You guys, there's really nothing to be found in this big forest. The diners over there were also amused upon seeing this. They never expected that in such a small hot pot restaurant, they could see such a top-notch mother and son pair.
Ha! How can there be such a person? This is not a flower at all. It's simply a carnivorous plant.
At the same time, Longshore here also frowned, and his eyes were no longer as gentle as before towards the girls, but as cold as a cold blade.
Sister Longshore is angry.
When the girls saw that Longshore was unhappy, they looked at the little boy, put their index fingers to their mouths, and hushed the little boy to stop making trouble.
Have a finger in the pie.
Unexpectedly, the little boy pretended not to see the girls, whispered a mocking word, and continued to crawl around shouting.
Hey, look at me scattering flowers.
The next second, I don't know what was wrong with the little boy, he actually picked up the chopped green onions and the condiments and threw it hard over his head.
Chapter 506 Crying.
This affected the diners at several tables around. The tables were in a mess, and their heads, bodies, and pots were filled with chopped green onions and other things.
Oh my God. I really can't stand it anymore.
The person next to her completely exploded at this point. He stood up angrily, pointing at the woman's nose and said,
Madam, can you please control your naughty child? This is a public place, a restaurant, okay? I'm warning you, if you let this kid continue to make trouble, we will never forgive you. Either you tell this kid to be quiet, or I'll throw you all out.
In an instant, many diners nearby also echoed the sentiment.
Everyone knew that they were unhappy with the mother and son. Oh. Do you really dare?
The woman snorted coldly with a fake smile. Not only did she not look scared, but she even had the word arrogance written all over her face.
You guys are really brave, aren't you? But I have to remind you first, it's best not to do this. I can just tell you that my husband and the boss here are old friends. So even if I throw all of you out, I won't throw us out. You are the best. Take a good look in the mirror first.
The flesh on the woman's face was trembling. She looked fearless and continued to let the little boy continue to make a fuss.
I really can't stand it anymore. You guys sit down first, I'll be back soon.
Here, Longshore suddenly stood up, asked the little girls to sit here and not move, and walked quickly to the little boy.
Sister, didn't you hear what my mother said?
The little boy looked at Longshore coming over, and when he saw it was a girl, he was not scared at all and made a face at Longshore.
You'll know right away.
Longshore's eyes were cold. He reached out and grabbed the back of the little boy's collar, and lifted him up easily, as if he was lifting a chick.
Let me go.
Otherwise I'll ask my mom to have you all thrown out, including those little girls sitting next to you. The little boy kept struggling and uttering harsh words, but Longshore didn't buy it. He dragged him to the door and threw him heavily to the ground.
Ouch!
The little boy screamed and covered his lower back in pain. He no longer had the ferocity he had just now and lay on the ground crying loudly. Then, Longshore closed the shop door, clapped his hands lightly, and walked back coldly.
The whole process took less than half a minute, but the entire hall was silent.
Everyone held their breath and stared at this scene with wide eyes. Apart from the angry panting of the little boy's mother, the only sound that could be heard was the sound of boiling copper pots on the diners' tables. Seeing Longshore walking back with an expressionless face, the diners around took a deep breath and then burst into applause.
Well done, little girl. It's really satisfying. That's how you deal with little scoundrels like this. Oh my. This is so satisfying. This little sister is so brave. If that woman makes trouble later, we will all help you. This is the light of righteousness. I suggest that we increase the intensity. As the crowd cheered and applauded, many men blushed. In the end, they still admired that a girl could be so bold. Thinking about their own inaction just now, it is really hard to justify comparing them with others. Actually, we can't blame them too much. After all, they just came to have a meal, and no one expected to encounter something like this. There were a few men ready to take action just now, but Longshore did not hesitate at all and was faster than anyone else. But this time the little boy's mother was unhappy. She glared at Longshore with red eyes and rushed over like a shrew. Who are you? How could you treat a child like this? This is too much. All right. Really? If you have the guts, just wait here. I'll call someone over to give you a good beating. My son is someone you can't just bully. Can everyone give us some advice? However, the woman had only said a few words and was about to continue to complain when Longshore interrupted her coldly. Say another word and I'll throw you out too. The woman was now even more furious, but suddenly she saw Longshore's pair of vicious eyes, and in an instant she became like a deflated ball and became completely timid. She didn't know why, but an unknown fear suddenly rose in her heart. If I had said one more word just now, Longshore might have really thrown me out. Haha, aren't you tough? Why do you become cowardly when a little girl glares at you? This kind of person is always bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Now he has met a tough guy, right? If you ask me, this little sister is definitely not simple. Just looking at the look in her eyes just now, if I were her, I would be scared too. The diners were enjoying the show and venting their anger. While mocking the woman, they also continued to cheer for Longshore. Just at this moment, the two men outside walked in, chatting as they walked, and the little boy was held in the arms of one of the men. Why are you crying, kid? What happened? The man holding the little boy looked at his son helplessly, not knowing what was happening. After all, it is difficult for a child to speak clearly when he is crying. What's more, the little boy was so frightened just now that he just curled up in the man's arms. Oh, this kid. It's normal for him to cry. He will be fine after eating something. The other man next to him waved his hand and smiled, not thinking it was a big deal, and gently touched the little boy's head. That's true. But you have to say, this hot pot restaurant of yours is really well designed and looks really grand. Haha, that's actually it. Business is okay, but I can't do without your help. You make it sound like I've helped a lot. You're flattering me. Come on. Let's not talk about this today. Now that we are here, we two brothers should have a good drink together later. Of course. You can't run away. The two men seemed to have a good relationship, and as they walked, they ended up at the hall. Here, the woman also saw the man, and suddenly tears of grievance fell down, and she wailed loudly. Hubby. You're finally here. If you had come any later, I wouldn't know what I would have done. This earth-shattering and soul-stirring wail not only made the diners present cover their ears, but also interrupted the conversation between the two men. The woman then quickly took a few steps over to the two men and started crying to the man holding the little boy. Chapter 507, Beating Someone. Husband. Someone just beat our son. Why did you come just now? She even threw our son out in front of so many people. How hurtful to his self-esteem. And you don't know, she just yelled at me and threatened to throw me out too. The man was stunned by this. He looked at his son who was crying even louder in his arms, and his wife in front of him who had a wronged look and tears in her eyes. His anger suddenly filled his throat. Don't cry, honey. Tell me who it is. I want to see who is so bold in broad daylight. The boss next to him was also a little confused when he saw this situation, and his face suddenly darkened. What's going on? Why did they suddenly start making a fuss? Honey, it's that woman. She was the one who bullied our son and yelled at me. When the woman saw that her husband and boss were present, she became bolder and pointed at Longshore viciously. Following the woman's pointing, the man and the boss all looked towards Longshore. Husband, it's this woman. She was the one who threw our son out just now. You have to stand up for our precious son. This woman is really a bully. This must be severely punished.
People like this are a cancer that corrupts social morals. I'm so angry. Now that the woman saw that someone was standing up for her, there was no fear on her face anymore, and she glared at Longshore with bared teeth. After all, in her opinion, no matter what, Longshore was just a little girl. What kind of background could she have? With her husband and the owner of the hot pot restaurant both here, Longshore had no idea what to do. She thought very clearly in her mind that unless Longshore paid a satisfactory price this time, he would not let her off easily. On the contrary, when Longshore encountered the current situation, he did not show the slightest panic, but just looked at the woman with a smile. She now wanted to see how this crazy woman could confuse right and wrong. As for what they could do, Longshore didn't believe it at all and just looked like he was watching the fun. Wife, are you sure it's her? Although the woman's husband was very angry, he found it hard to accept Longshore's harmless look at this moment. That's right, husband. It was this woman. She just beat our son and threw him out. And it was her who threatened to throw me out, saying that she wasn't afraid of you or the boss of this store. I just don't know how much psychological trauma our son will suffer after being treated so cruelly by her. While accusing Longshore, the woman suddenly burst into tears. Her tearful acting skills could definitely beat any young actor. Everyone, look at this. Would you be willing to eat in a restaurant with someone like this? My son was so young, and he was treated so cruelly by this woman. Will you dare to bring your children out in the future? God knows. She just saw that we were alone and weak, so she came up with this evil idea of bullying the weak. For a moment, the woman's story became more and more exaggerated. The man looked at his wife, then at his son sobbing in his arms, and he had to believe it. What followed was a heart full of anger, and he glared at Longshore with resentment to the sky. Many diners around had already lost their appetite and were standing in the distance watching this scene. They were extremely disgusted by the woman's pretentiousness. Oh my God! How dare this woman be any more disgusting? She is just confusing right and wrong. Humph! What did she and her unfortunate child do just now? Why don't they dare to say it now? Now I don't know how this girl should deal with it. I didn't expect that this woman's husband actually knows the boss here. However, although they were standing up for Longshore, they did not dare to say anything more, for fear of getting into trouble. After all, if the woman's husband knows the boss here, he must be of some importance. They just came here to have a meal, and no one can tell how deep the water is here. Therefore, those who claimed to stand up for Longshore just now are now just standing there watching, not daring to do anything substantial. Meanwhile, a few little girls were so angry when they heard the woman's confusing right and wrong remarks that they puffed up their lips and ran over from their seats, holding hands. Auntie! Don't talk nonsense. It was because your son was too noisy and seriously affected the guests' meals. That's right, Auntie. You are an adult, you can't lie. We just saw it. You even insulted the waiter here. Sister Longshore didn't hit anyone, Auntie, please don't lie to me. Our teacher said that we should be honest. The little girls spoke in baby voices, but looked at the woman with firm eyes. They could not tolerate a woman defiling their sister Longshore like this, and they had no other thoughts. Looking at the little girls who suddenly appeared, the woman blushed a little and glared at them with hatred. You little bastards. But before she finished speaking, the boss next to her looked at these girls and was suddenly stunned. His heartbeat accelerated violently at this moment. He recognized Yi Jing and the girls instantly and quickly stopped the grinning woman. Shut up! Who allowed you to talk to these ladies like that? I. The woman was caught off guard by this shout and looked at the hot pot restaurant owner in surprise. Now even she couldn't get around it. Why did the boss suddenly speak in favor of the girls that Longshore brought with her for no reason? Looking back at the boss, he was instantly frightened and broke out in cold sweats. His whole body seemed to have lost control and began to tremble violently. Before he was the owner of this hot pot restaurant, he worked as a manager in a big hotel and had organized several large banquets. The most unforgettable one for him was a banquet that happened not long ago. On that occasion, all those who came to the banquet were top dignitaries of prominent status. But these big guys, who are usually admired by thousands of people and well known in the area, are all surrounding a young man. The children that the man brought with him were the little girls standing not far in front of him. Chapter 508 It's your own fault. You know, from what he saw at the time, the attitude of those dignitaries towards that man could be said to be respect to the core. The man is the core of this banquet. All the dignitaries present are bowing and scraping to the man and are as respectful as they can be. Even the little girls brought by the men were treated the same, for fear that they would not treat them well. As the manager of the hotel at that time, he saw all these scenes, and they are still particularly vivid memories for him. Although he didn't know what kind of identity that man had at that time to be treated like that by those dignitaries. But what is certain is that he must be a big shot standing in a commanding position that is beyond one's imagination. So these little girls in front of him don't have simple origins, they are the children of real big shots. If this woman said a few more words and told their father about this, then their hot pot restaurant would no longer be open. Moreover, for big shots at that level, some things are just a matter of a word or a phone call. As for the more horrific consequences, I simply don't dare to imagine them. So after confirming the identities of the little girls, a hot pot restaurant owner hurriedly walked forward respectfully and greeted the little girls with a smile. I'm so sorry that I didn't know about the ladies' arrival. I really failed to welcome them. I'm also very sorry that you ladies had an unpleasant dining experience today, but please rest assured, I will handle it properly later. Just look at the boss, he almost bent his waist to 90 degrees in front of these girls, and quickly admitted his mistake. By the way, ladies, isn't Mr. Yi here? Then, the boss quietly asked the girls about Yi Xian, and he felt a little flustered. If their father were here, this matter would probably not be so easy to resolve. Uncle, our dad is at home and didn't come out with us. The girls shook their heads and told the truth about Yi Xian's location. But what happened in these few short moments left the woman and her husband next to them stunned. They racked their brains but couldn't understand why the boss suddenly became so respectful to these girls. And who exactly is Mr. Yi that he is talking about? It sounds like he must be someone very important. Brother Zhao, who are these children? The man gritted his teeth and walked up to ask the boss about these children, feeling a little unsure. Even the boss is so respectful to them, not to mention their parents. This is definitely not someone they can afford to mess with. I know how you feel right now. You can't be blamed for this. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your blind wife and disobedient children. Although the boss is not very clear about what happened just now, both sides have different stories. However, he believed the words of Yi Jing and the other little girls a little more and glared at the woman coldly. Brother Zhao, what do you mean by this? How come you are blaming my wife? The man was even more confused at this moment, and seemed a little angry. He didn't understand why the boss said such harsh words. Let me tell you this. You should know Mr. Liu from the Royal Spirit Group and the CEOs of several other groups, right? I know, but does it matter? The man forced himself to nod, but he still didn't know what the connection was. Okay, since you know, I'll tell you everything that happened that day. Before, I organized a large banquet at the hotel where I used to work. The CEOs I just mentioned were all present, and there were even some more remarkable people. But without exception, they all treated one of the men with great respect. These ladies are the children of that man. After saying this, the boss looked at the man with some complexity, patted him on the shoulder and said, So I can't make the decision for you on this matter. I feel like your wife is lying. You'd better ask her clearly. Hearing this, the man was completely stunned. Looking at the little girls over there, he was shocked beyond words. The identities of their fathers were too horrifying. How on earth did his wife get involved with them? It's not that he doesn't understand the logic behind this. If his wife had exaggerated the matter a bit and provoked these people, the situation would have been different. Thinking about this, the man looked at his wife seriously and asked in a cold voice. Wife, tell me the truth, what on earth happened here just now? Husband, this is just a misunderstanding, it's really just a misunderstanding. The woman no longer had the arrogance she had just now. She looked like a wilted eggplant and her speech was slurred. No matter how stupid she was, she now understood that she had provoked someone who should not be provoked. At this moment, when she thought of her exaggerated words just now, she really wanted to slap herself. Ha ha! Misunderstanding? Madam, you really know how to talk. But just as she finished speaking, the other diners around her came over with a sneer and repeated what had just happened in detail. Excuse me, ma'am, the misunderstanding you mentioned is that you brought your ignorant child into the store and allowed him to make noise and disturb others? Even when your son was rude to an innocent waiter here, you didn't do anything about it. When others reminded you of it, you didn't take it seriously. Finally, your kid made everyone unable to bear it anymore. Didn't you keep saying that your husband has a good relationship with the boss here? Can you throw us all out? What this little girl did was absolutely right, but let me correct you, I didn't beat your child, I just threw him out. Of course, this is your son's own fault. He is acting on behalf of the heavens.
The surveillance camera overhead should have captured everything clearly. Do you still dare to say this is a misunderstanding?
The diner's powerful words not only recreated the previous scene, but also posed a series of torture questions to the woman.
I was wrong.
Having said that, with the diner's testimony, the woman had nothing more to say.
She was so overwhelmed that she didn't know what to do.
P.S. My new book I Went Down the Mountain to Find My Senior Sister, and My Ex Wanted to Kill Me After Finding Out has been published. Introduction. Junior brother, the eldest daughter of the Chu family is here with a dagger, and she wants to destroy you. Junior brother, the daughter of the richest man has offered a reward of hundreds of millions for your head.
Junior brother, the fans of the new movie queen know that you cheated on her, and now they are blocking the door, wanting to attack you and demand justice. You looked at the senior sisters.
Senior sister, these are all things that happened before I was captured by the beautiful master and taken to the mountains 6 years ago. The senior sisters all took a step back. Before master kicked me off the mountain, he told me to come to you and asked us to unite and work together. The second sister walked forward, looked at Yiyu, and gently placed a bottle of medicine on the table. Junior brother, this is something I developed.
It can keep you alive no matter how badly you get beaten. I believe you can make it through this. Come on. We are one step ahead. Yiyu. Damn, the love between senior sister and junior brother was as deep as the sea. Please support me. Chapter 509. So that's how it is. What? So that's how it is. However, the owner of the hot pot restaurant was completely dumbfounded when he heard this.
He was already furious in his heart. This woman almost offended a true god with this action.
So you haven't been telling the truth this whole time, right? And you're still here making the first move. Do you know who you've provoked?
The woman's husband was also furious. He threw the child to the ground and slapped the woman in the face.
You silly woman, if I really give you some face, you think you can turn the world upside down, right? Is this person someone you can mess with?
I don't have much time, so I told you to educate this brat, but you actually helped him to do evil. I can tell you, if you really provoke this guy, you won't be able to end it even if you call all your ancestors. The man didn't care about anything at this point, and even felt that the slap he had given was too light. Originally, I just happily brought my family to my friend's hot pot restaurant for a meal today, but I didn't expect that this woman would cause such a mess.
Hubby, I was wrong. I was really wrong.
The woman covered her face and sobbed, and could only admit her mistake at this time. The man became even more angry and slapped her again.
You were wrong? You finally know it.
Then, the man took another look at the little boy who was shivering under the bar seat behind him, and stopped wanting to slap him.
Just wait. I'll talk to you slowly when I get back.
As he spoke, the man walked towards the little boy step by step. The guy looked at his father walking towards him with a cold face, and he knew that he was going to have a bad ending.
Dad. I was wrong. Please don't hit me, okay?
He wailed and continued to squeeze deeper into the seat, but was still pulled out by the man.
You rascal, you really made me proud. Just wait and see how I deal with you today.
The man was so angry that he picked up the little boy and threw him to the ground.
Wow.
The little boy burst into tears again, but the man was still not satisfied and started punching and kicking him again.
Even the diners couldn't bear to watch it any longer. This father is so cruel. He really beats his child because he is ignorant. Alright, that's enough for now. You'll be in trouble if you go back.
After a while, the man wiped his sweat and his anger subsided a little. He stood up and came to Longshire and the little girls and bowed his head to apologize.
Ladies, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining you well. Please calm down, ladies. I will pay for all your expenses today. I will punish this ignorant boy when I get back.
Longshire had a blank expression on his face, but now the commotion had been going on for quite some time, and he didn't want to delve into it any further, so he spoke calmly. We don't have any problem here, but I have only one request.
The waiter and the mother and son must apologize. Yes. Don't worry, miss. I will do as you say right away.
The man quickly nodded in agreement, and the little girls also wisely went to bring the young waitress hiding behind over. The waitress' eyes were still red at this time, and tears were falling drop by drop.
I've been treated like this by this mother and son today. I've been so aggrieved that I can't speak.
The way she sobbed silently with empty eyes made the little girls in Longshore feel very distressed.
Sister, they are going to apologize to you, don't be angry. No bad guy will bully me anymore. Don't cry.
Sister, please stop crying, or it won't look good. Several little girls saw what happened just now, so they were comforting her gently at this moment, which made her feel very warm in her heart.
Yeah, thank you, little sisters. You are so nice.
The waitress wiped her tears and let the little girls lead her over.
What are you looking at? Apologize to them right now.
The man also shouted angrily at the mother and son, and the two of them walked forward tremblingly.
Little sister, I'm sorry, we know we were wrong.
Sister, I won't dare to do it again, please forgive us. The two men who were arrogant in front of the waitress before now lowered their heads and didn't even look up at her. The waitress didn't say anything, but wiped her tears and walked over to Longshore.
Thank you for speaking up for me.
Okay, it's okay.
Just don't bother with people like them in the future. Everyone deserves respect.
Longshore smiled and took the waitress's hand, gently wiping the corners of her rosy and sparkling eyes. Over there, the mother and son just stood there with their heads down, sobbing quietly and shedding tears. The boss of the hot pot restaurant couldn't stand it anymore, so he waved his hand and said to the waiters around him,
"You guys, throw them out.
If you encounter such guests next time, throw them out."
Okay, boss.
The waiters had been watching the mother and son for a long time, and now with the boss's permission, they walked forward quickly, carried the two and walked towards the door. Of course, they also followed Longshore's method and threw the two people out fiercely, and the diners around them also cheered.
Ha ha ha. That's what we should do. This is so satisfying. That's right. You can't be too polite to people like this.
Boss has a bad temper. I will definitely come to your house more often in the future. Then, the boss looked at the diners with an apologetic look and bowed deeply.
I'm sorry, everyone. I failed in my duty today.
Your purchases today will be free of charge.
This is my way of making amends for you all.
I hope everyone can put aside the past and come to our restaurant often to eat.
I promise you that this kind of thing will never happen again.
After apologizing to the diners, the boss was not idle either. He came to Longshore and the children respectfully.
Ladies, I am sorry to bother you. Now that everything is done, you can go back to eat.
From now on, whenever you come to my shop, all your purchases will be mine.
Please come this way.
I'll take you to the best private room upstairs.
It's quieter there. Hearing this, Longshore nodded and took the children to the private room upstairs.
The boss served them personally and did not dare to neglect them at all. But now he was relieved. At least the matter was resolved.
If he offended Mr. Yi, he didn't know what to do. Chapter 510, Discussion.
A moment later, the boss came down from the private room upstairs, came to the man, and said with some guilt, "I'm sorry for doing that to your wife and children.
Brother Zhao, the reason I'm waiting here is to apologize to you.
It was us who caused trouble in your store today." The man quickly shook his head and apologized to his boss.
Okay, then don't say anything.
I hope this incident won't affect our relationship. The boss nodded and patted the man on the shoulder.
Don't worry, Brother Zhao. I know what's going on. I'll take my leave now.
I still have things to deal with.
Well, let's get together another day.
After saying that, the two said goodbye to each other, and the man walked out of the hot pot restaurant quickly. The embarrassed mother and son were still waiting for him outside.
Dad, I.
The little boy looked at his father and was about to speak, but was interrupted by the man.
Shut up. There are too many people here. I'll beat you up when I get home.
Having said that, the man took the mother and son to stop a car and was no longer in any mood to eat. The little boy was sitting in the car, his whole body still in pain. After all, he had been beaten badly just now. But when he thought about the harsh beating he would have to give when he got home, his face turned even paler, and tears of ruthless regret fell one after another. At the same time, in the private room of the hot pot restaurant, the hot pot that Longshore and the children had been waiting for a long time was finally served. There are also many fresh side dishes and drinks on the side, which are also delivered by the boss himself.
Oh, finally I can have a good meal.
Longshore rubbed her stomach. She didn't feel anything just now, but now it started to growl.
Hee, Sister Longshore is really cool today. She's a superheroine who punishes evil and promotes good. Sister is my idol.
I want to learn from her in the future. I hope that auntie and the little boy can change for the better in the future. They really went a little too far today. The little girls admired Longshore even more at this moment, but they still sincerely hoped that the mother and son could change their tempers in the future. You guys, let's just forget about this matter and have a good meal. Longshore smiled and waved her hand, then picked up a few pieces of bright red and delicious beef tripe and put them into the bowls of the little girls.
Didn't you say before that you can handle spicy food?
Try to see if you can handle this spicy hot pot base.
Hey, of course we can. The girls nodded confidently, picked up the food and put it into their mouths. Not spicy at all, very delicious.
Sister Longshore, you should try it too, it's really delicious. It's not spicy at first, but it seems to have a strong aftertaste. The girls felt it was fine when they first ate it, but later on, their little faces turned red.
But it's okay, it's still within an acceptable range, and overall it's pretty good.
Ha, look at you guys, your faces are as red as monkeys' butts. Longshore burst out laughing when he saw this, but the little girls were not convinced and also put some into Longshore's bowl.
Humph. Sister Longshore, don't laugh at us. Eating spicy food will make you blush. Then sister, try it too. Maybe you can't handle spicy food as well as us. That's right. Sister Longshore hasn't even tried it yet.
Looking at the little guys' puffy mouths, Longshore just thought they were cute and nodded with a smile.
Okay, sister, it's okay to eat it.
As she spoke, she picked up a piece of mutton roll and put it into her mouth, still with a relaxed look on her face.
See? It's not spicy at all. These are just a piece of cake.
Sister Longshore, you're blushing. She looked up at Longshore's increasingly rosy face, and whispered something beside her.
Puff. Upon hearing this, Longshore was immediately defeated. He had to admit that the soup base was quite spicy.
Just like what the little girl said, the aftertaste was really strong.
Okay, I admit, this is a little spicy.
Longshore coughed, tried to remain elegant, and quickly took a few sips of the orange juice beside her.
Hee.
But it's still delicious. Sister Longshore, let's put the loach in the pot as well. It's the most delicious. The girls faced the table of delicious food, and they didn't think about competing to see who could eat the most spicy food. They just put whatever they wanted into the boiling copper pot. After more than an hour, Longshore and a few little girls were full and satisfied. They packed up and left the hot pot restaurant. Then, the girls called Tang Hao, and soon Tang Hao drove to the entrance of the hot pot city and picked them up. After arriving home, Longshore still felt a little bloated in her stomach.
Today's meal could be considered an indulgent one.
I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but now when she looks at these girls, they all seem to have become a lot rounder.
Jingjing, is there a place to exercise in this manner? Let's go exercise.
Then, Longshore asked Yi Jing if there was a playground or something like that here, and the little guys immediately became excited. Sister Longshore, it's right behind.
Dad has even prepared a gym here. Sister, do you want to exercise? Then let's go together.
Hee. We've eaten a lot today, so we need to exercise to help digest it. Then, several girls brought Longshore to the gym. The dazzling array of equipment and spacious sports venues immediately attracted Longshore's attention.
Wow! I love this place. It's awesome.
Having changed into sportswear, Longshore simply warmed up and then started playing with some strength equipment, while the girls jogged leisurely on the treadmill. After a while, Yi Xian and the villa did not look for Longshore and the girls, but came to the gym. Seeing that they were all exercising enthusiastically, Yi Xian was also happy and walked over to Longshore.
Master, you are here.
Longshore was stretching on the yoga mat at the moment. When she saw Yi Xian coming over, she waved and smiled at him. Well, you take good care of these girls.
You just need to train them more.
Yi Xian said with a smile, and then asked seriously.
By the way, Longshore, you shouldn't have regressed during this period, right?
Hee, of course master, how about we give it a try? As she spoke, Longshore stood up from the yoga mat and looked at Yi Xian excitedly.
Okay. Let's try it outside.
Yi Xian was actually willing to move, mainly because he wanted to test Longshore's current level. As they were talking, the two of them were about to walk outside, and Wang Xinyao happened to walk in.
Chapter 5:11 Crying and Laughing. What's wrong? Are you guys leaving right after I got here?
Seeing Yi Xian and Longshore were about to go out, Wang Xinyao asked with a bit of a smile, wondering if she had come at the wrong time.
No, Master's wife, I want to go out and spar with Master.
Longshore smiled and shook her head, but it didn't matter what she said, it actually attracted several girls over there.
What?
Longshore said that sister is going to spar with dad.
Wait for us. We want to see it too.
Sister Longshore has also learned martial arts.
How amazing.
This time, the little ones were even more excited than Longshore, and they clamored to go and see it too.
You girls. Let's go.
Yi Xian smiled helplessly. It's not a problem to let them take a look.
Okay. We'll wait for you outside. Dad, hurry up. Now it's going to be fun.
Sister Longshore is going to duel with dad. Hee, I don't know how powerful Sister Longshore is.
I'm so looking forward to it.
At this time, several little girls had already spread their little feet and ran outside ahead of everyone else, making Yi Xian and others behind them look at them in confusion. Afterwards, following the maids, everyone came to a wide and flat area in the manor. The girls stood next to Wang Xinyao, staring with wide eyes at Yi Xian and Longshore, who were standing opposite each other not far ahead.
They were so excited at the moment.
Wang Xinyao was a little surprised. Her impression of Longshore was that he was quite gentle and refined, but she didn't expect that he could actually fight. But when she thought that Longshore was also Yi Xian's student, she felt relieved.
For example, Longshore and the others were also very good at martial arts. Master, you have to be more lenient, or I might not be able to stand it.
Because he hadn't practiced with Yi Xian for a long time, Longshore was still a little nervous.
After all, he had to face Yi Xian.
Yi Xian's battle record at that time was unprecedented and unparalleled, and it was not something that his disciple could compare to.
Don't worry, we can just give it a try.
Yi Xian nodded and waved towards Longshore, signaling her to take action first.
Okay, Master, I'm coming.
Longshore was not polite either. She exerted force with her feet, and her petite and weak body instantly surged with a tremendous sense of power. Immediately, the little girls and Wang Xinyao only felt a breeze blowing past. Longshore was extremely fast and arrived in front of Yi Xian in just a few steps. In the blink of an eye, Longshore's fist had already hit Yi Xian's face. It was hard to imagine that a girl could exert such a force.
Wow!
Sister Longshore is so fast. I can't even see it clearly. It turns out that Sister Longshore really knows martial arts.
Come on, sis. You're so cool.
Although it had just begun, Longshore's speed had already completely impressed them, and they began to cheer for Longshore.
Well, the speed is good, there is progress.
Yi Xian nodded, but this was still too slow for him. After easily defending against Longshore's attack, Yi Xian was not in a hurry to attack, but was ready to see how Longshore would respond. Seeing that his punch missed, Longshore was not surprised. He immediately kicked into the air and hit Yi Xian's head hard.
Girl, you're quite ruthless. You're just kidding. This is training with the master. I have to be ruthless.
Yi Xian smiled helplessly, but still caught the kick easily and lifted his knee forward.
Although he did not use his full strength, the speed was already terrifying enough.
Seeing Yi Xian start to attack, Longshore stopped laughing and his expression became serious.
He quickly retreated and hid. Then, the two stopped talking and focused their attention on the competition.
Even though both sides were just casually competing, their speed was still terrifying. With such speed, it would be difficult for ordinary people to see clearly the attacks of both sides. They could only hear the sounds of punches hitting flesh. A few little guys stood aside and watched with great interest. Seeing that the battle had reached a white-hot stage, they also clenched their little fists. Although they were not the ones competing on the field, they were more nervous than anyone else. Wang Xinyao was stunned by what she saw, thinking that the speed was really too fast. Not to mention Yi Xian, Longshore actually has such speed, which is extremely rare. Even if she focused all her attention now, she couldn't clearly see the trajectory of the two people's attacks.
Dad and Sister Longshore can both go and make martial arts movies. So cool. Come on, sister. Daddy, come on too. It's so exciting. Even more exciting than watching a movie.
Finally, amid the cheers of several little girls, the duel between Yi Xian and Longshore also stopped.
Alas! Master is still master. I am still far from it.
Longshore rubbed his wrist, which was a little sore from blocking Yi Xian's attack, and was quite surprised about this competition.
It's been a long time since my master made a move.
I didn't expect that he is still so powerful now that he has become a super dad. She even felt that her master's attacks were much more fierce than before, and her breathing became rapid, but Yi Xian remained calm and composed.
Ha! Are dad and sister done fighting? Hee, this is so exciting to watch. Dad and sister are both so awesome. But it would be nice if they could fight a little longer. I haven't seen enough.
When the girls saw Yi Xian and Longshire stop, they ran up to them excitedly and applauded. Yi Xian looked at the girls' red faces due to excitement and smiled helplessly. You little guys, are you treating this like a circus?
Hey, no, Dad.
The girls pouted and shook their heads, but their expressions of watching the fun and not minding the trouble had already betrayed them. Yi Xian rubbed the little faces of the girls and nodded affirmatively to Longshire.
This exchange did not disappoint him. Not bad.
It seems you haven't fallen behind during this period, but you still need to continue practicing. Whether in terms of speed or strength, Longshire's progress is something she can feel personally, which also makes him very pleased.
Master, don't you have anything to teach me?
Longshire looked at Yi Xian with a smile on her face. She felt very happy when she heard her master's affirmation of her.
Well, let me explain.
Your current problem is not mainly reflected in speed and strength, but in your understanding of the moves. In every kind of fighting technique, physical fitness is only the foundation.
What can really improve martial arts attainments is actual combat, and actual combat is about receiving, transforming, and delivering attacks. Chapter 5:12, Resistance.
You were able to resist my attack very well just now, which is very good. Your moves were also very decisive, which is also worthy of encouragement. But how to connect the two together is what you need to do now.
I think you should understand, right?
Yi Xian earnestly summarized the advantages and disadvantages of Longshire at this stage, and also gave some suggestions of his own. Longshire listened carefully, and now he understood what Yi Xian meant, and nodded heavily.
Okay, Master, I know what to do. Well, that's good.
The girls next to him were also listening when Yi Xian was talking just now, but even after listening for a long time, they were still confused.
Dad, what you just said was so profound. We seem to not understand anything. Dad, why don't you teach us a few moves?
I really want to learn and be as powerful as Sister Longshire.
I want to learn the most powerful and handsome one.
The girls kept clamoring to learn it, so Yi Xian had no choice but to teach them a few moves, but they were all basic stuff.
After all, no matter what,
these little ones are really too young, and Yi Xian also hopes that at this time, they can learn as much as possible on the cultural level. Martial arts is still an illusory concept for them now.
I taught them these few moves just now to satisfy their curiosity. Dad, is there anything more powerful? Teach us a few more moves.
But a few little guys were still not satisfied. After just finishing learning these few moves, they kept pestering Yi Xian to continue learning. Yi Xian looked at the little girls with a wry smile and could only comfort them with a few words.
Well, it's no use for you to learn the moves now. Your current level of strength and speed is not enough. You are still too young. Be obedient. When you grow up a little, Dad will teach you, okay? Okay, Dad. We got it.
The girls were very obedient.
After hearing what Yi Xian said, they nodded obediently.
At this time, Tang Hao suddenly walked over, stood close to Yi Xian and said,
Brother Yi, several dignitaries here want to invite you to a banquet tomorrow. How do you think you should respond? Banquet?
Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, and after thinking for a while, he decided to agree.
Okay, let's go together tomorrow.
If this happened under normal circumstances, he might not have gone, because there was not much need, and if he went, it would basically be the same things.
But now that there are a few girls here, things are a little different.
After all, they still need to see more of the world. In the evening, Longshire was watching TV with a few little girls when her cell phone suddenly rang.
She got up and went out to answer it. I'm in China now, not there.
You guys can come to my place first, and then send me a message when you get there.
As he walked, Longshire spoke into the phone, then gave a few brief instructions and hung up.
After coming back, the children seemed to have noticed something. They looked at Longshire with some concern and asked,
Sister Longshire, what's the matter? Isn't Sister Longshire leaving too? She hasn't even played with us for a few days yet. Sister can go to Daddy if she has any problems. But can you stay with us for a while longer?
Perhaps influenced by Ling's previous departure, the phone call just now made the little girls quite sensitive.
Oh, it's nothing. Sister didn't say she was leaving.
Longshire looked at the little girls with a helpless look, and whispered a few words of comfort to them. She felt quite happy in her heart. Although these girls hadn't been with me for a long time, they were obviously reluctant to leave me. After hearing what Longshore said, the little girls finally felt relieved and continued watching TV. Longshore looked at these children and suddenly had a good idea, and said with a smile,
"You little guys can form a small team, what do you think?" Small team? What does Sister Longshore mean by a small team?
The children blinked and looked at Longshore, but they didn't quite understand what it meant. Actually, this is pretty simple. You girls are just part of a small group, so you can have some cool code names or something. Longshore tried to explain it to the little girls as concisely as possible, and although they didn't quite understand the meaning, they still found it very interesting.
That's great. It sounds like fun. Well, that's good. Our first step is to design a badge.
This will be the symbol of your small team. Longshore smacked her lips, thought about it, and decided to take the children to design a badge of their own.
Badge. Great.
When the children heard Longshore talking about badges, the first thing that came to their minds were those colorful and unique patterns. Of course, this was quite in line with their interests, and they jumped off the sofa with a start.
Then, they skipped into the room and found their drawing paper, brushes, and other painting tools. Sister Longshore, do you think these are enough to design a badge?
This. Longshore looked at the watercolor pens, oil pastels, colored pencils, gouache paints, and other painting tools brought by the girls, and for a moment she didn't know what to say.
Let alone designing a small badge, there is nothing that can't be done, right? Of course, that's enough. Let's get started then.
Then, Longshore picked out a piece of paper, spread it on the table, and started designing the badges with the children. The children first started writing and drawing on paper. Longshore did not interfere too much, but just watched from the side. After all, children's imagination is endless, so we should give them more space to express themselves at the beginning. But after working on it for half a day, the girls did design a pattern each, but it just didn't look right at all.
No. I feel like what I draw is so ugly. Sister Longshore, please come and teach us. We've never designed our own badge before.
Longshore looked carefully at the children's works on paper and said with a smile,
"It's actually pretty good.
I think all of you have done some great designs."
Really?
A few little girls were still not very confident, and Longshore also gave them affirmation and encouragement.
It's pretty good. Now you can improve it and discuss how to combine the elements in it. Chapter 5:13, Completely Clean. Yeah. We got it.
After the girls understood Longshore's meaning, they started designing without stopping.
After a long time, they finally got a result that satisfied everyone.
The overall structure of the badge is a small concentric circle with 5 small flowers of different colors and shapes inside. These flowers were drawn by the children themselves. Although each person's drawing is different, when put together, they are surprisingly harmonious.
Sister, we've finished drawing. Do you think it looks good?
The girls handed the final product to Longshore, looking forward to Longshore's evaluation, but also worried that their painting was not very good.
Great. This design of yours really brightens my eyes.
Longshore smiled and gave the girls a thumbs up. This pattern, combined with the 5 small flowers, was so beautiful that it was beyond words. Although the pattern is a little crooked and not so neat, it has a touch of childish spirit and imagination.
Hee. We think it's pretty good too.
The girls were naturally very happy to receive Longshore's praise, and continued to write and draw on paper, processing and refining the pattern. The next morning, everyone got up, packed up a little, changed their clothes, and went out together to attend the party. But the bosses on the other side arrived at the place even earlier. They were all dressed in neat suits and stood at the hotel entrance waiting to be greeted. Their expressions showed surprise and a hint of nervousness. After receiving Yi Xian's reply yesterday, they were so flattered and excited that they couldn't sleep. After all, this was Mr. Yi. They knew very well what kind of weight Yi Xian held in China and even in the whole world, and they also knew how rare it was that Yi Xian was willing to attend the banquet this time. But this is something they are aware of, but the manager and owner of the hotel are completely unaware of it. When I saw these bosses standing together at the door, they were all in a mess. They all knew the identities of these bosses, so they simply couldn't understand why they would do such a thing.
Oh my god. What the hell is going on?
The manager and the boss were standing in the lobby, looking at the group of CEOs outside with their mouths wide open in shock. I saw that every one of them was looking forward with a smile on their face and kneeling humbly. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this is not something else, it is definitely just waiting for someone. But what kind of person is worthy of these dignitaries waiting in person? Many people coming in and out of the hotel also saw this horrifying scene. Those who didn't know these bosses just looked at it a few more times and didn't care anymore. But those who knew these bosses had almost the same reaction as the hotel manager and owner, and it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples in their hearts.
Look over there. Aren't those people? What are they doing? You can tell that he is just waiting for someone. I'm dumbfounded.
For someone of his status, he has to be greeted with such respect.
What kind of important person is he? Who knows? Anyway, I really don't understand it.
Without exception, although they clearly saw the intentions of these bosses, they could not imagine who would be coming over later. If even these people need this, then the other party's identity must be extremely high. Thinking about this, no one could remain calm, and many people even stood at the back, waiting quietly. If for no other reason, they just wanted to see who was coming over later. They had already thought of many big names in their minds. Finally, after a short yet long wait, Yi Xian and others arrived at the hotel entrance in an extended customized version of Rolls-Royce. The bosses standing over there were shocked almost at the same time and hurried forward to greet them. As soon as Yi Xian opened the car door and got out, several bosses came up to him, looked at him excitedly, and greeted him respectfully and enthusiastically.
Mr. Yi. It's great that you can come to the banquet. We are really flattered.
Please come this way, we have arranged everything inside and are waiting for your arrival. We have all admired Mr. Yi for a long time.
We never thought that you would come here in person.
Yi Xian looked at these bosses, didn't say anything, just smiled and nodded. Immediately, Longshi, Wang Xinyao and others also got out of the car with the girls. Several bosses came forward one by one to greet them, and then invited everyone to walk into the hotel. Those people who had stopped to watch the excitement were stunned when they saw that the person these bosses were welcoming was Yi Xian.
Fuck. Are you sure?
This posture is just to welcome a young man. What kind of identity is this?
It's incredible. Alas, there are always people who are better than you. Look at her temperament, it's really extraordinary.
Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this and they talked a lot. The manager and owner of the hotel were also slightly stunned, and then they quickly came out from the lobby to greet them. Welcome everyone to our hotel, please come in, I will take you to the private room right away. The boss winked at the manager and then quickly and respectfully led everyone to the private room upstairs. The manager also understood what the boss meant, and then quickly went to various places in the hotel to make arrangements, and greeted the kitchen and the waiters with numerous instructions. At the same time, Yi Xian and his group had also entered the private room and were invited to the main seats by a group of bosses. Sitting around were Wang Xinyao, Longshi and the maids, while these bosses were sitting in the most inconspicuous positions. Of course, being able to invite Yi Xian to the banquet, let alone this, would be what they wanted even if they were arranged to sit in a corner or even just stand. After a while, the waiters brought out freshly baked delicacies one after another, and the boss and manager also personally brought over a few bottles of good wine. At the dinner table, everyone was toasting each other. Several bosses raised their glasses and stood up, respectfully toasting Yi Xian.
Mr. Yi, let's toast to you together.
Please feel free to do as you please. After the toast, they raised the wine in their glasses and drank it all. Although Yi Xian did not stand up, he also raised his teacup to signal. Under normal circumstances, no matter who these bosses are, they would be angry.
Not only did they use tea instead of wine, but everyone else was standing, and you were sitting? Chapter 514, Worldview Collapse.
But this one is different after all, and they have no complaints at all. Just now, Yi Xian was willing to raise his teacup to show his respect, which was enough to give them face. After the toast, everyone was chatting and eating, but Longshi's cell phone rang.
You all are here? Then come in.
After answering the phone, Longshi seemed to have expected it. After giving some instructions, he directly mentioned the hotel and the private room. Less than 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door of the private room.
Everyone was stunned and stopped to look at the door.
One of the bosses who was closer to the door went forward and opened it, but in came a few foreigners from South Africa. Although their attire tends to be in line with local ethnic costumes, they are not dressed in suits like these bosses.
However, the temperament of these people in their every move and the jewelry on their wrists and necks also demonstrated their absolute extraordinary nobility. You guys, is there something going on? The boss who opened the door looked at them in confusion.
The other bosses also looked at them strangely, wondering why such a group of people suddenly came out of nowhere. But they could also see that these people were definitely either rich or noble.
Ms. Long. However, these people obviously didn't pay much attention to these bosses.
After seeing Longshire, they hurriedly stood up and bowed.
Hello, Miss Long. We finally meet you. It's been a while since we last met. How are you doing?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's pretty good here. Longshire nodded, thinking that these people came quite quickly.
He just received their call yesterday, and they arrived this morning.
Sister Longshire, who are these uncles? They look so weird.
They seem to be very respectful to Sister Longshire.
Did Sister Longshire know them before? Sister, what do they want to see you for?
The children looked at these people with confusion and quietly asked Longshire.
They came from South Africa.
They are the rulers of that country.
Lord? What is this?
The children were confused again after hearing this, while Wang Xinyao stuck out her tongue and was shocked.
Wow, this guy actually has such a great background, and the identity of the leader of a country is not small at all. However, the dignitaries sitting around couldn't remain calm.
They all stared at these people with wide eyes.
They were all dumbfounded.
They never expected that the other party was the king from the other side.
What kind of status is that? It is simply inestimable.
They may have a certain amount of wealth and status, but compared to others, it is really nothing.
Not to mention what this person's identity as the head of state represents, even the wealth he possesses is extremely terrifying. What? Lord! Oh my God! What kind of identity is this? Wait!
This isn't just one king.
Are they all here to see this lady?
They stared at each other in amazement, and their attention was almost simultaneously focused on Longshire. They had never seen Longshire before, and seeing that she came with Mr. Yi, they all thought that she was just Mr. Yi's family.
However, what was unexpected was that during the meal, these prominent kings came from afar just for Longshire.
Moreover, they all saw clearly the deep respect they had for Longshire.
Sure enough, the people who are with Mr. Yi are not that simple.
But how did Longshire, who looks so young and is still a girl, gain so many followers among the kings?
They don't understand, and they simply can't figure it out. They can't find any basis to support the reasons behind this. Ms. Long, it's great to see you again. We have prepared some small gifts for you. Please accept them.
Here, after the kings chatted with Longshire for a few words, they took out the gifts they had prepared in advance and presented them to Longshire respectfully.
The CEOs also turned their eyes to the gifts presented by the kings, but it would have been better if they hadn't looked at them.
After just one glance, their worldview completely collapsed. The gifts brought by these kings at this time were all extremely rare things.
Gems, diamonds, etc. were all the best of the best.
But even so, several kings seemed to be worried that Longshire would not like it, and looked at Longshire nervously.
The bosses were completely dumbfounded, their mouths trembling constantly, they were completely numb from the shock. Is this also called a small gift? What kind of Versailles is this? If this is called a small gift, then wouldn't all their things be garbage?
They are not blind, they are all people who know what they are worth.
These things can be said to be true treasures. But one of these diamonds is something that only comes to market at top auctions.
And those gems, any one of them can be said to be made of extremely rare materials, this is no joke.
Oh my God!
These are all treasures.
This is too generous. You are truly worthy of being the king. What you bring out is different. Tisk, TSK, TSK. These things are all extremely expensive. The CEOs exclaimed in a low voice, and at this moment they could only stand aside silently.
Whether it is the king or Yi Xian and others, their status is far above theirs.
It can be said that they have no chance to speak at all.
Wang Xinyao and the girls also stared at these glittering treasures with their eyes wide open.
The girls just thought these things were very beautiful, with love flashing in their eyes, and they couldn't wait to hold them in their hands and play with them slowly. Wang Xinyao was shocked by the other party's generosity. After all, these things were not cheap.
This girl, Longshire, looks quite pretty.
I didn't expect that she is doing so well outside. Even the king of South Africa is trying to please her.
Looking at these things, Longshire's eyes remained calm.
He nodded and put them away, then asked the king. Well, I'll take the things. What's the main reason you're here this time? Miss Longshire, we are sorry to bother you this time. We mainly want to ask you for one of his totems.
The king bowed respectfully again and spoke respectfully. We intend to use this totem as a symbol of your noble status.
We will definitely worship it well in the future. Chapter 5:15 Pious.
The king's expression was particularly pious, which was enough to show that his words were absolutely sincere.
Ah, this.
But those dignitaries could no longer control their inner excitement and stared at the king in a daze. They knew what this totem meant to the customs there, and that was why they felt even more shocked. Such a totem is a symbol of faith and can never be worshipped casually. Even among the gods in the traditional sense, not every one of them has such a status to be worshipped by the whole country. So how high must Longshire's status be to be able to make the king make such a request? They could not imagine that this girl who had been ignored by them from the very beginning, Longshire, whose light was overshadowed by Yi Xian, actually had such a terrifying identity. At least from the attitude of this king, it can explain the problem, but they just can't understand the logic behind it. What exactly should we do to make these people show us the highest respect without any falsehood? Here, Longshire felt a little headache facing the king's request.
He wanted her to give him a totem, which she couldn't produce right now. Master, how about you give me one?
So she can only look to Yi Xian and seek help from her master. After all, the man had come all the way here, so she couldn't let him go back empty-handed. What's more, there is no loss at all for me. However, after Longshire called Yi Xian master, several dignitaries, who had not yet recovered from their surprise, fell into madness again. They all looked at Yi Xian in horror, unable to say a word for a long time. They stood there like a wooden sculpture, staring at Yi Xian with their eyes wide open. Mr. Yi Xian Yi is actually the master of this Miss Longshire.
Ah, this.
Even Longshire is something they can only look up to, and he can even be worshipped as a belief by the king. If someone like this were suddenly told that he was Yi Xian's disciple, they would have no time to react.
As expected, like master, like disciple.
This is too fierce.
It's like this. He's still Mr. Ye's apprentice. This is too outrageous. How terrifying is Mr. Ye's background?
At this moment, the eyes of these dignitaries all turned into fear and horror. Originally, they just wanted to invite Mr. Yi to dinner to improve their relationship. What I never expected was that not only did such a distinguished king come along, but even Longshire was Mr. Yi's apprentice. It can be said that just during this meal, they had to get to know Mr. Yi again.
Sure enough, Mr. Yi was still too low-key.
They only found out today that he had such a fierce disciple.
It was the king.
He was shocked at this moment. He didn't expect that this person was actually Miss Longshire's master. For a moment, his eyes became more and more solemn as he looked at Yi Xian, and his lips opened and closed uncontrollably. To them, Longshire was already a person worshipped as a god, so wouldn't her master be much more superior to Longshire?
You guys can figure this out on your own. I don't have any ideas for now.
Yi Xian smiled helplessly. He had no other choice but to pass the question to Longshire again.
Okay, master.
Longshire nodded, supported his chin and thought for a while, and came up with an idea, but he didn't know if it was appropriate. What she remembered was that she had designed a small team badge with the children last night, but she didn't know if it would be appropriate to give it to the King of South Africa. After all, it is indeed a bit strange to think that countless people are worshipping and venerating the totems drawn by a few little girls. The king was not in a hurry when he saw that Longshire did not reply for a long time.
He just bent down and waited quietly.
Longshire looked at the little girl sitting next to him with some embarrassment.
After thinking it over and over again, he decided to use their badges instead. Then this one, wait a minute and I'll give it to you.
Having made up his mind, Longshire found the simple design of the badge he designed last night, took a photo and sent it to the king.
Great, thank you Miss Longshire.
The king was flattered and bowed his head to thank him. His respect for Longshire was not only written on his face, but also deeply imprinted in his every move. Seeing the king's humble behavior and sincerity, those dignitaries broke out in cold sweats.
This is a bit too much.
Not only do they have to worship this totem, but they also have to express their gratitude in such a respectful way.
What on earth did Longshire do to deserve such treatment from him as the king?
It's not that they have never seen the world, but what they saw and heard this time completely overturned their three views from every angle. Seeing this situation, several people unconsciously became more restrained, sitting on their chairs very uncomfortably, and no one dared to speak. Mr. Yi is really too mysterious and too unfathomable. It's not just him, even the people under him are like this, they can't help but be in awe of him.
Ms. Longshire, Mr. Yi, we won't disturb you anymore.
We will take our leave first. After receiving the totem, the king respectfully said goodbye to Longshire and Yi Xian, and prepared to leave with his men. At this moment, Yi Xian looked at the king and tried to keep him with a smile.
Why don't we sit down and have a meal together, and spend a few more days here?
After all, we've come all the way here, so the totem issue isn't a big deal. This. The king's body trembled and stopped instantly. He was flattered and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. After all, this person is Miss Longshore's master. Although he didn't notice it before he came in, he now quickly realized that this was the legendary person. His status is more than amazing. I'm afraid there is no one else who can match him.
Thank you, Mr. Yi. Then I'll just stand.
Since Yi Xian said so, the king naturally had no reason to refuse, but he still dared to stand, knowing that he was not qualified to sit with Mr. Yi. But his action made all the dignitaries around him feel helpless. What a joke this is, the leader of this country doesn't dare to sit in front of Mr. Yi, but now they are all sitting there well.
Chapter 5:16 Let us stand up too. Mr. Yi, why don't we stand up too?
Several CEOs were a little embarrassed by the situation and quickly said that they could stand up too. At this moment, they are still sitting there, which can be said to be a torture. No, there's no need to be so restrained, just eat together. Yi Xian smiled and shook his head, and waved to the king who was still standing to sit down.
Okay, Mr. Yi. Then I'm offended.
The king did not refuse anymore and pulled out an empty table and chair and sat down. After sitting down, the king was not idle either. He picked up the wine glass and toasted Yi Xian and others. Mr. Yi, Ms. Longshore, I must offer you a toast. Thank you, Miss Longshore, for your help in the past and for giving us the most precious totem today. I also want to thank Mr. Yi for allowing me to sit here. I'll do it first. As he said that, the king drank the wine straight from the cup, and Yi Xian and others also expressed their gratitude by drinking tea instead of wine. After eating for a while, the king went to the bathroom on the pretext of going to the toilet, and took out his phone in a hurry. The call was made to his subordinates who were thousands of miles away. As soon as the call was connected, he hurriedly explained the matter of the gift.
Hey, I'm in China now, please send me some good things quickly. Remember, they must be the best. These things are to be given as gifts.
Lord, are you sure you want the best? The subordinate over there was a little bit at a loss when he heard this. He clearly remembered that the king had already brought a lot of rare and precious diamonds and other things with him before he set out. At this time, this person suddenly called him and asked for the best things right away, so he was a little unsure.
Yes. You must bring the best things and don't hold back.
This person is so important. The king spoke in a serious tone. After all, these things were to be given to Mr. Yi, so he must take out the best things.
Okay, my lord. How about those national treasures?
One is a gold cup handed down from Northern Europe in the Middle Ages, and the other is the top-grade pink diamond you received from the merchant before. If all else fails, we still have a few good things here, all of which are gold, diamonds, and other items of top historical value and material. The subordinates knew that the king was definitely not joking, and quickly listed several national treasures that were still available. Well, send all these things to me, but it may still not be enough.
Remember to bring some of the best bowls tea, it must be of special grade or above.
The king had no time to slowly decide what to bring and what not to bring, so he simply asked his men to deliver everything. But even so, he still felt that it was not enough. After all, these were gifts for Mr. Yi, and he must not be careless.
Lord, isn't this enough?
The subordinates over there were also confused at this time.
They couldn't imagine the identity of the other party this time. Even if it was so, would it still not work?
All those things before can be regarded as national treasures here, and they are the king's favorite private collections.
Just saying that all of them will be given away is not enough.
What kind of identity does the other party have that would make the king spend so much money to send gifts and make friends with him? His men's heads were buzzing and they couldn't find anything else for a while. Even if they could find other things, they would be much inferior to the ones they had just found. And since the king has said so, those things must be unqualified and are not worth showing off. How about this, you guys contact several other countries and forces right away and explain the situation here to them. Upon seeing this, the king decided without hesitation to let his men seek help from other countries and forces. He could indeed provide a lot, but it was definitely not enough. Afterwards, he briefly told his subordinates about the situation here and asked them to report it to other kings and leaders of other forces. You know, we came here in person this time just for Miss Longshore. Miss Longshore is someone that everyone in our country has to respect.
And this time, I also met Miss Longshore's master here. You should know how important this is.
When the time comes, you can just tell those kings and leaders directly that this Mr. Yi is the one in the legend. Having said that, the king changed the subject and continued speaking in a solemn and serious tone. Also, if they want to make a gift, this may be their only chance. No matter who they are, they should think carefully about it. After all, a person like Mr. Yi is like a mysterious dragon that can only be seen from head to tail. We are lucky to meet Mr. Yi this time, but no one can tell when the next time will be. At this point, the king had explained almost everything he needed to, and his subordinates also completely understood the king's intentions. Just now he was wondering why the king would give away almost all of his national treasures, and even felt that it was not enough. But if it was this person, then things would be easy to explain. If it were him, he would do the same. I have been following the king for a long time, so I naturally know what kind of person Mr. Yi the king is talking about. I have heard the king mention those legends more than once. Every time he mentioned them, there was indescribable respect and admiration in the king's eyes. Afterwards, the king was still a little worried, and repeated the instructions more than once. Only when he saw that everything had been explained almost completely did he feel a little relieved. Okay, Lord, I got it. I'll do it right away. The subordinate nodded heavily, and after hanging up the phone, he immediately asked someone to send the things the king needed to China first. Then, he called a lot of people together and went to contact other countries and spheres of influence around him, and informed their kings and leaders of the incident. Soon, in a large tribe nearby, one of the king's men quickly came to the outside of the villa where the leader was, waiting to be received by the leader. After waiting for a while, he was able to meet the leader here. Your king sent you to me. Is there something important? Why didn't he come to me in person? The leader sat leisurely in the recliner, holding a glass of liquor in his hand, and glanced at his subordinate indifferently. Chapter 517 Not Found. Sorry to bother you, this time it is indeed a very important matter. The king is still in China, so we have to contact you. Oh. It's very important. Tell me about it. The leader's eyes flashed, his expression straightened a little, and he listened carefully to what his subordinate said. Chief Nars, you should know the legendary Mr. Yi, right? What? Suddenly, when Chief Nars heard the king's men mention this surname, his face suddenly changed and he could no longer calm down. What on earth is going on? Tell me everything now. At this moment, Nars was no longer as calm as before, but was looking at the king's men with a nervous expression. This Mr. Yi is a well-known figure to the leaders and kings at their level. Even though they had never personally seen Mr. Yi, the man who created countless legends, they all knew how terrifying he was. They are very clear about some of the things that happened before, such as the bloodbath in the West. But what was displayed was only a part of Mr. Yi's strength, just the tip of the iceberg, so it was not surprising. They couldn't imagine to what extent the power behind Mr. Yi had developed. Judging from the parts that have been shown, it would probably take less than 5 minutes to destroy a large tribe like theirs. Chief Nars, our king is now in China, with Mr. Yi. The purpose of us contacting him is to remind you to prepare a gift. The gifts will be handed over to Mr. Yi personally by our king, so you don't have to worry about it. But the king also said that it was pure luck that I was able to meet Mr. Yi this time. No one knows when the next time will be. After the subordinate said what needed to be said, he said nothing more and just stood there waiting for Chief Nars's reply. Ding ding ding. But just when Nars was about to say something, the phone rang urgently. Is it Chief Command? What's the matter? When Nars answered the phone, he heard a familiar voice. It was the leader of the power tribe of the surrounding brother tribe, Command. Nars, I'm afraid there's something going on here that we all need to get together to discuss. If you have time now, come over quickly. Command went straight to the point and asked Nars to come over immediately. Nars was slightly stunned and then asked back. Is the thing you are talking about Mr. Yi? Ah, it seems you already know it. Command on the phone sighed and nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll come over now. At this point, Nars could no longer sit still and immediately agreed to come over. Okay. Then hurry up, there are already quite a few people here. I'll leave right away. After hanging up the phone, Nars stood up, glanced at the king's men, and nodded slightly to him. I already know about this matter. Several of our tribal leaders will contact each other immediately to discuss it and give you the results as soon as possible. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Chief Nars. The king's men immediately understood, knowing that Nars was about to leave, so they did not stay here for long and quickly turned around and left. Similarly, not long after the leader left, the leader of Nars also packed up and went out, rushing to the agreed place. Not long after, in the meeting room of the power tribe, leaders of all the large tribes had gathered together to discuss the latest news.
Command looked at Nars and other leaders seriously and said solemnly, "Do you think there is anything strange about this matter?"
In fact, the leaders had been thinking about this matter along the way. Most of them had their own ideas in their minds, and they all felt that this matter should not be false.
"I think there should be no problem.
After all, this is the news sent by the king, so it shouldn't be wrong."
"Yes, I agree with this point of view.
Besides, he wouldn't joke about this matter anyway." Well, it seems that he has indeed met Mr. Yi. I have also received news that just a while ago, almost all of his national treasures were being prepared for urgent transportation to China. At this point, everyone discussed it based on the information they had received, and the matter was confirmed to be 80% certain. Basically, there would be no mistakes. They were very clear about what kind of person Mr. Yi was, and this opportunity was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's not that they don't have good things in their hands, but if they want to give them away, they have to find Mr. Yi's location first. So, in just a few words, all the tribal leaders came to a final decision and tried their best to send the gifts.
"Okay. It's settled then. Since it's Mr. Yi this time, we all have to take out the best things in our box." Common nodded and took out a few things he had prepared. "Oh my god. They even took these out."
At this moment, the other leaders couldn't help but gasp when they saw what Kamun took out. Not to mention other items like top-quality gemstones and diamond rings. The most precious one among them is the scepter. The scepter is inlaid with many gems and is made of pure gold. In addition to the ancient runes carved on it, there is also a snake head connected to the handle of the scepter. This thing is none other than a rare treasure from the ancient South African civilization, a snake-headed scepter that represents power and everything. All of the leaders were astonished. Not to mention how valuable this thing was, it was the only snake-headed scepter in the world that contains civilization and history.
"Well, I'll take out my fortune too."
Seeing this, one of the leaders also waved his hand and asked his men to bring up a box made of ancient silver. There are many twisted words carved on it, and the years have left many traces of vicissitudes on it. However, this box gave people a feeling of simplicity and mystery, and it attracted the attention of other leaders for a while.
Could this be that? Suddenly, several leaders recognized the box and opened their mouths in surprise. "What's in here is the ancient golden music score, right? That's the Tianlan music score found in the ancient ruins thousands of years ago."
"I didn't expect that this thing had been with you all along.
I was wondering why I couldn't find it. Hurry up and let's open it and take a look." Chapter 518. Give it a try. At this moment, several leaders couldn't wait to see what was inside.
The leader smiled proudly and opened the box carefully.
Sure enough, there lay quietly an ancient music score that was entirely sewn with gold threads and sealed with silver edges.
Although I don't know if I can find musical instruments to restore the Tianlan above, its true value lies in its craftsmanship. This object, which comes from ancient relics, has a craftsmanship that is not suitable for the production level of that era. And I don't know what kind of antioxidant treatment was used, but even if I open it now, it still looks as good as new. The traces of time only remain on the box where the sheet music is stored. Afterwards, almost everyone took out the treasures hidden in their tribe, and each one was a true heirloom. After sorting them out, they packed these things together and handed them over to the king's men who were waiting on the scene. When handing over these treasures, the leading leader, Command, did not forget to give a few instructions to the king's subordinates.
"I'm handing these things over to you now. You must deliver them to Mr. Yi intact.
Remember to tell the king when the time comes, and ask him to say something good about us in front of Mr. Yi. After all, they spent a lot of money on these things, and they all hope to get closer to Yi Xian through these sincere gifts."
"All right, leaders. I promise nothing will go wrong. I'll let the king talk to you guys." The king's men nodded heavily and left quickly with these things.
After everything was arranged here, Yi Xian, the king and others had almost finished their meal.
"Everyone, how about we go to Ningjiang Palace and have a look?
We can also come to my place for some tea."
After dinner, Yi Xian invited everyone to visit the Ningjiang Palace.
This was something that all these dignitaries and kings wanted very much, so they agreed to it immediately. After walking out of the hotel, everyone got into their own cars, with Yi Xian and others' car leading the way, and they headed all the way to Ningjiang Palace. When they were about to arrive at the Ningjiang Palace, everyone was already able to see a glimpse of the scenery inside through the vermilion lacquered exterior wall. Moreover, these natural landscapes combined with the surrounding old city are also intoxicating to look at. But in the eyes of the South African king, the only way to describe it is stunning. He stared at the scenery outside the car window with his eyes wide open. This was a landscape he had never seen before. The first time it came into his sight, he couldn't bear to look away. And when he actually entered the palace, the king was stunned where he was. He couldn't imagine that this place, which seemed isolated from the world, had actually preserved the most original garden and royal palace scenery. Everything is in its most primitive and simple appearance, giving people a sense of going back to the past and standing in front of history. The old butler then took them to look around. The king was more and more surprised as he looked, and the corners of his mouth kept trembling. His expression also changed from surprise at the beginning to numbness. He had no idea how many twists and turns he had gone through. He had a very high opinion of this palace. It was even more luxurious than the palace he lived in. Although those dignitaries were familiar with the design of such palaces, the completeness and luxury of the palace were still particularly shocking to them. After they had finished their stroll, Yi Xian invited them into the house and sat down to drink tea and chat. Of course, the tea that Yi Xian placed in this palace is also the best quality tea. It cannot be bought even if you have money. It is a treasure that is priceless. Oh my God! Mr. Yi, your tea is so delicious. This is definitely the best tea I have ever tasted. The king just took a sip, and his expression changed completely, as if he was in a tea garden full of tea fragrance in an instant. The fresh and subtle fragrance of this tea cannot be described in words. You can only close your eyes and savor it slowly. As for those dignitaries, they were all filled with emotion. Perhaps only Mr. Yi could afford to drink such tea. At night, after Longsha arranged for the king to stay at the international hotel, he went home with Yi Xian, Wang Xinyao, and the children. After returning home, with no outsiders around, the children began to ask about the meaning of the totem. Sister Longsha, why does that uncle from South Africa want our emblem? Sister, what does the totem uncle mentioned mean? I heard that uncle say earlier that we need to make offerings. It feels so complicated. Longsha looked at the children's confused faces and explained with a smile. Totems are something as vague as a belief, but they are also a unique custom of theirs. Well, wait for your sister to take you there and you will know. Because that is the totem given to you, you can enjoy higher treatment than the leader there. Hearing this, the children couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They didn't expect that the patterns they drew could have such an effect. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hee hee. This is amazing. We must try it out sometime. In the following time, since there was nothing to do, Longsha began to lie on the sofa and watch videos on her mobile phone with the children. But as I was scrolling, a video of a carving anchor suddenly popped up. The host in the video is holding a small and exquisite carving knife and carving a piece of jade. His technique was absolutely first-rate. The carving knife left deep and shallow lines on the jade, slowly transforming into a beautiful landscape painting. The barrage of comments is full of praise for such craftsmanship, and is flying all over the screen every moment. The host is so strong. This technique is definitely the best I have ever seen. Is this the charm of traditional craftsmanship? My mother asked me why I was watching the live broadcast. Coach, I want to learn this, too. This is so cool. Even the little girls who were watching the screen were absorbed in watching it, their mouths slightly open, and they all had the same idea in their minds. Sister Longsha, why don't we carve some too? Hey, we have our own pattern, which is just right for engraving our badge. Sister, come with us, this looks like fun. Several little girls looked at Longsha eagerly and shouted that the live broadcast of the carving anchor had really piqued their interest. Okay, you guys really come up with something new. Chapter 519 Personal Experience. Longsha smiled and nodded, agreed to the little girl's request, and went into the house to find a set of carving tools and some wood of suitable size. The girls excitedly took the carving knives and started carving on the wood according to the patterns they had drawn before, but they didn't know any carving techniques. So they could only follow the movements in the previous anchor's video, which looked a lot more clumsy, but fortunately their patterns were still relatively simple. But even though the pattern is simple, it is still not easy for these little girls to carve it into shape and create a three-dimensional effect and surrounding textures. Fortunately, Longsha helped the children and laid a good foundation for them from the beginning, which was also conducive to their continued carving. The overall structure had already been laid for them. However, after all, the little girls had never learned the relevant carving techniques. Even with Longsha's guidance, the things they carved were still not quite formed. The cuts were too deep in some places and too shallow in others, so the overall look is a crooked one, with no sense of beauty in the carving at all. Sister, we still can't carve it out. In the end, the girls looked at their own works and could only look to Longsha for help. It was not their fault, as carving something like this would take more than a day or two.
Okay. Then let me help you.
Seeing this situation, Longshore had no choice but to take action himself. He took the carving knives from the children's hands and began to carve carefully, one stroke at a time. Compared with the children, Longshore's carving skills are so different from those of others. I saw her cutting the wood with her knife, leaving patterns and lines of varying depths, but just the right depths.
During this process, Longshore's attention was always on the tip of the knife.
His hands seemed to be completely welded together and did not shake at all. The pattern on the wood also began to become gradually clearer from the initial outline, and the technique was no worse than that of the anchor just now.
Wow! Sister Longshore is so amazing.
She's really amazing.
Hee. So pretty, sister is really my idol.
Sister Longshore's technique is so skillful, and she looks so beautiful when she's serious.
The girls standing by were stunned and began to cheer and admire him. Hey, you guys!
Longshore looked at the girls' excited red faces and felt helpless. She had no idea how long she had been practicing carving, but she didn't expect that in the end, she would become the carving knife for these kids. After a while, Longshore put down the carving knife in his hand, gently blew away the debris on the wood carving, and handed it to the little girls.
Okay, that should be okay. It looks so good.
The maids took the wooden badge and loved it very much for a moment.
Several girls took turns playing with it.
But there is only one of this thing, and there are 5 of them in total, and everyone likes this sculpture very much.
Sister Longshore, I want one too.
Xiaoxi lay on Longshore's knees with eager eyes, blinking at Longshore. Along with this, several other girls also began to beg Longshore, wanting her to carve a few more for them.
I want one too.
Sister Longshore is the best.
Sister Longshore, can you carve one for each of us? We really like this thing. Sister Longshore, this is our badge. One is too little.
The corners of Longshore's mouth twitched. Just this one had already made her hands sore. Now if there were 4 more.
So these little girls are treating me as a tool? How tiring it must be. Master, save me.
There was no other way. Longshore had to look at Yi Xian, who was sitting not far away drinking tea, and gave him a pitiful look asking for help.
Oh, it's true.
Yi Xian looked at him with a helpless look, then stood up and walked over and said,
If they want, you can carve for them. I think your skills are pretty good. But I really can't do this alone.
Although Longshore was a little embarrassed, it would be too much trouble to carve this thing out one by one.
Is that so? Then I'll do it.
Yi Xian nodded, picked up a carving knife, sat down and started his carving.
However, in less than a moment, Yi Xian completed the carving of the badges at a super fast speed and carved out 4 more. Yes. One for each of you girls. Are you satisfied now? Yeah. Thanks, Dad.
The girls held the badges in their hands with joy, dancing and jumping with joy. However, Longshore, who was sitting next to them, was stunned. The shock and surprise in his heart were difficult to describe in words. The strength and control that the master had displayed when carving the remaining badges just now was definitely beyond her reach. This also forced her to start thinking. After all, what she had been pursuing all along was to catch up with Yi Xian. I originally thought I was very close, but now it seems that I am still far away. For a moment, she began to doubt her life. Yi Xian was like an insurmountable mountain in front of her. Thinking about this, Longshore's eyes seemed to be a little distracted, so he stood up and went back to the house. Here, a few little girls were holding badges in their hands, watching Longshore going upstairs, and whispered to Yi Xian.
Dad, what happened to Sister Longshore? Yeah. He doesn't look very happy. That's strange, wasn't it just fine?
But even Yi Xian was not very clear about this sudden situation, so he could only smile bitterly and shook his head. At the same time, the king in the hotel still hasn't rested. After turning on the computer, he began a video conference with the leaders of several surrounding forces and organizations. When talking about today's situation, even the king of a country was so excited that he couldn't control himself, and even his voice inevitably trembled. Thank you all for taking the trouble to attend today's video conference.
First of all, I would like to thank you all here. About today, I actually didn't expect to meet Mr. Yi.
I just came to China to find Miss Longshore to ask for the totem. But when I arrived at the place, I found that Mr. Yi was also there, and Miss Longshore was actually Mr. Yi's apprentice. Mr. Yi's temperament, although once very plain, always has a strong sense of oppression.
This is what I experienced personally. Chapter 520. Go down and take a look. After that, Mr. Yi invited me to have a meal with him, and we also went to have a look around the Ningjiang Palace. According to what I learned later, this may be the only privately owned royal palace in China. I have never seen such luxury and simplicity in my life. That's basically what I saw and heard today. Do you have anything to say? The king told the leaders word by word what he had seen and heard today, making them tremble all over, with expressions of shock and deep solemnity. After all, this person is no ordinary person, he is a legendary figure whose existence they have heard of for a long time. But they didn't expect that the king would have the honor to meet Mr. Yi when he came to China. They were all envious. This person, who has left indelible myths all over the world, has always been a mysterious figure that is hard to find, but he is not that easy to see. Lord, we already know the situation, and we have asked your men to help deliver the things to China. This time, we are sorry to trouble you, Lord. You must help us deliver the things. We'll have to trouble you to say a few nice words to us when the time comes. Afterwards, several leaders repeatedly pleaded with the king to deliver the things, and their attitude was less respectful than before. After all, only the king can see Mr. Yi now, and even if they go there, they can't find any suitable reason. So now, they can only place all their hopes on this king. Okay, I know all this. The king nodded heavily in agreement, then cut off the video conference. At this time, the king also felt that after he returned this time, his status there would definitely improve a lot. At least, judging from the attitudes those leaders showed towards him just now, they were definitely different from before. Indeed, when he came to China this time, he did not expect to be able to meet Mr. Yi. Even now, it feels a little unreal. After sighing for a while, the king called his subordinates again, told them about the totem, and asked them to arrange it as soon as possible. I have already sent you the picture of the totem. You should do whatever needs to be done right away. This matter cannot be delayed. Remember. Okay, Chief, I understand. Please don't worry. The subordinate on the phone also knew the importance of this totem, and started to get busy after hanging up the phone. By the next morning, the king had already gotten up early, and the gifts sent by the leaders of the tribal forces had all arrived. Okay. I'll be right there. When the king heard the news, he was shocked and hurriedly went to take over the transported goods, and open them to inspect them on the spot. You know, these are all gifts for Mr. Yi after all, so the quality of the things must be up to standard no matter what. But when he saw the things these leaders sent, the expression on his face changed suddenly and he stood there in a daze for a long while. Oh my God. These people really spent a lot of money. After a long time, he heaved a sigh of relief. If these things were placed in his own treasury, they would definitely be the top national treasures. Many of these things are even more rare and valuable than the ones he gave away. So he could also see that what they sent this time was definitely the best item they could offer. With so many things displayed together, the scene is quite shocking. If collectors see it, they will definitely go crazy. He didn't waste any time and asked his men to pack up these things and his gifts, and then he prepared to visit. At the same time, at the manor, several children had just gotten up, but they saw through the window that Longshire was already running around the manor outside. Look, Sister Longshire has already gotten up to run. Then let's go down quickly, morning exercise is really good. Hey, Sister Longshire was in a bad mood last night. Let's exercise with her. She will definitely be happy. The girls murmured to each other for a while when they saw this, then excitedly changed into their sportswear and ran out of the manor. Longshire, who was still running in circles outside, was now sweating profusely. He got up and started exercising before dawn. Although the contrast from yesterday made her a little depressed for a short time, she recovered quickly. Now her only thought was simple, which was to try every possible means to catch up with her master, no matter how long it took. But while running, Longshire suddenly saw a few little girls jumping out of the villa, waving at her with a smile. Hey! You girls, why are you up so early? Hee hee. Sister Longshire, we are here to train with you. Several little guys ran excitedly to Longshire and started to warm up. Great! I was thinking that exercising alone is pretty boring. Looking at these cute little girls, Longshire felt very happy and rubbed their little faces gently. Then, she changed her speed and started jogging in the manor with the children. After slowing down, her attention gradually shifted to the beautiful scenery of the manor. At present, the surrounding area is covered with green grass and trees, which cover a large area of sky above the manor, but they cannot stop the sunlight from shining through the gaps. The air you breathe in through your mouth and nose is the most natural and freshest air.
Whether you live or vacation in this place, it is an absolute enjoyment. Far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, there is a low-key haven left in this remote place. Even Longshore, who has always been restless, suddenly began to yearn for such a life. In order to allow the children to keep up with her, Longshore slowed down her pace a lot, so both she and the children were very relaxed. Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao also woke up at this time. They were standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows in the room, watching Longshore and the children running below. Wang Xinyao stood in front, and Yi Xian gently held her waist from behind. At this time, the two of them had already become accustomed to such sweetness. Longshore is a girl that the kids like very much. She can get them to run with her early in the morning. Wang Xinyao smiled happily and felt that the scene was quite harmonious.
That's great. Xinyao, let's go down and take a look too. Chapter 521 Oppression. Then, the two changed their clothes, walked out of the villa, and breathed the pleasant air outside. Yi Xian accompanied Wang Xinyao in a stroll in the manor. Although they walked slowly, they felt very comfortable. After a while, the king also rushed to the manor and greeted Longshore warmly. Good morning, Miss Longshore. Sorry to bother you. Here you are. Come in. Longshore was not vague and invited the king in, and everyone immediately returned to the house. The king stood there nervously, looking a little uncomfortable, and quickly asked his men to bring over the gifts that had been prepared in advance. Ms. Longshore, Mr. Yi, these are some gifts from me and the leaders of our local tribes. Please accept them. They also asked me to tell you too that you are always welcome to come over there and they will definitely find you with the highest courtesy. These things are also a token of our gratitude to Miss Longshore and Mr. Yi. While wiping his sweat, the king respectfully spoke about his relationship with those leaders. But as the gifts were opened, Wang Xinyao and the children were all stunned with shock. What is happening now is simply a magnificent scene, with countless top-quality diamonds, gemstones, and gold products. There are many ancient objects inside. Although they don't recognize them, they can guess that they are definitely not simple. Well, we got it. Longshore nodded. Although he showed no expression, he knew in his heart that the king and those leaders had definitely spent a lot of money to come up with these things. However, Yi Xian next to him just nodded, still as calm as ever. Seeing Yi Xian's reaction, the king was greatly shocked. This guy really has seen the world. When I saw these things, I was very surprised, but Mr. Yi is still so calm at this moment. Now that you're here, sit down and have a cup of tea. At this time, Yi Xian invited the king to sit down, but the king quickly shook his head. No, Mr. Yi. I won't bother you anymore. I'll go back first. Well, come and sit down when you have time. Seeing this, Yi Xian did not try to keep him and watched the king turn around and leave. Finally, after walking out of the manor, the king finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, in front of that person, his aura was suppressed so much that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. That kind of oppressive feeling cannot be described in just a few words. Only when you really stand in front of Mr. Yi, can you feel the huge mountain of pressure on your soul. The king took a few deep breaths, which helped him to relax a little from the tension. After all, facing such an existence, let alone him, it is estimated that no one else can be so calm and composed. Thinking about it, I was fortunate enough to complete the task successfully this time. No matter for himself or for other leaders, as long as the things are delivered, it is a very rare thing. I have direct contact with Mr. Yi, and have a deeper impression of him in all aspects, not to mention the relationship with Longshore. Even if I go back by myself, the leaders of those powerful tribes will have to show some respect to me. Thinking about these things, the king couldn't help but feel happy. Overall, the benefits of coming to China this time were really huge. Chapter 522 Blockade. Not only did he get the totem given by Longshore, but he also had some interactions with Mr. Yi. Even if it's just for 1 or 2 days, even if it's just for a meal, this is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lord, who on earth is this person? I almost lost my breath with his aura just now. But Lord, aren't you exaggerating a bit? This man looks quite young. At this time, they finally walked out of the manor. After the king opened the door and got into the car, the two men beside him curiously asked about Yi Xian's identity. They often follow the king, but they have never seen the king be so respectful to anyone. Longshore and the others knew about it, but they didn't know who this Mr. Yi was. In addition, they have been busy handing over the things sent from South Africa these days, and they have no time to ask the king. You guys? That's why your vision is still too narrow. The king murmured with some regret, and then explained earnestly. Alas, it's normal that you don't know. This is not just me.
Even many people with status far above me have to bow their proud heads in front of Mr. Yi.
In the 2 previous bloodbaths in the West, countless top mercenary organizations were destroyed. You should know this, right?
However, the force that has achieved this can only be regarded as one of the forces in Mr. Yi's hands, and it can only be regarded as the tip of the iceberg. As for the others, they are even more powerful than we can imagine. All we can see is always a trace of Mr. Yi's figure. As the king said these words, his eyes were filled with strong admiration. He then changed the subject and looked at the men beside him.
Now you can imagine what kind of person Mr. Yi is, right?
The king's words and the look of reverence he displayed caused an uproar in the hearts of several of his subordinates. Their mouths twitched and they were unable to speak.
They could only nod heavily. They simply couldn't imagine that there were such people in this world.
This was beyond their common sense. Seeing that his subordinates had stopped talking, the king took out his cell phone while sitting in the car and made a conference call to the kings and leaders over there. However, the conference call had just been made when, almost in an instant, the leaders and kings could not wait to answer the phone.
The speed shocked even the king in the car.
But this is not surprising. I guess these people are looking forward to me like they are looking forward to the stars and the moon. After all, they can only rely on themselves to hand over their things to Mr. Yi.
Lord, how is the gift from Mr. Yi going? Is it going well?
As soon as the call was connected, several kings and leaders over there began to inquire about the news of sending gifts to Yi Xian.
Well, everything went smoothly.
Mr. Yi has already accepted all our gifts.
The king smiled happily and told everyone that things were going well.
After hearing this, they all breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still not completely reassured and continued to ask questions.
Then Lord, have you told Mr. Yi about us? Chapter 523, No Cold. Don't worry, everyone. I dare not forget this matter. I have told Mr. Yi everything.
Now, the king and the leaders over there finally felt relieved, and then quickly thanked the king.
Great. Thank you so much, Lord. Thanks so much, Lord. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know when we could send these things to Mr. Yi. When you come back, Lord, we will thank you very much.
The king was holding the phone, his mouth almost crooked with smile. It turned out that these guys didn't have such an attitude towards him. At least before, they would not use such a name as you to refer to themselves. Of course, the king himself knew that this was mostly due to Mr. Yi, but he himself had indeed benefited from it. After hanging up the phone, he was still secretly happy in his heart, thinking that it was time to go back and there was no point in staying here any longer. It's okay if it happens once or twice, but if I disturb Mr. Yi every now and then, it will make him dislike me.
If this is really the case, then the result will be more loss than gain. As the ruler of a country, how could he not know this truth?
After making up his mind, the king directly booked a charter plane and did not return to the hotel. He asked his men to drive directly to the airport. Afterwards, the king got on the chartered plane smoothly. Before taking off, he did not forget to send a message to Longshire.
Ms. Longshire, I will go back first. If you have time, please come and play with us. We are all looking forward to your coming.
Taking advantage of this moment, the king also expressed to Longshire that as long as Longshire was willing to come, he would definitely be treated with the highest standards. After editing the text message, he checked it again and again, fearing that he might have said something wrong. Finally, about 10 minutes later, he finally sent the message. But even after sending this message, the king was still staring at the phone screen nervously, waiting for Longshire's reply.
Good.
After a long while, the king's eyes were almost red from staring, and then he saw that Longshire simply replied with a okay.
Great. Miss Longshire replied.
Even though it was just a word, the king still couldn't suppress his inner excitement. He looked at the good word in the reply for a long time, with a smile on his face the whole time. By this time, the plane had completed its preparations for takeoff, successfully crossed the runway, and soared straight into the distant sky. The next morning, several kings and chiefs from South Africa gathered together early to enjoy a sumptuous breakfast. For no other reason, after they learned the news sent back by the king from China yesterday, they were so excited that they almost couldn't sleep. If they could establish a relationship with Mr. Yi, even if they just gave him some gifts, it would be enough to make them happy for a long time. Every one of them knew about this person's reputation, and they all wanted to establish contact with Yi Xian for a long time, but how could this be so easy? Not to mention that they couldn't find any solutions or ways, they didn't even know where Yi Xian was.
How could they talk about establishing diplomatic relations? Alas, Mr. Yi should remember us now. After all, the gifts we gave were all sincere. Chapter 524. Don't worry. Ha, who is Mr. Yi? Actually, we don't expect him to remember us. It's good enough that he can express himself a little bit. That's right, at least Mr. Yi has accepted the things we gave him. Talking about the gift giving, although they were indeed very happy, one could also see that they still felt a little pain in their hearts. What they give away are basically their most beloved treasures. Each one has a great origin, and they feel heartbroken just to take it out and look at it and touch it. But when it came to Yi Xian, they had no choice but to do it even though it hurt. When it comes to weighing the pros and cons, they have a longer-term vision than anyone else. Being able to have even the slightest interaction with Mr. Yi is more practical than owning these treasures. Don't mention it. This time, we still have to rely on that king. When the topic came to this point, the leaders and kings all thought of the king and felt grateful in their hearts. They met Mr. Yi and were willing to tell them the news. This is a very rare thing. I would like to ask everyone present, who can guarantee 100% that by that time, they will be willing to tell the whole story. No one dares to say this, and no one dares to make this guarantee. At this time, the king should be back soon, right? Well, it should be soon. I contacted him before I got on the plane. Then let's go and greet him together. We must thank him this time. Thinking that the king would be back soon, several leaders discussed with the king and decided that they should go to greet him. After making up their minds, everyone quickly finished their breakfast and headed straight to the airport. Speaking of these people, in this area of South Africa, each of them is well connected. Even this time when they went to the airport to welcome the king, they adopted the plan of blocking the road. The road leading out of the airport was already empty when they had already contacted people to go there when they just set out. The people in cars around had to take other roads. I thought it was some kind of accident, so they were quite cooperative. At the same time, the airport's top leaders and management also knew about the arrival of these people, and they were shocked by the news. After all, these people are either the supreme leaders of large tribes or the rulers of neighboring countries. Even if there was only one person, they would be overwhelmed, let alone so many people came this time. All of a sudden, everyone in the airport management started to get busy with this matter, rolling out the red carpet, sending people to block the way, and everyone was extremely busy. The leader also changed his clothes and arrived at the airport gate early to wait. Finally, after seeing a line of luxury cars pulling up to the door one after another, the leader quickly rushed over to greet them, bent down enthusiastically, and greeted the chief, the king, and others. Dear lords and leaders, welcome to our airport. Is there anything important that brings you here? It can be said that this question is the most unfathomable one in the leader's mind. He can't figure out why a group of people with such identities came to his airport. This couldn't possibly be to welcome someone, right? No one was worthy of them welcoming him like this. Chapter 525. Are you tired? Nothing, just came to pick up a friend. The leader nodded and briefly explained the purpose of their visit, but did not specify who they were here to welcome. Friend. However, even though the leader's words were not very serious, the leader still almost fainted. He had guessed countless possibilities before, but he never expected it would be this one. Okay, everyone, please come in. However, even if the airport leader couldn't figure it out, he didn't dare to ask more questions at this moment, and led everyone to the special apron for charter flights. The king and the leaders just stood there waiting silently, and the airport leaders stood aside and didn't dare to breathe. His pupils widened at this moment, as if to see who would come over next. Who could have such a great honor to allow these people to welcome him in such a grand manner? Even if he thought about it till his head went bald, he still couldn't figure it out. A moment later, the king's chartered plane slowly landed, and he slowly walked down followed by several of his men. These kings and leaders quickly stood up to greet him and waved to him with a smile. Lord! You are finally back. We have been waiting for you here for a long time. You've worked so hard this time. Let's go have a meal together later. We have to thank you very much. Yes, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't know when we would get news about Mr. Yi. At this moment, the king was stunned to see these familiar faces being so enthusiastic. Then he tried his best to appear indifferent and waved his hand gently. Ah, this is all I should do. You guys are so polite. After a few greetings, these leaders and kings welcomed him out, but the leader of the airport was still standing there trembling. At this moment, his eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the backs of everyone leaving, feeling more and more shocked and surprised.
Although this king has a very noble status, this is a bit too exaggerated. What on earth could cause these leaders and kings to treat him like this? It was simply outrageous. However, not only could he not think of it, he didn't even dare to think about it. Instead, he turned around and summoned all the management and leadership personnel of the airport. In response to what he had just seen and heard, he had to convene this meeting, at least to let everyone know what had just happened. At the same time, I'm afraid we need to find ways to make some adjustments to the services provided to that country leader. Here, the king, who had just got off the plane, was accompanied by everyone to the best star-rated restaurant in the area. When the boss saw these people coming, he was almost frightened to death, and quickly mobilized all the employees to serve them. Everyone sat in the best private room in the restaurant and offered the king the seat of honor. While they were toasting each other, they stood up from time to toast him. Lord, we are old friends. There were many unpleasant things in the past, and I hope you can forgive me. This time, I must thank you very much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't even know where Mr. Yi is, let alone giving him a gift or anything like that. Thank you for remembering us at that time. Thank you for the wine. I'll drink it first. Chapter 526 List. After speaking, the chief proudly picked up the wine glass and drank it all, and the king also took a few sips comfortably. The current situation is even more exaggerated than he had initially estimated. He never thought that the attitude towards him would change so much. By the way, Lord, how did Mr. Yi react when he received our gifts? Did he say anything? After drinking, several impatient kings began to ask him about the specific details of what happened. After all, they only asked the king to help deliver the gifts and knew nothing else. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on the king. No matter who they were, they all hoped to get the answer they expected. Even though they knew in their hearts that this was simply impossible. Oh, that's a long story. When the topic was brought to this point, the king, who had been leisurely and contented just now, began to look serious and recounted word by word what happened during the gift-giving period. Just yesterday, I brought gifts to Mr. Yi's manor. You can't imagine how much pressure I was under at that time. The pressure that Mr. Yi and Ms. Longshore gave me was something I had never experienced before in my life. I felt like my heart was about to jump out of my chest. And when I presented these gifts, did you know that Mr. Yi and Ms. Longshore didn't react at all? They just nodded and accepted these things. When you sent the stuff over, I checked it carefully. When I saw it, I was so scared that I couldn't close my mouth. But Mr. Yi didn't react at all, as if he was already accustomed to such things. And that aura, although not deliberate, was so oppressive that it made people breathless. As he spoke, the king seemed to experience the scene in the manor again, and all the muscles in his body began to stiffen. When the others saw him like this, their hearts were filled with fear like huge waves. Just hearing the description of the king, they felt uncomfortable all over, as if they were already in the scene. This is worthy of Mr. Yi. We are too superficial to think that by giving these things, we can get some reaction from Mr. Yi. Yes, this is Mr. Yi after all. Compared with Mr. Yi, isn't the difference between us just like the difference between the stars and the bright moon? It's so scary. I felt suffocated just by listening to it. At the same time, inside the manor villa, the atmosphere was extremely warm. The children were still happily playing with the things the king had sent them, but they didn't wear much clothes. When Longshore saw the looks of these little girls, she was a little worried and stepped forward to remind them. You girls, you are wearing too little. Put on some more clothes, or you will catch a cold. However, when they heard what Longshore said, most of them still disagreed. They pouted stubbornly or stuck out their tongues at Longshore. No way. We don't feel cold at all. Hee, as long as we don't go outside, we won't catch a cold. Don't worry, Sister Longshore, it's impossible for you to catch a cold. However, among the girls, only Yishi did not speak. After all, she had just recovered from her cold not long ago. Chapter 527 Exquisite. You guys. You really don't know how powerful you are. Longshore shook his head helplessly. It would be useless even if he said it. Don't worry, sister. We all exercise regularly. Several maids noticed Longshore's worry and came forward to comfort her, saying that their physical fitness was very good. Okay, but it won't work just by exercising. Longshore smiled, and suddenly remembered something else, and continued with a smile. Sister, I have developed a drink made with Chinese medicine. It took me a lot of effort. This drink can be said to be a powerful tonic. It is very good for your body. Upon hearing this, the little one's eyes suddenly lit up and they looked at Longshore with great interest and asked,
This is amazing, but Sister Longshore, this is made from Chinese medicine. It won't be very bitter, right? What are you thinking? How can I make you suffer, your sister Longshore? Longshore smiled proudly and waved to the children. Come on, I'll take you shopping and let you try some. Yeah. I'm going.
For a moment, the girls and Longshore hit it off immediately. They put down what they were holding and went out with Longshore. On the other side, Yishan and Wang Xinyao felt helpless as they watched the children and Longshore become close friends in such a short time.
These kids are really like that, they can get along with everyone and are likable. But it's a good thing this way, they now have time. Xinyao, shall we go out for a walk too? Yeah, let's go, hubby.
Afterwards, Yishan took Wang Xinyao out, strolled around, and enjoyed their own world. I usually have to take care of these girls, so it's rare to have time like this. So whether it is Yishan or Wang Xinyao, they both cherish this rare opportunity and walk hand in hand on the road. As they strolled around, they gradually walked a little further away and there were some pedestrians around. Because this place is located in a slightly remote suburb, the scenery everywhere is as beautiful as a fairyland. Various flowers and plants are blooming all over the mountains, and bees and butterflies are flying leisurely among the flowers. Everything was so beautiful and peaceful, the two of them walked together hand in hand, smelling the fragrance of flowers along the way and feeling the breeze blowing on their faces. Xinyao, now that I think about it, we haven't had such a leisurely walk for a long time. Yishan held Wang Xinyao's hand and smiled, thinking back to the time when he seemed to have been spending all this time with the little ones, and apart from that he had no free time at all.
Time like today is a luxury for them. Yes, most of the time, we are accompanying the children.
Wang Xinyao looked at Yishan with her beautiful eyes and held Yishan's hand tightly. Although life was busy during this period, she never complained. At least I can be with the man I love, and my children are babbling around me every day.
What a happy thing it is. Thank you for your hard work, Xinyao. After a while, another little one will come into our lives.
Looking at Wang Xinyao's belly, which was not yet obvious, Yishan's eyes were filled with doting and anticipation.
Chapter 528 Tired.
If his former brothers and subordinates saw the scene, they would probably be shocked. Because this was not at all what Yishan had shown to them before, there wasn't even a single similarity. Yishan used to be silent and always cold. He was like this on the battlefield, and even in life, there would not be much change. The fear and taboos in the hearts of countless clowns now became as gentle as jade and as warm as the spring sun.
Hubby, why do your apprentices and subordinates always say that you are different from before? What were you like before?
As they walked, Wang Xinyao suddenly asked about Yishan's past, her beautiful eyes filled with love and curiosity.
This is a very long story.
Yishan smiled indifferently, gently reached out and took Wang Xinyao into his arms, and told her some stories from the past. Listening to those past events that were sometimes thrilling, sometimes blood-boiling, and sometimes a little sad, Wang Xinyao was completely mesmerized. It's not that she doesn't know Yishan's past, but as she listened to him talking about it in a calm and gentle tone, her heartbeat gradually accelerated. This man, the man she had met by chance in a foreign country before, the man who had walked into each other's lives hand in hand with her many years later, had changed so much for her and the child.
Xinyao, if you and the children hadn't come to me, I can't imagine what I would be like now. Maybe it's just like what that girl said. There are spider webs all over my body. The past is the past. I only know that we will always be together and will never be separated no matter what.
Finally, at the end of this story, Yishan looked at Wang Xinyao affectionately and expressed his feelings.
Well, we'll always be together.
Wang Xinyao's smile was as beautiful as a flower, and it was particularly charming in the sun at this moment. She gently raised her soft lips and kissed Yishan on the face. The two of them walked the whole way lovingly. At this moment, they didn't look like a couple with 5 children, but just a couple who were still passionately in love. As Yishan walked, he picked up the wildflowers blooming on the roadside and made a wreath for Wang Xinyao. His technique was very skillful, even Wang Xinyao was covering her mouth and laughing, and he spoke jokingly.
Husband, how many little girls have you made wreaths for? You are so skilled. You're the first and only one.
Yishan shook his head with a wicked smile.
Wang Xinyao was indeed the first.
Of course, from now on, he would only do this for her. After making the wreath, Yishan tried to put it on Wang Xinyao's head and gently adjusted the angle.
My Xinyao looks great wearing it. Hubby, you're so nice. Wang Xinyao's eyes turned into crescent shapes from smiling.
She put on the wreath and leaned close in Yi Xian's arms, then continued to walk slowly forward. Because Long Shi was with the girls, the two of them were not in a hurry and enjoyed the time snuggling with each other. They walked like this for a very long time. Wang Xinyao felt a little sore in her feet and slowed down her pace.
Xinyao, are you tired? Yi Xian noticed Wang Xinyao's change and simply stopped. Well, I'm a little tired. Maybe it's because of the pregnancy. Wang Xinyao's face turned slightly red.
In fact, according to common sense, as someone who had practiced yoga regularly, she shouldn't be tired after walking this distance.
Chapter 529 Negligence. Well, I was negligent. Let me hold you, Xinyao.
Yi Xian showed a look of heartache, and before Wang Xinyao could say anything, he hugged Wang Xinyao in his arms like a princess. Since this is the case, there is no way to continue strolling, so Yi Xian turned around and returned the same way.
Honey, there are other people here.
Wang Xinyao in Yi Xian's arms was a little caught off guard, but after she reacted, she instantly buried her head deeply in Yi Xian's arms. At this moment, her face was red from her cheeks to her ears. She clenched her chubby little fists and gently punched Yi Xian's chest.
It's okay, Xinyao, husband, hug your wife, there's nothing wrong with this.
Yi Xian pursed his lips and smiled, still insisting on holding Wang Xinyao, ignoring the passers-by around them. Sure enough, almost all the passers-by around looked at Yi Xian and the others, and there was deep envy in their eyes. Oh my god, I hadn't noticed before, this couple is so good looking. And they are so sweet. I'm really envious. Alas, is this other people's love? I can't help but be envious. Among them was a young couple. The girl was so fascinated by the sight that she just stood there and refused to move.
What's wrong, dear? Why don't you leave? The boy looked at the girl in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Look at them.
The girl pointed at Yi Xian's back as he slowly walked away holding Wang Xinyao in his arms, feeling extremely jealous.
Ah, this.
Seeing this, the boy wiped his sweat, looked at his girlfriend with a wry smile, and had no choice but to pick her up. But he didn't have as good arm strength as Yi Xian, and his hands began to feel sore and weak after walking a few steps. After walking for a while, the boy's face started to become ferocious, so he had to let his girlfriend go.
Oh, you're so bad.
The girl glanced at the boy with dissatisfaction, then looked at Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao in the distance, but they had already walked very far away. The boy almost spat out a mouthful of blood when he saw this.
The gap in strength was too big.
At the same time, Long Shi, who was taking the children out, came to a Chinese medicine shop to prepare some medicinal materials needed for making drinks.
In the Chinese medicine shop, a little old man wearing reading glasses was sorting out the account books.
When he saw Long Shi and the children come in, he greeted them warmly.
Hello, young lady. What herbs do you need? Long Shi didn't say anything at first, but looked at the size of the pharmacy.
It didn't look small, so he felt relieved. After all, if he went to a smaller pharmacy, he probably wouldn't be able to find the medicinal herbs he needed. What she wants to brew has quite magical effects, and the required medicinal materials are relatively expensive and rare.
Boss, do you have any old medicinal herbs?
Preferably those that are over 60 years old, 100 years old is best.
I think we'll need a lot. Hi year.
The old man was stunned, and hurriedly raised his reading glasses, then nodded.
Miss, we can't say that we have everything here, but if you can't find it here, you definitely won't find it anywhere else.
It can be seen that the old man is quite confident about the complete range of medicinal materials in the store, and Long Shi also nodded with satisfaction.
Well, that's great. I told you to remember this. I want a lot of things. Chapter 530 Best Quality.
Next, Long Shi asked for some old medicines such as ginseng, rhodiola rosea, gastrodia elata, and deer antler, and also mixed them with some mild medicinal materials for neutralization. The old man looked at his list, which was filled with densely packed records of all the good medicines.
He was stunned for a moment.
Just a rough estimate, all the medicinal materials here, if you count them all, the number would probably be no less than millions. At first, when Long Shi said that there would probably be quite a lot, he didn't think too much about it, but the actual number completely exceeded his expectations.
This is definitely a big customer.
Most of the medicinal materials on this list are quite rare and precious.
Moreover, if it is just this price, then ordinary people won't buy it often, and not many people can afford it.
I'm very sorry, miss, we can't supply all the herbs you want at the moment.
Please wait a moment, I will go and mix them with the head office.
The old man called out, ran to the back and called the boss. At the same time, in an office far away, a man picked up the phone on his desk.
Hey, Uncle Jean, what's going on?
Boss, we have a big order here.
I'm afraid you need to handle it.
The old man's voice on the phone was still trembling, which made the boss feel strange, and he just said, "Oh," softly.
Oh. What kind of big order? It's strange that it can scare you like this.
The man smiled indifferently, but at the same time he received a picture of the receipts sent by the old man on his mobile phone, and he was stunned immediately.
Oh my God, you are kidding me, there are so many of them.
They are all top-grade medicinal herbs. The man was startled for a moment, and stared at the list of medicinal materials on the receipt with wide eyes. He could no longer remember when he had met such a customer before. Even if they supply goods to some dignitaries with special needs, it is rare for them to encounter such a situation.
Okay, I understand, Uncle Jean.
You must help me greet the guests, and I will personally take them over later.
Okay, boss, don't worry, I know what to do.
After hanging up the phone, the boss looked at the document and pondered for a long time, and he became more and more curious. If the old customers in the past needed these things, they would contact him directly, but this one is definitely the first time I've met him. The reason why he wanted to go there in person was that this batch of goods was indeed very valuable, and it was not something that the old man could do.
Secondly, he was very curious and wanted to meet who this person was.
Just those old age medicinal materials are needed, but he wants so many of them.
Is he some kind of national master? If this is the case, then we have to go.
Maybe we can have a longer-term cooperation in the future. Regardless of who that person is, the fact that he can get such expensive medicinal materials with a wave of his hand makes him a person worthy of his making friends with. Immediately, the man picked up the phone and called the person in charge of the warehouse.
Hey, I'll send you a list now, and you should prepare the goods according to the contents above.
Remember, pick the best quality herbs here. It doesn't matter if there are a few extra, but make sure there is no shortage of weight.
Chapter 531 Can't do it. I'm going to deliver this batch of goods myself later. Get the car ready. You better be quick.
In an instant, the boss's words made the person in charge of the warehouse break out in cold sweats.
Are you kidding?
The boss personally called to take charge of the order, and he even has to deliver it himself.
This is no joke. Okay, boss, I'll do it right away.
The person in charge responded quickly, then put down the phone, and took people to the warehouse to start preparing medicinal materials. The moment he saw the list, his expression suddenly changed. It was hard to imagine who could have gotten these millions of medicinal materials. At this time inside the pharmacy, the old man handed the matter over to the shop assistant and welcomed Longshore and others into the lounge. "Dear ladies, please wait for a moment. We will deliver the herbs you need shortly."
Okay, as long as it can be delivered.
Longshore nodded slightly. The old man did not dare to neglect her. He turned around and went out to make a pot of tea for them and brought it in hurriedly. "Ladies, this is the fine tea our boss specially uses to entertain our distinguished guests. Please try it." As he spoke, the old man poured a glass for Longshore and the children, and then asked enthusiastically, "I wonder what you need to do with these herbs, young lady?"
"I know a little bit about medicine, old man. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." "Thank you, that's not necessary. I've already prepared the prescription."
Longshore smiled indifferently, but this casual remark made the old man stand there in a daze for a long time, and he couldn't recover at all. What a joke, this Longshore looks so young, yet he can actually prepare the medicine by himself.
Is this some kind of family with medical skills?
This is not something that Longshore, who is this age, can do. I have been studying this medical skill for decades, and the difficulty of getting started with Chinese medicine is much higher than that of Western medicine. Being able to understand pharmacology and know the symptoms of diseases can be considered a small achievement, but one cannot dare to talk about developing a prescription. Even to achieve this step, it would take 7 to 8 years, or even more than 10 years of hard work, let alone developing a prescription. This means that the understanding of human pathology and the medicinal properties of medicinal materials have reached a terrifying level.
Even so, it is not an easy thing to do.
He once knew an expert who locked himself in the pharmacy for half a year without any result because he was worried about the choice of 2 medicinal ingredients in the prescription. But this Longshore, who looks like she is in her early 20s at most, can actually develop a medicine prescription. Well, if he wasn't from a family that had systematically studied medicine since childhood, then he might have a true national master as his teacher. Otherwise, let alone developing a prescription, even understanding the most basic pharmacology and pathology would be an extremely difficult task. Furthermore, he couldn't understand what kind of prescription Longshore had developed that actually used so many precious medicinal materials. Could this really be something that can revive the dead? Thinking of this, the old man's eyes looking at Longshore gradually changed from enthusiasm at the beginning to admiration. No matter what, anyone who can do all these at this age is already a well-versed person. Anyway, as for developing a prescription, even though he has studied for so many years, he is definitely not able to do it. Chapter 532 Pretty cute. After that, the old man entertained Longshore and others even more warmly, and the boss over there also drove to the door of the drugstore with medicinal materials. "Miss, please sit down first. I'll go out and pick up the boss." Upon hearing the voice, the old man quickly got up and went out to greet them. After a while, he led the boss into the reception room. "Boss, it's this lady. Those medicinal herbs are what this lady wants." "Yeah, I get it, wait." However, just as the boss nodded and was about to step forward to say a few words, he suddenly saw that the person sitting in front of him was Longshore. "Isn't this Miss Long who had dinner with me that day?" For a moment, his memory went back to the day when he and several other CEOs hosted a banquet for Mr. Yi. That meal was something they would never forget. Not only did their respect for Yi Xian rise to a higher level, they also remembered the dragon poem in front of them. Being regarded as a belief worshipped by the King of South Africa and being Mr. Yi's disciple, this identity is simply amazing. Plus the little girl next to him, she is Mr. Yi's child, he dare not forget her. "Ms. Longshore, it's you. What a coincidence." Then, the boss hurried forward to greet him and respectfully greeted Longshore. "Ms. Longshore, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you wanted the herbs. This is my negligence. I have brought all the herbs here, please take a look." The boss quickly asked his men to bring up all the herbs, and at the same time he was glad that he had come here in person. Moreover, he had repeatedly reminded the warehouse manager to only use the best batches, otherwise he would not be able to bear the consequences if anything went wrong. "Okay, let me see." Longshore nodded, walked forward to check the herbs, and glanced at them all. "Yeah, not bad." After reading it, Longshore nodded slightly. The quality of these medicinal materials was indeed very good, better than he expected. "Then I want all of these. Let's settle the bill. I'll pay for them right now." "That won't do, Miss Longshore. It's my honor to provide you with medicinal herbs, how can I charge for it?" The boss quickly shook his head and refused to take any money, insisting on giving all the herbs to Longshore. Looking at this situation, Longshore was helpless and could only smile bitterly and nodded. "Well, I'll take the herbs. Sorry for making the trip." It's okay. As long as Miss Longshore is satisfied." When the boss saw Longshore accept it, he smiled widely and said he would send Longshore and the children back. "That's not necessary. We can take everything. We can just go back by ourselves." Longshore shook her head to decline the boss's kindness, then left the medicine shop with the maids carrying the medicinal herbs. Even though Longshore brought several little girls with him, she still had to carry a lot of things. Several little guys held the medicinal herbs and followed Longshore slowly. Although it was a bit strenuous, they were still very happy. After hearing Longshore talk about the effects of this drink, they were very much looking forward to it. Then they heard that this thing was delicious, no wonder Yi Xian always said that they were little greedy cats. At this time, they were already drooling and couldn't wait to taste the drink. At this moment, Longshore was walking in front, and the girls were walking behind with medicinal herbs in their arms. Although it looked a little funny, it was still quite cute. Chapter 533 Luxury. So, with this look, they are attracting a lot of attention from passers-by when walking on the street. Especially the little girls, they were the focus of everyone's attention, causing everyone to talk about them. "Oh my god! This is so cute, is this the little angel who has fallen into the human world? I'm so envious, really. Did their parents save the world in their previous life? It's so cute. Help! My health bar is almost empty." The girls' cute and pretty looks, as well as their slightly funny movements, have won them the love of many passers-by. But as they watched, they also noticed the boxes of medicinal herbs the children were holding, and they couldn't help but feel a little curious. "Hey, what are these little girls holding? They look so delicate." "I don't know. I've never seen this before. What's inside it? Is this for musical instruments? But it doesn't look like it." There were many different opinions, but no one could tell clearly what was inside.
This seems to be a medicine box.
Just when everyone was confused, a middle-aged man said hesitantly, which immediately attracted the attention of others around.
What? A medicine box? Such a beautiful box is actually used to store medicine? Well, that's the medicine box.
Faced with everyone's doubts, the man nodded affirmatively, and then spoke with a trembling voice. Moreover, the ability to be packaged like this is not something that ordinary medicinal materials can have. I guess what's in here are some extremely rare and precious medicinal herbs, or some aged medicinal herbs. It's no exaggeration to say that the exquisite boxes of medicinal herbs these girls are holding must cost at least tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man, the onlookers all sighed and were shocked in their hearts.
Oh my God, it's so expensive. This is too much. That's not an exaggeration.
I heard that some of the herbs are auction quality and can't be bought at other times.
I'm stunned. Is this the world of the rich? Even taking medicine is such a luxury.
At the same time, inside the pharmacy, the old man still hadn't recovered from his surprise. Come to think of it, I have never seen the boss treat anyone with such an attitude and expression, and I am very curious about the other party's identity. Not to mention that Longshore and the others had never seen an old man before. The key point was that he was indeed too young. He couldn't understand how much power they had to make the boss be so servile.
Boss, who is this person? Why are you?
Because he was so curious, the old man had to ask the boss for the specific reason. Alas, this person, not only me, but almost everyone has to look up to him. Ms. Longshore is a very important person. Even the king from South Africa has to be polite in front of her. That's not to mention, Miss Long's master is Mr. Yi, and those ladies are also Mr. Yi's daughters. The boss took a sip of tea, and recalled the scene of that day, his eyes still trembling uncontrollably.
Mr. Yi?
The old man repeated it in a murmur, becoming even more confused as to who this Mr. Yi was.
I know you must be a little confused. Let me put it this way.
Almost all the dignitaries in China must bow their heads in front of Mr. Yi.
Chapter 534 Great.
They have developed a spirit-clearing potion, and they are distributing it to Chinese citizens for free. So think about it carefully.
Is this kind of identity something we must look up to?
Having said this, the old man's face suddenly changed, and a storm of shock suddenly arose in his heart. It turns out that the other party is such an important figure.
No wonder the boss is so polite to him.
At this time, at home, Yi Xian was cutting fruit for Wang Xinyao, and in no time he had made an exquisite platter.
Xinyao, come and eat some fruit.
After making the fruit plate, Yi Xian brought it out, placed it gently on the table, and sat next to Wang Xinyao.
Honey, the fruit platter you made is so pretty.
Wang Xinyao leaned on Yi Xian's shoulder, smiling from the bottom of her heart, enjoying the quiet time they were having. Normally when the children are around, they don't have many opportunities to spend time together like this.
It's not enough to just look good. Now is the time for you to replenish your body, Xinyao. You need to eat more fruits.
Yi Xian picked up the small fork lovingly, picked up a piece of starfruit and put it to Wang Xinyao's mouth. But just as Yi Xian was feeding Wang Xinyao in his arms piece by piece of fruit, several little girls ran back with boxes of medicine.
Hey, Mom and Dad, what are you doing?
Several little girls happened to see the two of them eating fruit, and they stood there looking at them stupidly.
Mom and Dad, shame on you.
Hey, Mom and Dad secretly want to kiss each other while we're not at home.
But we still caught Mom and Dad.
They were all quirky and spoke in baby voices, and Yi Shi even covered her own eyes. Yi Xian and the other man were so amused by them that they couldn't stop grinning. Then they noticed the boxes of medicine in their hands.
What have you girls been doing?
Dad, let's go buy herbs with Sister Longshore. Yi Jing talked about going to the pharmacy, and then Longshore slowly walked into the house and touched the little heads of several girls.
Okay, let's go and not disturb your parents.
Longshore winked at Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao, then carried a few maids holding boxes of medicine into the inner room. Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao were silent for a moment, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. Indeed, with Longshore and the little ones around, they would have more time to themselves. At this time in the kitchen, Longshore took the children to boil medicinal herbs, but when the children smelled the smell, they couldn't help but feel worried.
Sister Longshore, this herb tastes so strange, will it be very bitter?
You're worried about this. Longshore smiled calmly, rubbed the little faces of several children, and said with a smile. Okay, don't worry, with Sister Longshore here, she will definitely not let you find the drink unpalatable. Afterwards, Longshore processed it a little and added some more things. Now she felt relieved and no longer worried about the children feeling bitter, but was only worried that they would be greedy for wine. After a while, when the herbs were ready, Longshore filtered out the soup, let it cool, and even found a few small bowls for them, specifying the amount they could drink.
Okay, can you drink now?
Very good. The children became excited upon hearing this, picked up the small bowl and carefully tasted it, and their eyes immediately lit up.
Chapter 535 Who to Look For. It's delicious. It tastes better than some drinks.
Sister Longshore is amazing. She can make the unpalatable Chinese medicine soup taste so good.
It feels so good to drink it.
After taking the first sip, the girls were impressed by the taste and immediately started drinking it in big gulps.
It's delicious, but you can only drink as much as I give you.
When Longshore saw this scene, she was worried that they would not be able to control themselves, so she had to remind them again.
Yeah.
We got it, Sister Longshore. The children nodded heavily, and Longshore was relieved and turned around to take a shower. But after the children finished what was left in the bowls, they still felt unsatisfied and looked at the medicine soup in the pot next to them.
Why don't we drink a little more?
Yi Xia rolled her big watery eyes, then scooped some into the bowl with a spoon and continued to drink it with enjoyment.
This is not good.
The other girls were a little hesitant, but seeing how much Yi Xia was enjoying drinking, they finally couldn't resist the temptation and everyone drank a little more. Here, when Longshore came out of the bath, she saw that all the little guys had red faces.
Ha, little greedy cat, this is a tonic. I wonder how you can sleep at night. Sister Longshore, we were wrong. What should we do now?
The children were a little anxious and had to look to Longshore for help.
It's okay, come on, I'll take you for a run.
Longshore was not in a hurry, and then took the little ones out for a run. On the river bank, passers-by saw the little ones running with Longshore and they all called them adorable in their hearts. They became the focus of the whole audience. After running like this for a long time, Longshore finally returned home with the maids, sweating profusely.
But fortunately, it has eased now. Let's see if you dare to drink secretly again in the future.
Longshore covered her mouth and laughed secretly, while the children kept shaking their heads, saying they didn't dare to say anything. It's not too early now, so after taking a bath, the little ones went back to their room to sleep. Because they were tired, they lay down on the bed after taking a shower and slept soundly. It was only when Yi Xian came in at night that he realized they didn't even have a blanket on them, so he helped cover them with a helpless smile. The next morning, when everyone got up, another group of people came to the gate of the manor. They were dressed luxuriously and had extraordinary bearings. They were definitely not ordinary people. Indeed, any one of these people can be considered a world-class top designer. They specialize in clothing design and are well known in the circles of dignitaries in various regions of the world. Many young men and women often ask them to customize their dresses, so they naturally get to know many important people. But even this group of people had nervous expressions on their faces at this moment, and they felt unnatural all over. After all, the owner of this manor is that person. After a while, Yi Xian noticed the group of designers standing at the door, but after thinking about it, he didn't see them ring the doorbell. He was immediately confused, but still looked at the other party curiously and asked,
"Excuse me, who are you looking for? Are you Mr. Yi?"
"It was Miss Ling who asked us to come here."
Chapter 536 Measurement.
Seeing Yi Xian, the leading designer hurriedly bowed to him and explained his purpose. "Miss Ling meant to make a few more dresses for you guys, so that the wedding can go smoothly."
"Well, I see. Please come in."
Yi Xian nodded and invited several designers into the house. From the measuring equipment they carried, their attire, etiquette and other details, Yi Xian deduced that these designers were definitely very professional. It seems that Ling is very concerned about his and Wang Xiniao's wedding. At the same time, several designers who had just entered the house looked at the luxury inside, but they were all stunned.
The exquisite furniture and decoration layout were extremely elegant and luxurious.
From the ceiling to the carpet, there was no part that did not make them tremble with fear. You know, these designers have been serving the upper-class dignitaries for a long time, so these manors and villas are definitely not uncommon. But just talking about the level of luxury, this is definitely the most shocking thing they have ever seen. So much so that even after entering the house, the corners of their mouths were still twitching with surprise for a long time.
It's too exaggerated.
Even if they were given more courage and brains, they couldn't have imagined or dared to imagine that a villa could be so luxurious. Just at this moment, a few little girls came down from upstairs in a daze and bumped into these designers who had just entered and sat down.
Dad, what are these uncles here for?
The girls were very curious. They tugged at Yi Xian's sleeves and asked about the identities of the designers.
Ha, they are the designer uncles who are here to design dresses for us in preparation for the wedding.
Dress. The little girls immediately became excited when they heard that they were going to make dresses.
He, that's great, now we have new beautiful dresses to wear.
Mom seems to be still sleeping, I'll go wake her up.
Okay, then let's go make tea for these uncles.
In no time, the little girls had a clear division of labor. Yi Xi and Yi Xia went upstairs to wake Wang Xinyo up. The other girls made a cup of tea for the designers and brought it over carefully.
Uncle, have some tea.
Okay, thank you ladies.
Seeing the maids coming over with tea, the designers were stunned at first, and then smiled and thanked the maids.
This made them sigh from the bottom of their hearts. This is indeed a lady from a noble family, so sensible and polite.
Besides, these are Mr. Yi's daughters.
Although they are still young, they have definitely seen a lot of big scenes. On the other side, Yi Xia and Yi Shi also woke up Wang Xinyo, tidied her up a little, and then the two girls helped her downstairs. When Yi Xian saw the scene, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was very pleased with the scene before him. They know how to take care of their mother, and they do a good job even in some details.
Everyone, thank you for your help.
Now that everyone is here, Yi Xian smiled at the designers and indicated that they could start measuring now.
Okay, Mr. Yi, let's get started.
Several designers quickly put down their teacups and began to measure the sizes of Yi Xian, Wang Xinyo, and the girls.
Chapter 537, It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Although the girls were very well behaved and had no problem cooperating, they kept making their own requests to the designers during the measurement process. They are particularly concerned about the dresses because it is their parents' wedding. The designers were very patient and wrote down each girl's preferences.
After confirming that everything was correct, they said goodbye and left properly. After leaving the manor, several designers discussed issues related to dress design and soon came up with inspiration. I think the style of the dress is very important, but some details can't be ignored either. I think the embellishment of the accessories should not be sloppy. I agree with this point of view. This time the design is different from the past. The diamonds and gemstones must not be too small.
Indeed, we must first base ourselves on the large carat before we can guarantee the effect of this design. After a brief discussion, several designers quickly decided that the dresses must be designed with large carat diamonds and gemstones. If it were a normal situation, they wouldn't do this, but this is Mr. Ye's wedding after all.
Okay, then I'll call the chairman. The chief designer nodded, took out his phone and called the chairman of his design company. It's designer Bonto. Have you made a plan for the design? Chairman, we just came out from Mr. Yi.
The size measurements have been completed, and we have just discussed the specific design plan. But this plan requires some large carat diamonds and gemstones.
Chairman, look at this.
Upon hearing that the design plan had been finalized, the chairman breathed a sigh of relief and responded with a relaxed smile.
That's good, as long as we come up with a plan. As for what you need, there will be no problem at all.
Miss Long has already given us a lot of raw materials.
All you have to do is make sure there are no problems with the design. Wait a moment, I'll send you something later. Okay, Chairman.
The leading designer nodded and hung up the phone. But right after that, the chairman sent the photos very quickly.
Look, the photos are coming. Really? Let me see.
Hearing this, several designers gathered together and looked through the photos sent by the chairman. However, as soon as they clicked on the first photo, they were completely stunned.
They couldn't believe that what they saw was real.
Those photos showed huge diamonds and gems, which were much bigger than what they had imagined. The corners of their mouths twitched as they watched, and they felt that their three perspectives had been completely overturned. They had never seen so many diamonds and gems in their entire lives. Not to mention, anyone you pick out from there can be called a true top-notch product. If they were put in some auctions, they would all be the top treasures, and people would fight to the death for them. There is no way. The value of diamond gems of this quality and size is absolutely sky-high. Most of the time, this can only be said to be something that is priced but not sold, and there is simply not much that can be circulated on the market. Therefore, its rarity is something you can only encounter by chance. No collector can resist their charm, but unfortunately not many people can actually own them. Chapter 538 Share. Instantly, the designers' scalps went numb all the way to the soles of their feet. They couldn't believe that this was actually true. This is too extravagant. They are all rare and precious treasures that are hard to come by. As expected of Mr. Yi and Miss Long, this is really an eye-opener. Oh, stop talking, let's get going, this design can't be delayed. After saying that, they didn't dare to delay any longer and rushed to the company. At the same time, on the other side of the manor, it was time for the children to go to school. Yi Xian sent them to school as usual and watched them walk into the campus hand in hand. Hey, I'm really happy today. Mom and Dad are going to have their wedding in a few days. It's going to be a lively occasion then. I wonder what the dresses designed by those uncles will look like. The girls held hands, their faces filled with happy smiles, and they were looking forward to the wedding in a few days. After arriving at the classroom, the rest of the children greeted the girls enthusiastically, but they also noticed that they were different today. Yi Jing and Yishi, you two look so happy. Hee hee, I think so too. It feels like you guys are a little different today. Tell us quickly, is there any good news? The children in the class curiously came to the girls' seats and asked them why they were so happy. Yi Xia clenched her hands excitedly, and when her classmates asked about it, she smiled and shared the news that their parents were going to have a wedding. It's like this, our parents are going to have a wedding, it should be in a few days. Before we left home this morning, several very professional uncles came and made many dresses for us. The wedding is coming soon, and everyone is invited to join us. The rest of the children were stunned when they heard this. Although none of them had ever attended their parents' wedding, they were genuinely happy for the girls. Can we actually attend? That would be great. Great. I've seen Uncle Yez and Aunt Wines. They must look great in suits and wedding dresses. I really envy you guys. I didn't even have the chance to attend my parents' wedding. For a moment, all the children in the classroom were excited. Some were congratulating Yi Jing and the others, while others were looking forward to the wedding. Some children were wondering why they could attend their parents' wedding. As I was talking, the teacher walked into the classroom holding textbooks and lesson plans. I felt the atmosphere in the classroom, but it felt a little strange. I don't know why, but it seems like these kids have encountered some happy events today, and cheerful discussions can be heard everywhere. As the children's teacher, she had indeed never seen such a situation before. While thinking about this, she walked up to the podium. Children, look here, we are about to start class. Aha! The children agreed and quickly returned to their seats, but their little faces were still rosy and it was obvious that they were very happy. Good morning, everyone. When the teacher came in just now, it seemed like everyone was very happy. Can you share some thoughts with the teacher? Chapter 539 Mark. Teacher, let me tell you. Hearing this, Yi Jing raised his hand, stood up, and explained the matter to the teacher in detail. Teacher, in a few days, our parents will have their wedding. What? Really? The teacher exclaimed, and the other children, noticing that the teacher didn't seem to believe it, also added a few words. It's true, teacher. Yi Xia just told us that they made a lot of dresses this morning. Hee hee, we can also attend their parents' wedding together, it will definitely be very lively. Yes, the teacher can come too. Our parents will definitely welcome the teacher. On the podium, the teacher was completely stunned as he looked at the group of innocent children below. This? Yi Jing's parents' wedding? Listening to every word, the teacher almost doubted whether he was dreaming. The children are so old now, haven't they ever had a wedding before? Given Mr. Ye's conditions, he should have bought everything in a grand manner from the beginning, right? What is the reason that this wedding, which should have been held many years ago, has been delayed until now? Ahem. Then the teacher would like to congratulate your parents here. Okay, without further ado, let's continue with the class. Although she was confused at the moment, she couldn't ask too much, so she had to continue the class. At the same time, in many places around the world, many people have begun to prepare for this. Compared to the peaceful environment and the sound of reading in the school, all branches of the military were in an uproar. Those dragon generals and Yi Xian's previous subordinates all started calling each other, and all their energy was focused on Yi Xian's wedding. Lao Jiang, what do you think we should wear when we attend General Yi Long's wedding? What clothes? You old man, what else can we wear most appropriately? Don't you have any idea? In the office of the head of the Southwest branch, Zhang Xingxi spoke unhappily to General Long on the other end of the phone. I think it's best for us to wear this military uniform.
What else can we wear? It seems so.
The person on the other end of the phone paused, thought about it, and realized that this was indeed the case.
He said a few more words and then hung up.
Jiang Xingxi took out the neatly folded military uniform from his closet. Suddenly, his eyes became blurry and his memories were immediately pulled back to the past. Thinking that at that time, Yi Long will be in charge of the southwestern military headquarters, turning this border area from the dark clouds it once was into the bright and clear world it is today. He once killed many villains with just his sword and a red flag, and frightened them so much that they no longer dared to covet the land of China. And the station deeply embedded in the border over there has always prevented those guys who still have some hope from making any rash moves. Even though Yi Xian has left the military for such a long time, there are still myths about him in various branches. Every member of the Yanhuan military department regards Yi Xian as their role model and goal and keeps moving forward, which is why the military has become more powerful today. So no matter where Yi Xian goes in the future, he will always be an indelible mark on the soul of the Yanhuan military.
Chapter 540, Knocking on the Door.
This will always inspire all of them to fight for the harmony and peace of the land they love so much.
Time.
Scenes from the past emerged before his eyes. Jiang Xingxi sighed and stroked the gold stars on his dress with his fingers.
Help me prepare the car, I have something to do.
Afterwards, Jiang Xingxi picked up the phone on the table, informed his secretary to prepare the car, and prepared to go out.
Yes.
After hanging up the phone, he carefully placed his military uniform in a handbag, put on his hat and walked out of the office. The secretary was already waiting next to the red flag. When he saw Jiang Xingxi coming out, he asked curiously,
General Jiang Long, where are you going?
No big deal, let's find a shop to iron this dress. Jiang Xingxi smiled, then opened the car door and got in. Of course, it's not just the military who are making preparations at this moment. In the distant western lands, the heads of the families have also begun to prepare. They attach great importance to this matter. As for why, there is no need to say more.
Especially those family heads, they held meetings again and again to discuss the arrangements for going to China to attend the wedding.
As for the choice of gifts, they pondered over it for who knows how long.
After all, Yi Xian's identity is there, and they have to consider it carefully. In a few days, they will all set off for China. This trip is of great significance and no one dares to make any mistakes.
For a long time, these Western families have been extremely busy, making final preparations for this.
The family heads knew very well that there would be countless important figures going to the wedding this time. Some of them even have status far above them, that's absolutely true. So even if you can't be the best at giving gifts, you must still show your sincerity. Under the same sky, whether in China or abroad, the invited CEOs are also preparing, and the pressure is not small. While busy in the manor villa, Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao sat on the bed, thinking about the day that was approaching. Xinyao, we're about to hold the ceremony.
Yi Xian gently hugged Wang Xinyao in his arms, and his heart was filled with emotion at this moment.
I wonder what I would be like now if I hadn't met Yi Jing that time. Are you still tired of living alone in the villa of Yulangshan Pavilion? Just as Long Ling and the others said, your body is almost covered with cobwebs?
Although the truth would not be that exaggerated, I must still be a lonely and desolate person.
It won't be like now, with Wang Xinyao and the girls by my side. This is absolutely impossible.
Now he is holding his beauty in his arms, and the maids are sleeping peacefully in the next room.
This is the happiness he truly longs for. Well, yes, if we don't have the ceremony, my pregnancy will be obvious. Wang Xinyao nodded and touched her belly.
Hearing this, Yi Xian smiled happily, hugged Wang Xinyao, and imagined his future life.
The days went on like this for a few days, and the day after tomorrow was the day for the wedding.
The children and Yi Xian were all preparing for this at home, with bright smiles on their faces.
However, at this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Dad, someone is knocking on the door. Chapter 541, Come Down. Is the dress ready? Let's go take a look. Okay, let's go.
After saying that, Yi Xian stood up and took the children to open the door. The person who came was none other than Long Ling, who was dragging a big box.
Sister Long Ling.
When the girls saw the familiar Long Ling, they excitedly threw themselves into her arms, pouting and complaining about her leaving without saying goodbye last time.
Sister Long Ling is so mean.
She left alone without even saying goodbye to us last time.
Sister Long Ling can't leave this time. We will never agree to that. Sister Long Ling, I miss you so much.
Looking at the girls in her arms, Long Ling couldn't help feeling a little guilty. After comforting them with a few words, she looked at Yi Xian breathlessly and said,
Master, I was delayed on the way. Yi Xian smiled and joked. Is it reliable? Didn't I ask you to prepare it? Why did you come back just now? Hee, don't worry, Master, I'm ready.
Ling raised his head and spoke confidently, and like a magic trick he pulled out a walkie-talkie from somewhere.
Dress here. Eh? What is Sister Ling doing? The girls were stunned and didn't quite understand what Ling was doing. Receive.
But just as she finished speaking, there was a response from the intercom, and then the previous design team walked towards the crowd step by step. They were holding exquisite packaging boxes in their hands, which contained the design dresses.
Master, how is it, isn't it timely?
Ling smiled slyly, and Yi Xian nodded helplessly. That's right, the whole job still depends on you. Immediately, Yi Xian and his group invited these designers into the house.
Ms. Long, Mr. Yi, the dress has been designed.
I'm sorry that it took us a little longer to polish and carve the diamonds and gemstones. After entering the room, the chief designer expressed his and others' apologies, saying that the dress could actually have been designed earlier. Even to finalize the pattern and decorative carvings, they did it several times to make sure nothing would go wrong.
It's okay, now is the perfect time.
Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand, and several designers opened the boxes and began to introduce their design ideas for the dresses. Mr. Yi, this dress is specially designed for you, and it is optimally matched to your figure. We use top quality fabrics that are hand-sewn, and the colors and plaids are the best to match your wife's dress. We also designed brooches and other accessories for you too, using top quality pink diamonds, rubies, and opals. Diamonds represent the most eternal love, rubies represent the passion and perseverance of admiration, and opals are the romantic embellishment of love.
We would like to take this opportunity to sincerely wish you two a happy marriage and everlasting love.
The chief designer's simple and clear introduction, combined with the stunning effect of the two dresses, left Wang Xinyao, Ling, and the children stunned.
Xinyao, let's go try on this dress. Okay, husband.
Yi Xian lovingly took Wang Xinyao's hand, and the two of them returned to the room holding the dress. After a while, the two people who had changed into formal wear walked out of the room, arm in arm, and walked down the stairs step by step.
Chapter 542, Really Good.
Everyone who witnessed all this opened their eyes wide in surprise, feeling indescribable shock at the scene before them. Yi Xian's figure was as perfect as the golden ratio line, and now that she was wearing this dress, her figure was even more perfectly displayed. Combined with Yi Xian's own appearance and aura, he looks even more radiant and majestic at this moment. Wang Xinyao next to her was wearing this dress, looking as beautiful as a poem, with a slight blush on her face, making her look even more stunningly beautiful. Although she is pregnant now, Wang Xinyao's figure has not changed at all. Her graceful waist and snow-white swan neck are still as stunning as before. The two walked together, and the brooch on the chest of the dress sparkled with dazzling light. They were a perfect match, a talented man and a beautiful woman, unparalleled in the world.
Wow! Mom and Dad are so handsome and beautiful.
This dress is so beautiful. Master and Madam, you two are such a perfect match. The children and Ling couldn't stop praising it, even the designers were stunned. In their careers, no one has ever been able to wear a dress to such an effect. Not to mention that both of them have ceiling-level looks, and both of them have excellent figures and temperaments. In order to achieve the current effect, the above conditions are indispensable. At that moment, they all unconsciously felt a sense of accomplishment, which was something they had never felt before when participating in the design.
How is it? Not bad. Yi Xian looked at everyone with a smile.
Ling was so excited that he was a little incoherent. He muttered several words into the intercom, then looked at the two of them and said, "Come on, Master and Madam, let's go out and take wedding photos. I've invited the most professional photography team, and they're all outside ready. And you little ones, hurry up and change into your dresses."
Great. Let's go change now.
When the girls heard that they were going to take a photo, they excitedly ran to the room holding their dresses. Yi Xian nodded, continued to hold Wang Xinyao's slender little hand, and walked out step by step. Outside, a top photography team was already ready, carrying equipment of all sizes, waiting quietly at the gate of the manor. After getting Ling's permission, they walked into the manor, turned on the equipment they were carrying, and were ready to start working at any time.
Mom and Dad. Sister Ling.
Wait for us. At this time, several little girls also changed into their dresses and ran out of the villa with a clatter.
Slow down, you little guys.
Long Ling looked at them helplessly and waved for the filming crew to come over, ready to shoot in this manor.
OMG.
When the filming crew walked into the manor, they were also deeply attracted by the luxurious scenes inside. The magnificent villa and the breathtaking natural scenery within the manor instantly filled them with enthusiasm for work. Now they understood why Miss Long Ling had insisted on choosing this as the filming location.
Just kidding, compared to this manor, is there any more suitable place for filming than here? Ms. Long Ling, we are all ready. Okay, then I'll leave the rest to you.
Long Ling nodded and winked at his master and mistress beside him.
This girl is really well prepared.
P.S. Everyone, my new book, The School Beauty, helped me sign up for a car race, and my supercar was exposed, is now being serialized. Please give it your support.
Thank you all. New book introduction. Urban Imagination plus System plus Super Rich plus School Beauty. Mr. Yi, not only did you flip over on your tricycle yesterday and knock me off, but you also spread rumors that you had sex with me last night?
The School Beauty dragged her leg with a swollen knee to find Yi Yunzhou to settle the score, but she unexpectedly heard Yi Yunzhou and his friends bragging that he was an experienced driver who never crashed. She was thinking about the car race information that her roommate had sent her.
I was so angry that I helped Yi Yunzhou sign up. Car race?
Yi Yunzhou looked at the text message with a confused look on his face, and then the God-level sign and system was activated. Just participate in the car race and you will get rewards. Yi Yunzhou directly reached a betting agreement with the School Beauty. He would participate in the competition and she would be the one to take the helm.
The day of the race. The School Beauty looked at the supercar in front of her and asked, "Is this your car?"
Yi Yunzhou, stop talking nonsense and get in the car.
A few minutes later. Feeling the violent push on my back and the intense dizziness. School Beauty, Yunzhou. No, Dad. Dad. I was wrong, let me out of the car. As for the initial rumor.
Witness A. Yi Yunzhou overturned his tricycle yesterday, and the School Beauty fell off, her knees were bruised. Messenger B. Yi Yunzhou had a car accident yesterday, and the School Beauty's knees were all red, and she was limping.
C. Yi Yunzhou made the School Beauty's knees red last night. D. Yi Yunzhou did that with the School Beauty last night. Chapter 543 Refusal to Disclose.
Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction.
He really couldn't find anything to say about Long Ling's arrangement.
He immediately cooperated with the filming team to start taking wedding photos. At this moment in this excellent manner filming location, Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao first chose the garden as the shooting point.
Where do we stand?
Several little girls in dresses couldn't wait any longer and asked excitedly about their positions.
Okay, don't worry, let's take a picture of your parents first. Why? Listen to me.
Long Ling held onto a few little guys, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and explained for a long time before they finally understood the truth. The filming for Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao was also going smoothly. In just a short while, they had already taken pictures of several shooting locations. Yi Xian himself has a deep understanding of photography, and he can adjust his posture with ease, which makes the photography team's work much easier. After the photo shoot of the two of them was completed, several little guys gathered around Yi Xian and the others and took a lot of photos of them in different ways.
The photos turned out very well.
After all, this is the most professional filming team. After filming, Yi Xian and the children selected some of them and had them developed on the spot by the filming team. In the evening, Yi Xian framed the developed photos himself and hung them on the wall of the house. There are both individual photos of myself and Wang Xinyao, as well as group photos with the children.
It is very warm hanging on the wall.
The next day, Long Ling was still busy, but Yi Xian and the others had a rare moment of peace and quiet. But they themselves know that tomorrow will be the real lively time. At night, Long Ling collapsed on the sofa and sighed deeply. I'm so tired, but luckily everything is ready.
Now I just have to wait until tomorrow. Hearing Long Ling's sighs, several little girls came over curiously. Long Ling blinked and gestured to them. Girls, you can look forward to it and imagine it. Tomorrow's scene will definitely be grand.
Sister Long Ling, please tell us something. However, a few little girls shook their heads and indeed wanted Long Ling to reveal some details.
That's impossible. You can see for yourself tomorrow.
Long Ling yawned helplessly and refused to reveal anything. The next day, it was finally the day for Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao's wedding. The banquet venue is located in a luxurious mountain villa. Although it was still early, the parking lot of the villa was already filled with luxury cars. Moreover, at the entrance, many luxury cars continued to arrive at the scene, and the people on them were all dignitaries who were invited. Most of them were dignitaries from all over the world, including the heads of various Western families, and many of them came to the scene. Without exception, everyone present was holding expensive gifts, and they were all well-known bigwigs in their respective fields. But at this time, everyone who came to the wedding scene seemed very low-key. Because everyone knows very well that in front of this person, they are nothing. After getting off the bus, most of these bosses knew each other and gathered together to start greeting each other. Chapter 544. It's quite early. You guys are here too. It's quite early. Today's big day must come early. Yes, I am fortunate to receive Mr. Ye's wedding invitation. In order to attend this wedding, I have been preparing for a long time in advance. The boss who was speaking sighed and patted his dress. Let me tell you, it took me more than half a month to decide on this dress alone, but the result is worth it. Everyone nodded when they heard this and were deeply touched. Not only the outfit, but also the gifts also took a lot of thought. I don't know what gift you are planning to give, but I spent a lot of thought on this gift. Oh, this is actually the same for everyone. Because of the gift, I couldn't eat or drink for a while. That's true. I had to ask someone to help me get this at a high price. After exchanging greetings, everyone walked towards the interior of the villa together. However, when they reached the door, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. The people standing at the door welcoming guests at this moment are not ordinary people, but Jiang Xingxi and other dragon generals from the Yanhuang military department. What is going on? The bosses felt their heads buzzing when they saw this and were so shocked that their eyes widened. You must be kidding. Those are all the dragon generals of the Yanhuang army. Every one of them is a big shot who holds great power and has made great military achievements. But they actually took on the job of welcoming guests here, which made many bosses present gasp. Why on earth is this happening? Mr. Yi is so awesome. I just can't figure it out. These are all dragon generals. Mr. Yi is so powerful that he even has connections with the military. Among them, there are still some people who don't quite understand why these dragon generals are willing to take on the job of welcoming guests. Therefore, they have a preconceived notion that this is connections. Don't you guys know? As he spoke, a CEO looked at everyone strangely and then went on to explain. The reason why these dragon generals came here is very simple. Mr. Yi was a true 5-star dragon general before. In the entire Yanhuang military, this is the only 5-star dragon general title, and it is also the highest title. Back then, Mr. Yi was the one who guarded the southwest border with only one sword and one red flag. He single-handedly killed those villains and made them dare not invade again. Those dragon generals can be said to be Mr. Ye's subordinates. This time is Mr. Ye's wedding day, so they must come in person. Boom! After saying this, the faces of the CEOs who didn't know much about Yi Xian's background suddenly changed, and they stuttered for a long time without saying anything. However, the family heads from the west who were passing by, seeing the expressions of these bosses, just smiled, shook their heads and walked straight ahead. Are you kidding? Mr. Yi is not only the Yanhuang army, but the strength he demonstrated in the previous bloodbath is enough to wipe them out on that land in an instant. At the same time, at the front entrance of the villa, the welcoming team composed of dragon generals such as Jiang Xingxi were also enthusiastically welcoming the guests to the wedding. They were wearing neat and dignified military uniforms with red roses pinned on their chests, adding a lot of festive atmosphere. Chapter 545. Kindness. Speaking of Jiang Xingxi, the smile he showed today looked much kinder than before. For a long time before this, he had been deliberately practicing facial expression management so that he could still stand at the door and serve as a welcoming team. Otherwise, if his smile is uglier than his tears, this position may not be suitable for him. Welcome everyone, please come in. These originally serious dragon generals appeared very enthusiastic towards anyone who came to attend the wedding. The bosses became a little nervous upon seeing this, and quickly offered their gifts and blessings. Dear dragon generals, this is a small gift from us to Mr. Yi. Congratulations to Mr. Yi and Miss Wang on their wedding. Thank you, everyone. On behalf of General Yilong, I would like to thank you and welcome you to the wedding. After receiving the gifts, the dragon generals thanked the bosses and invited them to go inside. Afterwards, everyone slowly entered the villa and were led by the service staff to the wedding hall to take their seats. After sitting down and looking around, I saw that the whole area was filled with dignitaries. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Ling, the wedding host, walked onto the stage in formal attire, ready to preside over the wedding banquet.
Good morning, distinguished guests. First of all, we would like to welcome you all and thank you for coming to attend the wedding. Today is a special day. My master and his wife are about to enter the palace of marriage together under the witness of all of you. I believe that everyone feels the same as I do, and is looking forward to such a special day as today. Now, let's give our two newcomers a round of applause and invite them to come on stage. Wah 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 wah. Suddenly, thunderous applause broke out at the scene, and the lights went out at that moment. And the next moment, a bright spotlight lit up on the red carpeted aisle at the other end of the spacious and luxurious lobby. Yi Xian was wearing a gorgeous dress, holding Wang Xinyao's hand, and walked out with a smile. Behind them, there were 5 petite girls, also walking slowly in exquisite dresses. They looked around the lobby filled with people excitedly, as if they had not expected so many guests to come. But even though they were excited, the girls knew that this was a very important day for their parents. So no matter how excited they were, they still followed the two men obediently and waved their hands enthusiastically to the guests. Witnessing the two's stunning appearance and those adorable little girls, everyone couldn't help but cheer and applaud. The atmosphere at the scene became more and more heated, and it only quieted down a little after Yi Xian and Wang Xingyao came on stage. Yi Xian looks dignified, handsome in this dress, while Wang Xingyao is stunningly beautiful. She looks beautiful and elegant in the dress. The two looked at each other, admiration and joy flashing in their eyes, and their hands were still tightly clasped together. Standing on the stage, Ling saw that the time was almost up, cleared his throat, and began the oath-taking ceremony. Mr. Yi Xian, are you willing to marry Miss Wang Xingyao, love her, and be loyal to her, regardless of life, death, sickness, or old age?
I do.
Yi Xian looked at Wang Xingyao in front of him with love and determination in his eyes.
Chapter 546 Sky High Price.
Then Miss Wang Xingyao, may I ask if your master is willing to marry Mr. Yi Xian, love him, and be loyal to him, regardless of life, death, sickness, or old age?
I do.
Wang Xingyao bit her lips lightly and said affectionately these 3 words which she had played out in her mind countless times. Okay, congratulations to the two newlyweds for officially entering the Palace of Love. I hope your future life will be as romantic as a rose and as eternal as a diamond.
Wah 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 wah.
After that, thunderous applause broke out again. After Ling whispered something in Yi Xian's ear, she handed the microphone to him.
Hello everyone, thank you for coming to my wedding with Xingyao.
I believe that everyone who can come here is my friend, Yi Xian.
Today is a day of great significance for both me and Xingyao. I am very happy that you are here to witness it with us.
I swear here that I, Yi Xian, will deeply love Miss Wang Xingyao for the rest of my life, and spend every morning and evening with Miss Wang Xingyao.
Ms. Wang Xingyao and I have spent every minute and every second of our lives together.
I hope that every day in the future, even in the next life, I will still have you by my side.
Xingyao, I love you.
As he spoke, Yi Xian took out the ring he had prepared long ago, knelt on one knee, and gently put it on Wang Xingyao's finger. In this situation, Wang Xingyao was shaking with excitement, her eyes were red and she was about to cry for joy.
This is definitely a romantic moment that she will never forget in her life. Xingyao, you are so beautiful today.
After putting on the ring, Yi Xian stood up, looked at her affectionately, and kissed her charming lips. At this moment, time stopped and the two of them kissed each other, so beautiful as a poem.
Everyone present was watching quietly, unwilling to break the romantic atmosphere. Finally, after the ceremony, everyone started the banquet.
As the staff quickly brought out the dishes, the guests were so stunned that they couldn't close their mouths for a long time when they saw the dishes. The dishes at this wedding banquet were absolutely amazing.
The presentation was exquisite and the food was full of color, aroma, and flavor.
You could tell at first glance that they were carefully prepared by the best chefs. And the most important thing is that everything here is truly top-quality food, which is hard to find in any high-end restaurant. The best abalone that was fried and grilled to perfection and covered with abalone sauce, and the juicy and tender best-aged pearl caviar. Other dishes made with top-quality ingredients such as Alba white truffles, Belen oysters, bluefin tuna, etc. were also served on the table.
As for the red wine on each table, each bottle costs less than 1 million.
Although these dignitaries have seen many grand scenes, none of them have ever seen such a scene.
Oh my God! Mr. Ye's financial resources are so terrifying. These are all top-quality ingredients from all over the world.
Mr. Yi actually has such high-quality ingredients on every table.
Look at the red wine, not a single bottle is less than 1 million. Oh my God, isn't the price of this table of food astronomical?
Everyone was so surprised that they couldn't calm down and started talking about these dishes.
But soon,
they couldn't bear it any longer.
After all, the food in front of them was a luxury they would probably never be able to enjoy again in their lifetime.
Chapter 547, A Family Photo. Finale.
At the banquet, everyone was toasting and the most talked about topic was still Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao. After all, they are the protagonists today. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao also had the time to go downstairs for a walk.
Also take a look at these friends who have been invited.
Everyone was eating and drinking, and when they saw the two people coming down, they quickly stood up from their seats to express their blessings.
Ha, Mr. Yi, Ms. Wang, congratulations to you too, and I wish you a happy wedding. Happy wedding, Mr. Yi.
You and Miss Wang are such a perfect match. I wish you happiness in the future. General Yi Long, you and Miss Wang will surely grow old together and stay together for the rest of your lives.
I wish that every day in your future will be as wonderful as today.
Yi Xian smiled and nodded, and immediately thanked everyone.
Thank you all for your blessings. Xinyao and I will keep them in mind.
Afterwards, almost all the guests in the seats around stood up. Seeing this, Jiang Xingxi waved and looked at Yi Xian with a smile.
I have a suggestion.
Today is such a good day, let's toast to the two newlyweds and wish them happiness and love in the future.
What do you think?
Good. Everyone echoed in unison and raised their glasses immediately, while Yi Xian and Wang Xinyao also raised the cups in their hands with tea instead of wine.
Cheers, thank you all.
At this moment, both sides drank till the cups were empty, and everyone's face was filled with sincere blessings and joy. After a while, everyone had finished eating and drinking. Ling stood on the stage, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, and spoke into the microphone.
Everyone, pay attention. Look over here. I'm going to tell you something. Let's take a group photo together later. I'd like to trouble everyone to move outside to commemorate this day. Okay.
The guests smiled and nodded in agreement, while the girls nearby were very curious about how to take a group photo of hundreds of people.
After all, there are so many people, really too many.
No matter how they stand, the final photo will not be very good.
Sister Ling, there are so many people here today, how should we take this photo?
Don't worry, the professional team will use a drone equipped with 4 billion pixels to take aerial photos in a while.
Until then, you just need to follow my instructions. That sounds amazing.
As expected of Sister Ling.
The girls nodded. Although they didn't quite understand, they felt it was quite amazing.
Finally, everyone came outside together and found their positions easily under Ling's arrangement.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Then, the drone took off into the sky, and the buzzing sound of its wings was heard. For a moment, everyone looked up into the sky, watching the drone rise into the air and freeze above their heads.
5, 4, 3.
Ling pursed her lips and counted down, and Yi Xian, who was standing in the center, hugged Wang Xinyao.
The children raised their heads mischievously and made gestures. Everyone gathered around, looked up and smiled.
The dragon generals in the military also looked up into the sky, smiled, and saluted into the sky.
Crack! With a crisp shutter sound, a group photo of hundreds of people was taken.